All right, guys, so I hope you're having an amazing day today. And so what we're going to be doing is creating a e-commerce site, man. I'm excited to bring this to you. And if you like this content, make sure that you hit that like button. Also subscribe to the channel so I can bring more projects to you guys, man. So let's go ahead and show you guys the finished version of the project. So this is the project right here. We have fashion, and we're using CommerceJS for this. CommerceJS is a backend that we can use in order to store our categories, in order to store all our items, and so it'll make the integration of this completely easy. So let's scroll down right here. We have a couple of categories. I'm gonna provide all these photos for you guys, so don't worry about all that. So we're gonna hit t-shirts just to kind of give you an example of what is going on. And so right here, as you can see, we have two products here. I put 2 products for each category, but if you click on the catalog, you can see every single product that we have. And so let's just click on one of those. And when we click here, we can see we have a slider here that shows the product. So if you scroll down, we have related products, and all of this can be edited also inside of the backend, which I'll get to in a second. So let's say we click small and we add 1. You can add multiple, but let's add 3. We'll add the cart. It's going to load. And so once it's done loading, you'll see that up in the right corner, it adds to 3, and right here we have 3. And so you can change this number if you want. Take off 1, it's going to load, and take off that 1. So now instead of 3, we have 2. And so you can empty the cart. You can delete this item if you have more than 1 item, but for now let's just empty the cart. And so your cart is empty. We'll go back to fashion. And so now let's go ahead and minimize this, and let's begin the starting process in order to create this great app. So starting off, the first thing I'm gonna do is go down in the description and download the starter files, and you should have a folder that says fashion like this. All right, we're gonna play with that folder later. So for right now, what we're gonna do is create a new folder, and this folder we're gonna call it fashion 2, or you can call it fashion 1. I already have fashion on my desktop, so I'm gonna call it fashion 2, but name it whatever you like. And we're gonna open with code. And so here, what we're gonna do is go to the terminal. I gotta slide mine down a little bit, but I go terminal, new terminal. And so once you have a new terminal, what we can do is say npx create react app. So np, not z, sorry about that. Npx create dash react dash app dot and a slash like this. Hit enter. All right, and so this is the process that's going to allow us to create our React app, and it's going to do a lot of stuff in the background. So while this is happening, I'm going to fast forward, and then I'm going to come right back. All right, that took about 2 minutes. So now that we have this, what I want to do next, I want you to go to that starter file. So the starter file that is right here, that's called fashion. I want you to open that up. Right here, you'll see the package.json right here. And what I want you to do is just slide it over into the VS Code. So let me make this smaller so you can see. And this is the setup that we kind of had to go through so we can all be on the same page. And so what we're going to do here is simply take this package.json, slide it over here. I want you to copy it, and I want you to replace. So now that it's replaced, you see this right here. I want you to take this, and you can double click it, or you can just simply copy this, but double click and you'll see this. Take this, copy it, exit out, and I want you to paste it there. Once you have that there, I want you to hit enter. And what this is going to do is install all of these dependencies right here, so we make sure that we're all on the same version and that this project can go as smooth as possible. This is going to take a little bit of time in order to download, but as soon as it's done, I'll see you guys in a second. And now that that's done, it's a few more things we need to do to set this up. So what I'm gonna do is go here, and I want you to take the app.css, I want you to slide it over, and then simply replace the app.css as well. All right. And so with that being said, now all we have to do is type in npm down here at the bottom and hit start. Npm start. We're going to full screen this, and it's going to load up, and the next thing we should see is a React screen. And it looks like I already have a port right here. I'm just going to hit yes. If you already have a port, just click yes. But that's because I already had a project up and running. But you shouldn't see that if you don't. All right, so this is what you should see. It looks a lot different if you would have kept the original CSS, but this is what you should see, and that lets us know that the React app is up and running. All right, let's minimize the screen for a second. And there's a couple of things that we have to do in order to get this project set up for us. So what I'm gonna do, and this is what I like to do personally, I like to delete some files over here. So keep these two, of course, the app.test, it can go away. Let's delete that. The index.css can go away. Let's delete that. The index.js must stay. Logo can go away, and these other three can go away. So just delete these three. And so you should be left with 1, 2, 3 right here in the source. The next thing that I like to do in the setup part is to simply go to the public folder, the favicon. I like to replace it. So go back to that fashion this favicon, slide it over, and then simply replace it like that. And these, you can delete these if you want. You don't necessarily have to. You can delete those, like I say, if you like. But let's go back to this source real quick and exit out of all of this. In the source, what we're going to do is go to the app.js right here. What I like to do is just simply delete all of this right here, and I'm going to type RAFCE like this, and then I'm going to hit enter, and then it's going to give me this React app like this. If that did not happen for you, what you need to do is go to your extensions, and inside of the extensions you want to go to the React Native I say React Native snippets. It says React Redux and React Native snippets. So go here, and that will allow you need to install this, and this will allow you to hit the RAFCE and simply quickly add that code in like that. All right, and so go make sure you install that, and you should be good to go with the shortcuts. So with that being said, I do want to say that for my cleanup software, I do use Prettier. So if you want to install Prettier as well, so you can be on the same thing, my code formatter, make sure that you install Prettier too. Okay, so with that being said, now let's go ahead and go out. So we have this. The next thing we're going to do is go to our index.js, and right here what I like to do is just simply take this part right here, index.css, delete that, delete the web vitals, and then from here take this, delete that right there. All right, and so now everything should be smooth. What I want to do is go to app.js, and you should just see app. If we go back to our page, yes, like that, you should just see app here, and so that lets us know that everything is up and running and it's fully functional. Okay, so this is the main setup of the application. So the next thing that we're going to do is go to the public folder. Before we do our file structure, go to the index.html, and right here where it says React app inside of the title, what we want to do is delete that and put fashion. And so what the title does, if you don't know, if you go here, you see where it says local host right here, it should say fashion now. So let's give it a second, let it load up, and it still says localhost 3000. Hit enter. There we go. It says fashion now. All right. So right here at the top, it says fashion. I had to refresh the page, but sometimes you don't. Sometimes it just change automatically. So now we can go out of the public folder. We won't really need it anymore. So now we can focus on getting everything more organized. And so the beauty of React is that it doesn't really hold you down to any sort of folder structure. You can kind of structure how you want to. That can be a blessing and a curse, right? So let's create our folder. So the first folder, and one of the most common, is the components folder. So we're going to create the components folder here. Another folder inside of the source that we're going to create is the context, because we will be using context to store some information. The next thing that we're going to do is create the lib, and this is a folder for the CommerceJS information that we need to store. The next folder that we need is the pages folder right here. And then last but not least, we have another folder which is called the img that will hold all our images, but it's inside of the starter files. So let's go to the starter files here, and where it says img, just take this and simply drag it over and copy it inside of the source. And so there we go. Now we have all of our images that we need in order to completely go through the tutorial. So we won't have to be adding images in here. So we will start with the creation of our pages. So right here we have a lot of pages, so make sure that you bear with me. So let's start with the first page, which we will call it all pages. .js. And this will simply be a reference to all of our pages and make it simpler for us to integrate each page. But next we will go with the cart page .js. The next page we're going to have is the catalog page. So catalog page, capitalize the p.js. And the next page that we will have is the category page. So category page.js. The next page will be the checkout page. So checkout page.js. The next one will be the confirmation page. So confirmation, not confirmational page.js. The next one will be the error boundary page, and this will be a page that will simply display our error message anytime that we have an error. So boundary.js. The home page, which is very important, by the way, you know that. So homepage.js. We also have a product page. Of course, inside of an e-commerce store, you're gonna have a product page. So we're gonna go product page.js, and we will also have a root, and this will be root.js. And the root is for React Router. We're gonna get into that in a few, but before we do that, I want to go ahead and go to this top here, and I'm just gonna exit all of these out just so we can have a clean slate here. And so there we go. Okay, the first thing I'm gonna do is go to the cart page, click it, and I'm gonna type RAFCE like that. And sometimes it takes a little while to actually load up. My computer, since it's in a lower screen res, for some odd reason, it decides to go a little bit slower. But I'm just gonna go through all of these and type RAFCE just so it will have a little bit of a reference to everything that we're doing. And you wanna do that to kind of diffuse errors and make sure that we don't run into any issues while we're building the project, because if the file is empty, you will have an error message that pops up. So we're gonna go ahead and get through all of those, except for the all pages and the root. All right, and so let's go ahead and go to the all pages so we can set the all pages up now. So now that we put RAFCE in all of these, we can go ahead, well actually inside of the root, let's do the same thing. Actually, sorry about that, inside of the root. But we don't have to do that in all pages. So I'm gonna show you what we're gonna do with all pages. First thing we're gonna do is say export. And here we're gonna say default as root. And we will get that from ./root, so dot and then root right here at the bottom. Okay, and we're gonna kind of follow this same pattern all the way down somewhat. It's gonna be a little bit different for a few of them, but the error boundary, and I wanted to go ahead and do this one because error boundary is the one that will be a little bit different, and so go ahead and delete that. So, and it should be, and that should be a D boundary. Did I spell that? I probably spelled that wrong here. Yep. So let's rename boundary, and here we can do the same thing. Insert this. There we go. So error boundary. Sorry about that. Hopefully you guys caught that, but I did not. So go ahead and exit all of these out again, except for all pages. And what we want to do is export. Put error boundary inside of this, and it'll be from error boundary like that. Let's format the document here. It's gonna be a little bit different, and I want to kind of just, well actually we can leave that at the top like that, that's fine. Okay, next thing that we're gonna do is go here and say export, and this will be default as home page, and the home page will be coming from and home page like that. All right, and so what I can do from here is just continue this same like pattern, and I'm just gonna copy and paste it a couple times, and this one will be category page like that, and it'll be from category page like that. All right, the next one on the list is the product page. So product page from product page, and you're just gonna continue to do this all the way down until we have every single page loaded up in here. So got home page, category page, product page. Now we need the catalog page. Catalog page, and that will be coming from the catalog page. Next we have the cart page, so cart page coming from the cart page. And then we can still copy a few more of these. Have the cart page. Let's go to the checkout page, so checkout page coming from the checkout page. And I know that this seems kind of redundant, but it's gonna be worth it in the end. So next but not least, well, last but not least, the confirmation page. So confirmation page coming from the confirmation page. All right, and what I want to do is go to the error boundary page right here. And the reason for that is because this is actually going to be like a function calling. So I want to put export here. So export const error boundary page, and then I want to take this off. So for now, what we're going to do is go ahead and go back to our app.js and insert our React router component of this application, because it's different now. React router is a little bit different than the way it used to be. So I want to go ahead and break this down for you guys. One thing that I noticed that we didn't do inside of the pages, go back to all pages, and anywhere in here doesn't really matter where, but I need to add the catalog pages. And so if you caught that, good job, but I need to add a catalog page. So catalog page here, and you can just copy it like that and then paste it here. So add the catalog page, guys, before we get started. Now let's go ahead and go back to our app.js. So here we go. So app.js, what I'm going to do is remove this and this. That's the import that's at the top. And so what I'm gonna do now is add the import of app.css, and this will cover the app.css for the entirety of the project, so we don't have to add it on each and every page. So import app.css inside of the app, and then we're going to import all of our React router DOM imports. So the first one is create browser router. So we're going to need that. That's very important. The next thing we need is a router provider. So down here, router provider. Next we need create routes from elements. You can also create them from children, but I love doing them with the elements. I feel like it's a lot easier. And the next thing we need is a route, all coming from React router DOM. The next thing we're going to do is import the root. We'll import error boundary. And so if you haven't noticed already, all of these imports are coming from all pages that we set up earlier. So if you look at the pages here in all pages, we're going to be getting all of those from this one single file. All right, let's go back to app.js. So right here now we need the home page. Next we'll need the category page. We'll also need the catalog page, the product page, the cart page, the checkout page, as well as the confirmation page. And so it should like kind of auto it for you. If not, you know, take your time and type them in. But that'll be coming from, as I already said, /pages/all pages. And that's why we set up that all pages like we did, so we can get all of those from a single import like that. All right, next we're gonna go down right here inside of the app, and we have to create our router. The new way that browser router works, or the new way that React router DOM works, is that you kind of had to create everything and put it inside of a router. So let's create the router. So const router. All right, and so it's gonna be equal to create browser router. All right, put a bracket here, and so inside of here we're going to create routes. So create our routes, and we're going to create the routes from elements. And so this mimics the way that it used to be done. So we're going to say route, and let's go ahead and close that off like this. Well, actually, sorry about that, we need a route like this. Okay, and so inside of this route, what we're going to do is define what is inside of it. So so we're going to have a route And so on this route, it's gonna look like this. And so this will be the main route, and you have other routes kind of inside of it. And so from right here, our first one will be path slash, and that our main path, we'll put an element inside, and inside of the element, we're gonna put root. And so this is the root of our application where most of our things will be. So what will the app default to, and what will like surround the application, okay? And so we'll put error boundary here, and so this will be what our error message is anytime that we have an error on the page, and anytime a user has an error. So we'll define that later on as well. So now inside of here, we're gonna put our different routes that are kind of inside the page. And so just to kind of explain a little bit more, this main path right here will contain our nav bar and our footer. So those are the things that won't change. So that's kind of what the root is, things that won't change. All right, so next, let's go ahead and put a route here. And so these other routes can be self-closing. So let's put a route, and it can be a self-closing route. And we have a few of these. Let's go ahead and put index here, because this will be the home page. And this element here, like I already said, it will be the home page. So go ahead and put the home page here, and then close the tag off like that. All right. So the next thing I like to do is just copy it, and we're gonna paste like this. We don't need element though, so take the element off. And so right here, what we're gonna have is the category page. So category page like this, and then we're also gonna define a path. So the path will be equal to category, and then a slash ID like this. All right, and gonna copy it again, paste it, because this one is more of what the rest of these will look like. So this is going to change. This is now going to be product, and as you can guess, this is going to be the product page. All right, next thing we're going to do, copy it again, and now we're going to have the catalog page. So go ahead and put catalog like this. And we don't need ID this time, so we just need catalog, and the element will be the catalog page. Let's go ahead again. This time we will have the cart. So let's go ahead and put cart here, and this will be cart page, as you can already guess. Next, we'll have the checkout page, and we'll also have the confirmation page. We'll just go ahead and paste those in. And so right here, all we have to do is say checkout. Take away the ID, don't need it here, and then I can also just go down here, and I'm gonna say confirmation like that. Take away that extra C that I have here, and so we're gonna move up top, and we're simply just gonna say checkout page, and then right here at the bottom we'll say confirmation page. Okay, all right. So now that all of this is set up, the router here is important, because we're gonna take this, and then inside of our return here, we're going to return all of this. And so just simply go down right here. And for now, what we're going to do is just simply say router provider like this, router provider, and we'll say router, and that router will be equal to router like that. All right. And so self-closing tag, let's close that off like that. And so that's all you need for it now. All right, we'll come back to this later, and let me make sure we have no errors real quick. New terminal. If you go to node, everything looks good. I'm gonna exit it out. All right, so everything looks good. And so now what I want to do is go ahead and set up our commerce.js stuff, which will be located in the lib. So we're gonna do the commerce.js stuff here. We're gonna do the context here, and then we can actually get started with actually creating some things that you can actually see visually. So what I want you to do now is go to commercejs.com, and I want you to sign up for an account, or you can log in via Google or something. So just click log in, and then right here you can go log in with Google, Facebook, or GitHub if you want to do it that way, or you can create a new account. And so once you create your account, I'll see you in a few. Once you are inside of your account, it should look something like this. And what we're going to do, I want you to scroll down, go to developer, and you should see something like this, API keys. and course. So just click that, and this will be where your keys will be. So we will need all of this information in order to get started. Your keys will be different from mine, so keep that in mind once we are doing this. So from here, we're going to go back to VS Code, and let's go to the lib, and we're going to create a file, and that file will be called commerce.js, like that. And so inside of this, we're going to import commerce. So let's import commerce, and from @check/commerce.js. Next thing we're going to do is create our, or import our API key. So we'll say const check API key equals, and this will be equal process.env, which we haven't created yet, but process.env, capitalize everything from here. So React _app _check _public _key, like that. It's not defined yet, so that's okay. We'll do it in a second. Next thing will be const dev environment, like that. So dev environment equals process dot env dot capital node _env equals, and then it will be equal to development, like that. All right. So from here, what we're going to do is say const commerce config equals to an empty object for now, and then inside of this empty object, we're going to say exos, and it will be config to another object, and we'll put our headers in here. So headers, another object in here, and in this object, capital X dash check agent, and here is going to be commerce, and this will define what commerce version we are. So it'll be commerce.js v2, and then also we'll say check version, and then the check version will be 2021-09-29. Okay, we need to put a comma here so we can get rid of that error. So check version 2021-09-29. Perfect. So what we can do, you can put these commas here, and what we're gonna do from here is go down, and right here we're gonna say if dev environment and no check API key, like this. KEY, need to go up here, KEY. All right, check API key. If we don't have either one of those, you want to throw an error like this. All right, and so inside of this, all we will do is say error, and then right below that, we want to say //ESLINT dash disable this line. So disable dash next dash line, enter, and then we'll say export default new commerce. All right, and inside this, we're going to put the check API key. Next, we'll put the dev environment, so dev environment, and then we'll also put the commerce config in here. So commerce config. We also need to put a comma here. So boom, there you go. So this is everything we need to run CommerceJS. This is the setup in order to have commerce.js running, but we don't have this key. And remember how I told you earlier, we're gonna need those keys. So what I want to do next is go right here inside of get ignore, and I'm going to add something here. I'm gonna add the .env. So .env is going to get added here, and then inside or right beside the index.js, I'm going to add a file, and it will be called .env. All right, and so inside of the .env, just go back to the lib, and this last part, React app check public key, copy it, go to your .env, and you're going to put it right inside of here. So I'll have to say const React app public key equals, Actually, sorry about that. I'm so used to saying const. We don't need const. We're just gonna say React app check public key, and it's gonna be equal to that key. So go back to CommerceJS, and you want to get the key out of here, and we're going to take this sandbox key, just copy it, and then go back to VS Code, paste that inside of here. So now we have the test key. Once you get to where you want to do your live story, you want to use these, the public live key right here, but we're going to use the sandbox key right now. Now that our lib and commerce.js is set up, what we can do now is go to context, and we can create our React context. And so if you don't know, context is going to allow us to store certain data and retrieve that data from anywhere inside of the app. So we're going to go here, we're going to create a file, and this file will be called cart context.js. all right, so cart context.js. Inside of here, let me go ahead and minimize that or get that out of the way. We're going to have some imports, and we're going to import create context. All right, and that will be coming from React. We'll also import use effect, and we'll also import use state. All right, so right below that, we're going to import commerce that we just defined a little bit ago. And so from lib/commerce, next thing we're going to do is say export. And what do we want to export? We're going to export the const cart context like that, and it's going to be equal to create context. Call it there. So we have the const cart context create context. And so now let's continue with another export. And so this export will be const cart context provider. So cart context provider. And so it's going to be equal to children. And so this will destructure what we need. And so children is going to be a arrow function. And so inside this object, this is where we're going to be creating our cart information that we will store. So here we want to use state cart, and then we'll also say set cart. And so this will be equal to use state. So this is our state, and right below that we're going to call the cart, and we will retrieve that from the back end of commerce.js. So from here we're going to say const fetch cart equal to async function. This async function will be called inside of this empty array. We're going to put a try catch here. So this try catch will catch the error. I'm not going to put anything here. Our error boundary is going to handle a lot of error handling for us. So if you do run into something, you will see your error boundary pop up. But we haven't made it that far, but I'm just letting you guys know that's why nothing is right here. So the next thing we're going to do is say const cart data, and its cart data is going to be equal to await, and we're going to await commerce.cart.retrieve. Not refresh, sorry about that. It will be retrieve and call that right here. And so it's going to get this cart data, and we want to set the cart to this cart data. So right here we're going to say set cart, and we're going to set the cart to cart data. All right, and we're going to be stored inside of this use state. And so what we're going to do below this try catch is going to call our use effect. Our use effect hook would perform something, and we want it to fetch the cart. So it's going to call this fetch cart on this use effect. And let's not forget our empty dependency array here, dependency array. And so now what we can do below this use effect is have our return. And so what are we going to return from this context right here? And so the first thing we're going to do is say cart context and dot provider like this. And so inside of this, the first line, we're going to have a value. This value will be equal to cart, and it will also be equal to set cart. And so now we'll have access to cart and set cart inside of everything in the app. But we do have one more thing that we need to do. We need to put children inside of here. Let me format the document here so it can look nice and pretty. All right, and that's using prettier, by the way, like I said earlier. And so the last thing we need to do inside of here is to export this. So we're going to say export default cart context provider. All right, so everything is set up. This is now going to get our cart data, and we haven't made anything yet, haven't set the cart up. Don't worry about that yet. I'm just setting up everything so we can start. All right, so one more thing we need to do before this actually works, and that is to wrap it inside of our app.js. So let's return to app.js. All right, and so inside of app.js, what we need to do is go up here. We need to import this. So we're going to import cart context provider. All right, and then right here on this line, what we're going to do is say cart context provider. All right, and then I want you to take this line, cut it, and paste it in between cart context provider. So now everything that is inside of the router here, so all of these right here, will have access to the cart context, and that is going to be very important for this app. So now we have access to the cart anywhere inside the app, and we also call set cart inside of anywhere in the app and change the cart as we need to in this application. All right, and so now let's go ahead and start adding our products inside of CommerceJS, and so we can start building this application out. So the next thing we're going to do is import all of our products and all of our categories. So let's start out with the categories. We're going to go to the CommerceJS page. Here you see categories. Click categories, and you'll see my categories already here. I have all of them so I can show you them one by one, because I didn't want to go through and add all of them because that'd take a lot of time. But I am going to click through all of them one by one so you can kind of know. So you can pause through the video as you need, but I'm going to add one so you can see how the rest of them will go. So let's add one, and all you have to do is go to the starter files, and you see we have category here. If you didn't notice this in the beginning of the video, I added these so you know. Anyway, they'll be in your starter files from the jump, by the way. So just click category, and each name of the image gives you the name of the category that you need. So let's add t-shirt. All you have to do is slide it over, and we already have the name here, so it's t-shirts. So all you got to do is type in t-shirts right here. So t-shirts right here, and in the description, all we're gonna do is add new arrivals. So you can type in new arrivals here, like that. New arrivals. That's not how you spell arrivals though, bro. Anyway, new arrivals, and then hit save. I'm not gonna save it because I already have it. I'm gonna go out. Oh, that's the one we just created. I'm delete. This is one we just created. Let's go to the regular one. So you see right here it says new arrivals. And so what I'm gonna do is simply go back. Okay. And so on the hoodies, I'm gonna go through each one. So hoodies should say new arrivals. The coats should say new arrivals in the descriptions. And like I said earlier, the name is gonna be the same on the image. Pants and jeans should also say new arrivals. That's the image. The dresses and skirts should say new arrivals. Trending on social media should say customer favorites. Go back. Under $40 should say customer favorites. Accessories should say customer favorites. And like I said earlier, t-shirts should say new arrivals. Okay, so that is how you do the categories. Easy. Just add the image and then put the correct description. Next, we're gonna go to the products. Okay, so the main product that we're gonna be using for the tutorial is this ostrich orange tea. So I'm gonna show you it first and how to add this. So go to add here. Go to the if you inside the starter files, go to products, and you will see ostrich tea 1. Get it? Just drag it over, not like that. Scroll down first, get it, drag it over. You can highlight all 3 of these and add them at the same time, but let's see, like this, and add the rest. this is the only one that has multiple images. So I wanted to show you how to do multiple images as well. That's why I will be working with this project mainly throughout the entire project. Okay, so we're not gonna have a description. The name is inside of the image. So if you ever forget the name, it's ostrich orange tea. You really can, I'm not really trying to load that. You really can like act like you're gonna rename it, get it, copy and paste it if you want to make sure that you have it down pat. So ostrich orange tea, no description. Okay, so something important that you want to make sure that you do throughout this entire process. Okay, so right here where it says variant, you want to add a variant, and the feature requires you save product first. Oh, okay, so make sure you save the product first. Oh, we got to put a price. So the price, we'll say $20, and the price really don't matter, guys. Just add your own price. So save the product. Okay, so now let's go ahead and add a variant. Okay, so now inside it, add a variant group. And inside of variant group, we're going to add some sizes and colors. Okay, I mean not size and color, but we're going to add some sizes. In particular, we'll add small, medium, large, extra large, and 2X. So all we got to do here is say small, or right here you'll say size, and then options, small, comma, small, medium, large, and anytime you do a comma, it'll go ahead and add it, small, medium, large. And it will say XL, so X large, like that, to XL. So from here, all you need to do is go ahead and save changes right here. So hit save changes. And then if you go back, you'll see it says small, medium, large, extra large, and 2X. Okay. So save again. So it's important that you remember this step. You see in the categories, you can add it to any of these categories. And so these categories can be random as well, because really it doesn't matter for the entirety of the project specifically. So just add a random category, but as you know, a T is probably gonna be under the t-shirt category. So just add the t-shirts and add it to the correct category as you see fit. And I want you to also add this to like a related product as you see fit. You probably won't have any related products because you should only have one product. But once you add products, start adding some related products, because it's just going to start automatically generating your stuff. Okay, so once you save this, what I want you to do is duplicate the product. The reason why you want to duplicate is because it will automatically add this variant, and you won't have to continue to add the variant for each product. Okay, so just duplicate the product. Once you do that, that's when you change the name of this to the next product, which could be pink hoodie or the ripped jeans. But go ahead and do that. But what I'm gonna do for you guys, I'm gonna go to products. I'm gonna go to this orange tea, and I'm going to go ahead, I'm gonna delete one of these because it's basically the same thing inside of here. All right, and I really want this image here first, to be honest. So anyway, go ahead and save. And so you want to duplicate the product. I'm gonna click on each one of these so you can go ahead and see what it looks like. And actually see, now I got these twice. So I think this is the one. Just delete that. Okay, here we go. So I'm gonna go through each one of these products one by one, and you see that this has a description. You don't have to add a description if you don't want to, but it's a description here, and I probably just generated it from something. But don't worry about that. Got a category, got related product, and I'm just gonna scroll down. If you want to copy the prices and stuff, I'm gonna go through each one of these products real quick, so you'll know. See how this one doesn't have one. Have a description, so we don't necessarily need it. Just scrolling down so you guys can see. So brown tea, $40, and you can also see my categories on the side. So pause it as you need to. Hoodie, pink tee, 25. Black dress, white crop top, ripped jeans, Docker pants, printed skirt, and ostrich tee once again. Okay, so you should have your products added, or you need to pause and add your products. And to be honest, if you don't feel like adding all the products right now, just make sure you add this ostrich tee product, because that's the one we're going to be working with mainly, and then add one of the other products, because you're going to want at least 2 products so you can follow along through the tutorial. And then if you want to add the rest of the products later, you can do that, but make sure you add at least 2 or at least 1 more, including this ostrich orange tee, because that's the one we're going to be working with mainly throughout the project. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and go back to VS Code. So now that that is done, what we need to do is just simply clear out these files here. And I'm gonna go to terminal, new terminal. We want to go over to the right. It should say node, click node. And then the next thing we're gonna do is cancel this out. Before we do that though, we want to check the .env. And so you see this .env, we need the .env to be outside of this source folder. So take the .env, move it outside. I made that mistake, and I noticed that. So move it outside of the source folder or this would not work. All right, and so now you want to go on node again, make sure that's on node. You want to hit Control C and then hit Y. And so we have to restart the application or .env will not work. Okay, so once you cancel it, and now all we had to do is restart it. So hit npm start, and that should restart this application. If everything is working correctly, you should see root right here. All right, and so now we're going to work on that root component, that root page, and the header, the footer, the nav bar, and stuff like that. So let's go ahead and minimize this. And we need to work on one thing before we do that, and it's the basis of this entire program in terms of the theme. And so we're going to create a new file. So inside of the source, we're going to create a file, and this file will be called theme.js. So theme.js. And so theming is something you can do in Material UI. If you want to read more about it, you can go on their website and they can go in more detail. But I'm going to show you guys a basic theme that you can create. And what it does is it also allows you to use the same colors throughout your entire program. And so if you wrap your theme inside of your app, you can use it'll use those same colors primarily. The only downside to it is you really only have 2 primary themes, which is the primary and the secondary, and you can't like have like a 3rd, 4th, 5th. But once they implement those, I'll actually like really like it a lot. But anyways, without going into too much of a rant here, let's go ahead and import create theme. So create theme, and that will be coming from @mui/material. Let's hit enter here, and we're going to create a theme here. So const theme. Right here, const theme equal create theme, like this, a bracket, and then a curly bracket, empty object. Here we're going to say palette, like this, and this palette is going to have an empty array which will contain primary, and then your primary, this will be the colors right here. So the primary color, we're going to have a main, and so on this main you can put in the color that you want. And so in this one we're going to have EBD96B. Okay, and then right below this primary, what we're going to do is have a comma, and then we're going to have our secondary color. So our secondary color object, and so inside the object we'll say main, and then it's going to be black. So it's just going to be #0000000 like that. All right, and so now we have those. This will be the text for the like the background color and stuff like that. The next thing that I want to do is work on the text color. So we have a comma here, and we're going to say text. And so in this text, we're going to have a primary and a secondary. And on here, you say primary. The primary text color will be black. So 00000, like that. And then comma. And then we'll have a secondary color. And the secondary color will be an RGB color. I'm going to show you guys how to do that. So I just wanted to put that in here. And for RGB colors, RGBA, like this, all you have to do is put all of that inside of the quotes. So RGBA 55, comma 55, 55, comma 55 again, comma 0,6, like that. 0.6 or 0.6. Sorry about that. 0.6. All right. So that's how you put the colors in. So this is our theme. All right. And so the last thing that we have to do here is say export. and you'll say default, like that, export default theme. All right, so now we have simply created our theme. Took no time at all. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of this terminal. We'll go back and forth between the terminals if we find an error throughout the project. But anyway, so this is the theme. All right, so now what we're gonna do is go to our pages right here, and we want to go inside of the root. All right, so on the root, the first thing we're gonna do is delete this React import, and then we're going to import something else. We're going to import the outlet, and so the outlet will be everything that is going to go inside of the nav bar and the footer. So have the outlet, and then let's import the theme provider. So theme, capital T, theme provider right here, and that is not emotion. That is not that one. It should be coming from @MUI/material. Okay. Material. All right, the next thing that we're going to do is import the theme that we just created. So import theme, and this theme will be coming from the theme that we just created. So /theme, like that. The next thing we're going to do is import the nav bar and the footer, but we have not created those yet, so we will just have it empty here. But I hit enter twice, just leave us a little bit of space. All right, and so inside of the root, what we're going to do is delete this div, and then we're going to say theme provider. Okay, so the theme provider will call something here, and we're going to say theme equals the theme that we just created. And so whatever you put here will take the properties of the entire theme. So that theme we just created that is here, everything that is under this theme provider will have it. Almost think about it like React context in a way. Okay, and so in the middle of this, what we're going to do is put the nav bar, the outlet, and the footer. But for right now, since we only have outlet, we're just going to put the outlet here, and we'll come back and put the nav bar and the footer. So what we'll do, we'll go over here to the components folder, and I want to create another folder, and in this folder, I'm going to call it common. Okay, and so inside the common folder, we'll add a file, and that file will be footer.js, and we want to add another file, and this file will be called nav bar. So inside of here, I'm going to call nav bar, like that, .js. Hit enter. All right, so we have nav bar, and actually I'm going to rename this. I'm actually going to capitalize the B, nav bar and footer. All right, and so we have nav bar and footer. Slide that nav bar inside of the common and make sure it's in the common. Mine was not. So right here, what we're going to do is take away these top tabs just to kind of give us some room here. And the first thing we want to do is work on the nav bar. So what we're going to have is a couple of imports. So we're going to import useState. So import useState coming from React right here. And actually, okay, we can do it a little bit later. Now we're going to import something else. We'll import link, and link will be coming from React Router DOM. Our next import will be a couple of things to actually build out the nav bar. So we have app bar, and that will be coming from @MUI material, comma, we want box, comma, container. The next one we want is toolbar, so toolbar. We want an icon button. We want topography. We want menu. We want menu item. Menu item. We want button again, and we want badge, like that. All right, icon button, that you should be lowercase. All right, so now that we have all those imports there, we'll import a few more things. We want to import the menu icon, like that, and that will be coming from, we're gonna do it like that, menu like that, icon, but I'm gonna take away the brackets to get it directly. So we have menu icon. And then we're also going to import local mall icon, like that. And let's change something up here. Sorry about that, but right here at the top, you want to have a slash here. It's going to be menu, and then right here at the top, you want to have a slash here, and it'll be local mall, like that. Okay, at MUI material icons local mall. Perfect. Next, we're going to import logo, and that will be coming from // img/common/logo.png. All right. So the next thing we're going to do is go down right here. I'm going to import use context from React, and then we're also going to import the cart context, which will be coming from //context/cart context. Now you could put use state up here with put use context up here with use state with, and actually we can do that. Let's go ahead and do that. So this is everything we have, and then I'm gonna format this. Now I'm here RAFCE and go ahead and get our cons here. Delete that React import. So here you go. This is what we're dealing with. We have our imports here, and then we have our cons here. So now we have to work on building this out. So I'm gonna go outside of that for 1 second, and what I'm gonna do is show you guys a way to kind of have a way to add more pages and more things to the nav bar. I'm gonna create a page link. So I'm gonna say cons page links equals, and this will be an array object. So an array object, and you want to say page, and so this will be the name of your page, whatever you want it to be. So for us this time we're gonna say catalog, and so the page will be catalog, and right below it we're gonna say link, and the link to the catalog will be this. And so you want to put slash here catalog, and so that's the name of our page, or link to our page. So make sure you have that slash right there. It's very important. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is go down here inside of this nav bar, and right in front of, or right above this return, what we're going to do is say const, and we'll say anchor l nav comma set anchor l nav right there equals use state, and this use state will be null, like that. All right. The next thing we're going to do is create a way to handle the nav closing and opening once we are in a more mobile setting. Okay, so we're going to say handle open nav menu. So handle open nav menu equal event, or you can just say E, whatever one you want, and we'll say set anchor nav to event dot current target. Okay, all right, and so we need the same thing for the close. So we're gonna say const handle close nav menu, and that's gonna be equal to empty. So we're not gonna put an array in there, but we'll have empty parameters, and then we'll say set to null. So set the anchor l nav to null. All right, so from here what we can do now is also say const, and we're going to say cart. All right, gonna be using context here, use context, and then we're going to say cart context. So what we're going to do with this cart context, we're going to use it to display how many items we have inside of our cart. That's why we have it in the nav bar. I know you've seen it before where it had a number beside the cart, so it can tell you how many items you have inside of the cart. All right, so the next thing we must do is go inside of this return right here. All right, and so let's do that right now. I get rid of that, so let's do that right now. We're going to take this and we're going to say app bar. So app bar like that, and inside of the app bar what we need to do is have a container and things like that. But first, let's put an elevation in here. An elevation will be equal to 0, color, and the color will be equal to background. And then we'll have a position, and that position will be equal to static. All right, let's go one level below that. And so now we'll have that container that we were talking about. And I love using container because you can easily set your min widths and stuff like that, your max widths. And we're going to be using max width a lot today. And so the max width right here will be XL, because you don't want to just stretching over the entire screen if you have a large device, a large screen. So now what we're going to do is have a toolbar, All right, and so on that toolbar, we're going to disable gutters, and inside of toolbar, we have a box. Okay, and this box is going to have a couple different properties that we need to put inside of it. So what we're going to do is have a component here, and that component will be equal to an img, so it'll be equal to an image. Then we need an sx prop, and that xx prop will have a padding, and that padding will be equal to 1. All right, and this should be xx, this should be equal, so yeah, here we go. So padding is 1. Width, that width will be equal to 10 pixels. The next thing we're gonna have is display. And so another thing about xx is you can kind of set your responsive design inside of an xx prop with display. And so this display extra small will be none, so it will not show when the screen is extra small. And extra small, I think, is around from 0 to maybe 400 pixels. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but I think that is it. And like medium, I think is somewhere between 6 to 800. It go extra small, small, medium, large, extra large. And you saw we got extra large inside of the max width right here. And so Material UI has these shortcuts that you can use throughout. You can learn more about that on the Material UI's website. So what we want to do is continue with this. We're gonna go below this SX prop, and then we're going to add an alt tag, and the alt tag is simply going to say navbar. Doesn't have to be anything fancy. And we have a source, and that source is going to equal to logo, like this. All right, and so looking at this, what I need to do, this box should be self-closing. I believe once you have like a component or something like this, I need to self-close that img component like this, because it works like an image tag, and you're not gonna have image. It'll just be one tag, if that makes sense. So what we're gonna do from here is import the nav bar, just so we can kind of see our progress a little bit. And in order to do that, we need to go back to the root, and in the root, what we need to do is go here and we need to import that nav bar. So import nav bar like this, and we're going to add the nav bar above the outlet. Remember what I said about the outlet being all the other pages in the middle. So we're going to import that nav bar here, and now let's take a look and see exactly what we have so far. All right, so you see the logo here, pretty good. And we see we have home page. So once we make out the home page will be displayed here. All right, so everything is looking okay so far. Now let's go back to our nav bar and continue building this out. So now let's add a typography here. So we're going to add a typography, and on this typography we're going to have a couple of things on this line. The first thing we'll do is have a variant, which will be H6. It's basically a H6 tag. And the next thing we're going to say is no wrap. We don't want it to wrap. We're going to have a component tag on here. Component, and this component tag will be an H, so it's basically changing this entire thing into an H tag. We'll have an href, and so on this href it will be equal to just a slash, and that will take us back to the home page. We'll have an xx prop, and this xx prop we're going to have a couple of things. Have an mr, and mr is basically margin right. All right, and so mr will be 2. We have display, and the display will help us with that mobile design. And so what we're going to do here has extra small will be equal to none, comma, and then we'll have medium, and medium will be equal to flex. All right, comma. Next thing we're going to do is have font family. So font family, and the font family will be equal to Poppins. Next thing we're going to do is have a font weight, and the font weight will be equal to 900. Under that we're going to have color, and this color will be equal to inherit. And then one more thing under that, we have text decoration, like that, and text decoration will be equal to 900. I mean, sorry, 900 will be equal to none. All right, and so inside of this text, or inside this typography, we want to have something that says fashion like this. And actually, let's capitalize fashion like that. All right, that looks good. Let's take a quick look. All right, looks pretty good. Now let's come back. So what we can do next, under this typography right here, we want to have a box. So let's have a box, and this box will not be self-closing. We're going to have an XX prop, and inside this XX prop, we're going to have flex grow. So flex grow, and the flex grow will be equal to 1. We'll have a display, and that display will be equal to extra small, none, just like we had earlier. So extra small, none, and then medium will be equal to none. Oh, sorry about that. Extra small will be equal to flex. We want the opposite of what we did earlier. Okay, and so this is basically going to set us up for our mobile version of the nav bar, because once this will show, medium will be none. It won't show. This will be more of the mobile nav. So anyways, let's go ahead and continue. We're gonna have icon button, and this icon button will have some lines on it as well. Right here we're gonna say size, and this size is gonna be equal to large. The next thing we're gonna do is say on click, and this on click will handle the open nav menu, so we can open that mobile nav, and then the color will simply be inherit, like that. All right, so inside of this icon button, we're going to put a button in here, and this button will be menu icon, like that, self-closing tag. And so that's all that we need inside of that icon button. Below the icon button, we need a menu, and so this menu will close off like this, and we need to put a couple things inside the menu in order to get this to work. So inside of the menu, what we're going to do is add an anchor here. So we're going to say anchor EL, and anchor EL will be equal to anchor EL nav, like that. Under that, what we want to do is add an anchor origin. So anchor origin, and the anchor origin, you want to put another curly bracket in there, and you want to say vertical. And so inside of here, on vertical, what you want to do is say bottom. So vertical is bottom, and then below vertical, you want to say horizontal. And so on the horizontal, we want the horizontal to be left. All right. And so outside of those double curly brackets, we're going to say keep mounted. So you want to keep mounted. And the design of this entire nav bar, if I didn't say, was from Material UI. And so next we want to say transformed origin. So transform origin, you want to put another curly bracket in here, and you want to kind of do the same style in here, the same kind of flow. You'll say vertical, and it's going to be top this time, and then horizontal. Let me scroll down so you guys can see that in the middle. Right there. So horizontal. Sometimes it let me hit down, sometimes it doesn't. But horizontal will be left, like this. And under the transfer origin, under here, we're going to say open. And that open, we'll have a curly bracket in here. We'll say Boolean. And inside of the Boolean right here, we want to put anchor L nav, like here. And then we'll say on close. On close. You want to capitalize close. By the way, capitalize that C. Okay, and so on close, you want to have it equal to handle on close. So handle on close nav menu. All right, and so under that, we're gonna have an SX prop. Just add a little bit more design work here, and we're gonna say display. Display, and this for the responsiveness. So display, you want to say extra small. Extra small will be block, and then medium will be none. So once it's at a medium display, it'll be none. All right, and so inside the middle of the menu, we want to begin putting our menus in. This right here is the mobile navigation. So right here we're gonna have some JavaScript. So put curly brackets there, and we're gonna say page links dot map, and we're gonna map through those page links. All right, and so I want two brackets here, and then a curly bracket so we can destructure the page link. So we're gonna say page and link. So we're getting the page and the link out of that. Okay, and so after the second bracket, you want an arrow, and then you want to add two more brackets here like this. Hit enter. All right, and so after that, you want to say menu item. All right, and so we have the menu item here, and inside of the menu item on that first line, you want to have your key, and the key is going to be equal to page. All right, and then the next thing we're going to do is say on click, and on click we're going to say handle close nav menu. So here we go, handle close nav menu, like that. All right, so inside of the menu item, we're going to have a typography. And that typography is going to be a tag component. So on that first line of the typography, we're going to say component, and it'll be an a tag like that. On the href, and on that href, it's going to say link. So we're going to link the links to this typography, and then we want an xx prop, and so we're going to say text declaration is equal to none. Like this, the text declaration equal to none. All right, outside of that, I'm gonna hit enter so I can have a little bit of space here. Outside of that, I'm gonna say color, and the color will be equal to secondary. That will be coming from the theme that we made earlier. Text align, that text align will be center. Text align is center, like that. All right, and so after that, inside of the typography, what we want to do is simply put page here. So curly brackets here and put page like this. It's going to take the page, and we already took the link for the href like this. All right, and so after that, what we're going to do is start outside of this menu right here. I said outside the menu, outside that box, sorry. So outside this box. So after this box, that's going to be the end of the mobile navigation, and we're going to start working on the desktop navigation. But before we do that, I want to go and check and make sure everything is working. So here we go, we're on the home page. Don't worry about that. We'll get that fixed in a little bit. But we're going to go to inspect, and then we're going to go to the top right here where it has toggle toolbar. So you can move this toolbar left and right, but I was already up here, so click it, and you should see catalog right here. And so what I want you to do, let's go test out our item. We're gonna go back to VS Code, scroll up, and what I want you to do is simply take this, and I want you to comma and just put it 1 or 2 more times like this, and then we're gonna go back, and you see how it's generating those items here. So like that, there we go. And so we know that it works. We're gonna go back to VS Code, and we're simply gonna delete those. And so now that we know that it's working, we can continue with the rest of the nav bar here. All right, and scroll down a little bit, give it a little more room. All right, we're gonna start with another box. All right, and this box will be self-closing. Hit enter a couple times, give ourselves a couple spaces so we can work with. We're going to say component, and that component will be equal to an img, and it will be similar to what we have already done. All right, we're going to put an sx prop, and we're going to give it some padding. So that padding will be 1. We're going to give it a width. That width will be 10 pixels. Below that, we're going to give it a display, and on that display, we'll give it an sx. That sx, not s, but xs. We'll give it a display of flex, and the medium MD will be none. All right, and so after that, we're gonna go outside of the SX and the alt prop. We'll get an alt of nav bar. So alt, and it can be just nav bar like this, nav bar. Okay, and so after that, we're gonna do the source, and the source will be the logo. So source and logo like that. All right, so after that, I'm gonna scroll down a little bit more. Okay, and let's go ahead and space this back, give it a little room. And so now we need a typography. So I'm gonna say typography like that, enter. Okay, on this typography, we're gonna have a couple of things on that first line. We're gonna have a variant, and the variant this time will be subtitle 2. So subtitle 2. After that, we're gonna give it a no wrap. After that, we're going to give it a component, and this component right here will be in a tag. So we're making it a link. We're going to give it an href. That href will just be a line. So there you go, like that will be a slash. Now we need an xx prop. Let me give myself a little bit of room here. working on a small display, so I'm sorry if I ever had to enter, but I want you to be able to see what I'm typing. So what we're gonna do, give it a margin right. The margin right will be equal to 2. Oh, sorry about that. I'm not inside of the SX, am I? Not inside of it at all. Okay, margin right. We'll give the margin right a 2. After that, what we're gonna do is talk about the display. So the display, once again, we will give it an SX prop. I mean, not SX prop, but XS, which is extra small, and the extra small will be flex, and the medium will be none. All right, after the display, let's talk about flex grow. We're gonna give flex grow. The flex grow will be 1. After that, we're gonna give it a font family. The font family will be mono space. So font mono space, and I need to go up here, put a comma. I forgot that comma right there. That's important, guys. Don't forget your commas. And don't forget your quotes here, mono space. Don't just type mono space like I did. All right, so next, font weight. We're gonna give it a font weight. That font weight will be 700. You don't need the quotes for that. 700. We're gonna get a letter spacing. This letter spacing will be 0.3 REM. Next, we'll get a color, and the color will be inherit, like this. And we will give it a text declaration. You know you got to put the text declaration, and the text declaration will be none. Go back up where I forgot the other comma here and clear that up. Okay, so inside of the typography right here, let me space that, or backspace that. And so in between the typographies, all we're gonna do is capitalize and say fashion on this like we did earlier. Okay. And so after that, under the typography, we're going to have another box. This will not be self-closing this time. And we're going to give it an SX. Been using SX a lot. I really do enjoy SX. It gives you a way to just do some inline styling very quickly. So we're going to give it a flex grow. All right. And so not flow, grow, homie, grow. All right. So flex grow. The flex grow will be 1. Justified content. There we go. Justified content will be flex dash end. All right, after that, we will give it a display, and that display will be a extra small. Extra small will be none, and then the medium MD will be flex, like this. Okay, so under this box right here, now we kind of have to do the same thing we did earlier. We want to look through the page links, so we're going to add some JavaScript here, and we're going to say page links and that map curly bracket, curly bracket. All right, and so now we need, I said curly bracket, sorry about that, bracket, then a curly bracket. I'm gonna say page link. Outside of the second one, we'll put our arrow, and we want more brackets like that. All right, now what we're gonna do is add a button. Okay, so we're gonna say button, and this button will have the key. So the key side of that first button, anytime you're dealing with keys, you want to put it inside of the first thing that you do. So we're going to say page for the key once again, and then we're going to say on the click, and this on click will be handle, close, nav, menu. Then we'll have an SX. On this SX, we're going to have color, and that color will be equal to inherit. After that, what we're going to do is say display, y'all know the rules. We're going to say block. Oh, that's a lock. I don't know what that was. Sorry about that. And then we're going to give it a margin of 3, not 32, but 3. All right. And then inside of here, we're going to say href, and href will be equal to link once again. And inside of the button, what we're going to do is say page, like that. Okay. So now let's go ahead and go here. Let's see if this is working. Just exit this out, and there you go. You see the catalog over here. Now all we got left is to put the cart over here to the right. So let's go back to VS Code, and underneath the box here, all right, underneath the box, what we're gonna do is put a link. So we're gonna put link like this, and that should double. I don't know why that did not double. Sometimes it don't want to work right. See, there it is. It did it correctly that time. Interesting. Anyway, on that link, what we're going to do is say 2. And then we want to say, here we go, 2. And we're going to put some quotes here. And we're going to say cart. So like this, we're going to say cart. All right. Under the link, we're going to give it a badge. So we'll say badge like this. And so on that first line of the badge, what we want to do is say badge content. like this, and this will allow us to display the amount that is inside of our cart. So it's a badge equal curly brackets right here, and we're gonna say cart question mark, and we'll say cart again question mark dot total underscore items, and then we'll say 0 like this. All right, so cart, if we have the cart total items, not just to put 0. All right, so what we want to do after that is say color, and we'll give it a color of secondary. All right, and so what we're going to do in between this is put local mall icon like this, and we're going to give it a color of action, and put this like this. Now, one thing that I did notice, local mall icon, let's scroll up here, we put local mall instead, so put local mall icon here at the top, and take away these brackets, just like we have menu icon here. We want local mall icon from a tier UI says local mall, and I believe that should work. All right, so I'm gonna give it a little space. I'm gonna format the document like this just to make it look good. So now let's check and make sure everything is working. All right, there we go. So we got fashion, catalog, and we have the local mall icon here. Nothing is being displayed, so that's fine because we don't really have anything going on with this page yet. But let's go ahead and back to VS Code. And so everything seems to be working correctly. All right, let me scroll all the way up. Yes, everything looks fine. So what we're gonna do now is go back to our pages, and we're gonna go back to the root just so we can make sure everything's good there. Have navbar. Now we need to work on the footer, and the footer will be displayed here. So we're just gonna say footer like this, and slash it like that, and we need to import the footer. So right below the navbar, we're gonna say import footer from, and then it'll be the same thing, dot slash components slash common slash footer like this, and then we're gonna go to the footer here, RAFCE, enter, and so now we have the footer. And so if I go back to the project, there you go, she'll see footer under here. Okay, now we're gonna go back, and now we will work on the footer. All right, so for the footer, we're going to remove this import right here, and we're going to import box. So import box, and box will be coming from at MUI / material, and then we're going to go back inside of this curly bracket here and import the rest of our items. So we're going to say container, we need stack, lowercase t on stack, we need typography, we also need link like this. All right, so under that line, we're going to import some more things. We're going to import Facebook, and you may be thinking like, where's Facebook coming from? So Facebook is coming from, and this is inside the images folder that we had earlier. So // slash, and so here you want to go to img slash footer, and then you want to say slash Facebook .png. Okay, all right, the next one we're going to import is Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn. So we're going to say import, and we'll say Instagram like this, Instagram from, same thing, // slash img slash footer slash, and then we'll go down to Instagram. The same thing again for Twitter and LinkedIn. So we're going to type those in. So from // img slash footer slash Twitter. I keep hitting it down there, thinking it's going to work. Twitter.png. And then another import lastly for linked ID or LinkedIn. I said linked ID, LinkedIn. So LinkedIn. And it will be coming from // img slash footer slash linked in .png. All right, so that's all we need for that. under this, I'm going to show you guys how you can create your own styles inside of a file if you, for some reason, need to change a style. And so I thought putting it in the footer would be a great way to teach you this small yet simple yet effective skill. So let's create our own style. It's going to be a custom box. So and this is a custom component just right here inside. And you can do this inside a separate file, but I just want to show you this briefly here. So we're going to say const styles equals, and on the equal, we're going to say custom box, and we're going to have a bracket here. So custom box like this. All right. So inside of this, we can put custom properties and use this style inside of a box or inside of whatever. So here we go. What I want to put in here is we're going to put a width, and its width is going to be equal to 100%, comma, we're going to put a height, and the height will be equal to auto, and auto needs to be inside of quotes like this. So auto. Next, we're going to say background color, and the background color will be #000. Okay. Next, we're going to say background repeat, and the background repeat will be no repeat, and then comma repeat. Okay, there's a repeat. Repeat. All right. Next, under that, we're going to say background position. So on the background position, it will be center. Next, we'll have a background size. So background size. On the background size, it will be cover. Under the background size, we're going to have a margin top. So just simply say margin top. And we're going to be 5 rem. We'll also have a padding top. And that padding top will also be 5 rem. And we'll have a padding bottom. That padding bottom will be 8 rem. All right. So that's all we need for our custom style. Now we will go inside of the return and actually build out the footer. So the first thing we need to do is remove this div, and we're going to put a box here. And my computer is acting a little slow. I need the box to auto generate. There we go. Perfect. So next we're going to do is add that style that we had earlier. And actually, I'm going to put this on one line. All you need to do to add the style is say style or styles. Sorry about that, styles. And the styles will be equal to styles dot custom box. And what that does is apply all of these styles right here to this box. So from there, we're going to start editing the inside of the box. So first thing I'm going to do is add that container. And I want to make sure that I put it like this so it can double. There we go. So we're going to say container. And here we're going to say max width. And that max width will be equal to extra large. Okay. Underneath that, we're going to have a stack like this. Okay. And on that stack, we're going to give it a couple properties. We're going to give it a direction. And that direction will be equal to double curly brackets, and we'll say extra small. And so this is just like when we did an SX prop and we had different functionalities for different displays. So if you have an extra large or medium or however large it is. So the extra small, we want to have a column, comma, and for the medium size, we want to have row. All right. Outside of the double curly bracket, we have a justify content. So justify content. And at justify content, we have a double curly bracket as well. We're going to say medium. And all we will do here is say space and put a space between. All right. And so under this stack, sorry about that. Under this stack, what we're going to do is add another stack. All right. And so on this stack, what we're going to do is add a spacing. And that spacing will be equal to 2. Okay. And between that stack, we're going to add a topography. And on that topography, we're going to add a color. And the color will be equal to white. Like that. All right. And so right here, we're going to add a variant. And that variant will also be equal to, I say also, it will be equal to H3. And inside of here, we're going to say fashion. Like this. And I want that to stay lowercase. All right. Under that topography, what we're going to do is add another topography. And on this topography, we're going to have a color, and that color will be equal to gray. And then on that, we'll have a variant, and this variant this time will be equal to a subtitle 2. And under this, it's gonna say a phrase, and this is just any phrase that you want, but I put complete your style. So complete your style with awesome clothes from us. And this can be whatever you want it to be. It doesn't necessarily have to be that, but that's just the little slogan or little motto that I wanted to use. So anyways, what we're gonna do here is under this typography, but inside of this stack, we're gonna hit enter on that typography, and we're gonna add a box. And did it so fast my computer cannot keep up. There we go. So I'm gonna have a box, and we'll have a link. And so these links will be links to the Instagram, Twitter, and all that stuff. So bear with me with this. It's gonna be kind of redundant, but we're gonna copy and paste a little bit. So here we go. Link will say underline, and you can do this with the material I links. So say underline, or say none. The href will have an href here, and on the href, what we're gonna do is say https, and then / like this, facebook.com. And then I want to go ahead and hit enter here just to give me some space. I'm going to go down. But inside of that same first link line, what we're going to do is add an img. Or I said under that same link line. Sorry about that. What we're going to do is delete this like this. There we go. Inside of this link, what we're going to do is add an img. So img. Like this, and the img should be a self-closing tag like that. All right, so on that img, what are we going to do? We're going to have a class name. So this class name will be equal to footer dash icon like this, and we want to have a source. So the source will be equal to Facebook. So we want curly bracket here for the source, and the source will be Facebook like that. All right, and then let's give it an alt. So the alt tag will be equal to Facebook like this. All right, so what I'm going to do is format this document just so it can look a little bit better. Okay, so I think I can just make this one line. It's kind of long, but it's not overly long to where I was gonna have to worry about it. I thought I wasn't gonna have enough space, but looks like it's just barely enough space here. So all right, so what I want to do here, take this link, and what we're going to do is copy it a couple times. So 1, 2, and 3. So now we have 4 links. All I'm saying Facebook. Now I want to go back to the project and check out and see what we're working with. So on here we have the Facebook icons showing up here, and we got complete your styles. So right here we have the icons showing up, which is good. And so what I'm going to do, we need to remove that as well. What I'm going to do is simply put this on the side so we can kind of keep up with it. Okay, now we can see it side by side. What we're going to do is delete this line that we have right here. Delete that line so that can go away. All right, so now that we know that the links are working, what we need to do is just simply convert these from Facebook to Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn. So all I need to do really is just delete this where it says Facebook, and change this to Twitter, change this one to Instagram, and then change the bottom one to linked ID. LinkedIn. I keep saying linked ID, but LinkedIn. All right, and so then on the side where it has the source, we just need to change the source to the following: Twitter. Go down, change the other source to Instagram, and then at the bottom change this source to LinkedIn. So then all of these should change. All right, perfect. All right, we are looking good so far, but we have a little bit more things to go. So what I'm going to do is just add the size back to this, and you see this box, and then you see this stack. Under this stack, what we're going to do is add another stack. That is not how you add another stack. Under this stack, we're going to add another stack. And so there's a few things we need to add inside of here. On that first stack line here, we need to add a direction. and that direction will be equal to double curly bracket here. We're going to say medium, and we want it to be a row. So the direction will be row. Spacing will be equal to 5. Okay. Inside of the stack, what we want to do is add a box. And in this box, we're going to have some typography. Okay. So inside the box, add some typography here. Okay. And the first line of typography is going to have an SX prop, which is text declaration. And this text declaration will be underlined like this. Okay. Next thing we're going to do outside of the SX, we're going to add a variant. And that variant will be an H6. So H6. And we're going to add a color. And that color will be equal to white. All right. Inside of this, we're going to say company. So company. Like this. Okay. All I'm going to do now, I'm just going to take this line right here. And actually, not this line. Go down one. We're going to actually do this one manually as well. So let's have a typography here. And on this typography, what we want to do, have a color. And that color will be gray. And we have a margin bottom. And that margin bottom will be equal to 1. Side of this, we're going to say about. Now, these about links and the next link that we're going to make, or next typography we're going to have, we're going to copy and paste. This one will be a contact. Now, these won't do anything. Now, you can fully flesh out this entire project by making these actually clickable to do something. But for the purpose of this and for to cut down on the time, we're not going to have it do a whole lot. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do is take this box, and we're just going to simply copy this entire box and then paste it down below. And all we need to do is change this right here, company, change it with quick links. And I'm actually going to make that 2 words, quick links. And change this typography, add 1 here. And so you have about, change about to catalog. So catalog. Change this contact to the size guide. So size guide. And then change this contact to FAQs. Like that, FAQs. Okay. Okay. Under this box, we're going to add 1 more box. So just simply paste it again, or I say paste it again. Copy this right here. Paste it again under this box. And for this one, we only need 2, so we can delete this one here. And so where it says quick links, what we're going to do is add something that says legal. Right where catalog is, we're going to change this to terms and conditions. And where the size guide is, we're going to add private policy. So privacy or privacy policy, privacy policy. Privacy policy, like that. All right. And so I'm going to simply get rid of the spacing over here, make it look a little bit better. Then I'm going to format document just to make sure it looks good. And then we're going to pull up the app again. And so this is what we're rocking with so far. So we have everything here. We're going to go back out. And so you see how this is white. The error here is the fact that it kind of confused me earlier. This should definitely be style and not styles. So now if we go back, it should be black like this, and that looks a whole lot better. So now we have our nav bar up at top, and we also have our footer here. So now we're ready to move to the next page here and go to the home page, and we can work within the home page. Let's start with the home page. So let's remove this React import, and we're going to import use state here, and we're going to also import use effect here, and that will be coming from React. All right. So under that, we have a few more imports that we need to attend to. So we're going to go ahead and import commerce, that commerce file that we worked on earlier. So import commerce from commerce from lib/commerce. Or lib. The next thing we're going to do is import, and it will be container. So container like that, and then we're coming from at MUI/material. All right. So after this, we have a few imports that we have not created yet, and all of those will be created inside of the components folder here. And so what I want to do before we do that is come down here, and I'm going to make a little bit of space. And let's move this out the way for now. I'm gonna make a little bit of space, and I'm gonna say const new arrivals. So we can capitalize new arrivals. Heading. Arrivals heading. All right. So new arrivals heading equals, and then all we're gonna do is say new arrivals like this. Okay. And so this will be our heading for a section of our homepage, and I put it as a const because if somebody wanted to change it, all you had to do is change it from the top, and you wouldn't have to just manually type it in. It'll be right here. So next thing I can do is say const customer favorites. So favorites heading, and here we're gonna say equals, and we'll say customer favorites like this. Okay. So we got new arrivals heading, and we have the customer favorites heading. And so after that, what we're gonna do is go inside right here inside this home page, and we'll say const, and we're gonna use state here. So const new arrivals, and we're gonna say comma, and we'll say set new arrivals equals use state, and we'll put an empty array in there. All right. The next thing we're gonna do is do the same thing for the customer favorites. So customer favorites, and we'll say set customer favorites equals use state, and inside there we'll put an empty array. Okay. So now that we have both of our states here, what we're gonna do is fetch our categories. And earlier we customized our categories on the CommerceJS website. We put our categories in. Now we're gonna go get those categories, bring them onto our website. So what we're gonna do is say const fetch categories. Okay, const fetch categories. Okay, so we're gonna have an array function like this. All right, so the next thing we're gonna do is say commerce.categories.list, call it there, and then outside that we say dot then, and so inside of here what we're gonna do is say categories. So categories, gonna have an array, an arrow, and then we want to put an object in just like this. So commerce.categories.list.then categories. All right, and so we're gonna call a couple of different things inside of this. So what we're gonna do is say set new arrivals. All right, so we have a new arrivals, and we're gonna set it, and it will be saved inside of this use state right here. So set new arrivals, we'll say categories (data) (filter). All right, so we're gonna filter the data item. All right, so inside of here we're gonna have an arrow. All right, we'll say item dot description dot includes, and so what we're doing here is taking every single item description that includes new arrivals. All right, and so it's very important that when you set up your CommerceJS that the description has new arrivals inside of it, and I'm gonna show you guys exactly what I'm talking about. If you go to categories, and here's the categories. If you go like hoodies, make sure that the description has new arrivals for certain ones. So make sure that hoodies has new arrivals. Let's go out. Make sure hoodies, coats, pants, jeans, dresses, and skirts, make sure these all have new arrivals, and make sure t-shirts has new arrivals. These three, trending on social media, under 40, and accessories, make sure they have customer favorites. All right, and so we're going to filter through each one of these so we can determine which ones we want to display. Okay, so now let's go back to VS Code, and so each category that has new arrivals in it will be saved. So I'm just going to copy this line, paste it here, and I'm going to change set new arrivals, and we're going to change it to set customer favorites. Okay, and so here we'll say each one that includes customer favorites. All right, it's important that you have the descriptions matching these right here, because if not, it's not going to load correctly. Okay, and so what we're gonna do here after this list, we're gonna say dot catch, and on that catch we're gonna catch the error. All right, and so all we're gonna do is just console.log. You can create a consistent or a real life error if you want, but most of the error handling will be handled by the React Router DOM. So anytime it's an error, that it will pop up. So I would say here is there was an error. Okay. All right. So we're done with this. The next thing we're gonna do is go down a little bit, and we're gonna have a use effect. And so right here, we're gonna call it use effect. So let's say use effect right here, and what we're going to do is put our dependency array inside of this, and actually want comma there. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is just call that fetch categories, and then there we go. So that's all you need. Going to format the document here. All right, everything looks good to go. So we're going to take away this home page right here, and we're going to add a container. And on that container, what we're going to do is add a max width. That max width will be equal to extra large. So max width, extra large, or XL. And then we're going to place all of our components inside of this return. So inside of our container, what we're going to do is go ahead and create our files that we need to insert here. So let's go here, and on this page or on this file structure, what I'm gonna do is just close this pages for right now, close the context, and we need to create a folder here. And so inside of the components folder, we want to create a folder here, and this folder will be called the home. Okay, just like that, home. Okay, and so on the home, we can create all the files that are going to be here. So let's go ahead and do that. Right here, we're going to create a banner.js. We're going to go ahead and say RAFCE and then hit enter. We're going to go ahead and create the hero. So say hero.js and then go ahead and say RAFCE, hit enter. Another file that we need to create is the listings. So listing like that, listing.js. Go ahead and say RAFCE, enter. The next thing we're going to do is create the sales banner. So hit sales banner.js, and then we're going to say RAFCE. All right, so we have all those on the home created, and there's one more that we need to create that I decided to put inside the common folder, because you can add this anywhere on the website. So I just decided to put it inside of the common, but you can put it inside of the home if you want, and that is the newsletter. So newsletter.js, and we're going to go ahead and say RAFCE, enter. Okay, let's go ahead and exit those out. For right now, we can leave the source open. So we'll go here, we'll go ahead and put an X here on all of these just to clean everything up a little bit. And we'll go ahead, go back to pages, home page. There we go. So you want the home page up. So what we're going to do is go ahead and import all of the things that we just created. So here, what we're going to do is import. First, we'll import the hero, and the hero will be coming from /components /home/hero. All right, the next thing we're going to do is import the listing. So import listing from /components/home/listing. The next thing we're going to do is import the banner, and the banner will be coming from /components/home/banner. Next on the list is the sales banner. So import sales banner, and that will be coming from /components/home/sales home slash sales banner. All right. And next, last but not least, we import the newsletter. So import newsletter, and then we're coming from slash components slash common slash newsletter. All right. So, and that should be a lowercase l. Let's fix that real quick. Let's go to components, home, newsletter. Okay, it's fixed here. I just typed it in wrong. Okay, perfect. All right, so back to the home page. Newsletter. Let's go ahead and put everything here that we are going to need. So what we're going to have first is the hero, like this, and it's a self-closing tag. And most of these, I say most of these, all of these will be self-closing. Next, we'll have the banner, like this. And next, we'll have the listing, and that listing will have a self-closing tag, and we're going to have a heading and some data here. So we're going to say heading, and this heading will be new arrivals heading. All right, and so then we're going to have some data, and that data will be equal to new arrivals. All right, and so we're going to have the sales banner here. So sales banner closing tag, and then we're going to have another listing, and this listing will have a heading, and you guessed it, the heading here will be customer favorites heading, and we'll have some data here, and this data will be customer favorites. Close it off. Perfect. And then last but not least, we'll have the newsletter closing tag like this. So now all we have to do is actually build out each one of these components, and then it will be built out. So let's see the project real quick. Let's go to fashion here, and you see how we have everything here: hero, banner, listing, sales banner, listing, newsletter. So all we have to do is just build these out, and then we can be finished with the homepage. So the first component that we're going to work on is the hero component. So we're gonna go here, go home, go to hero. All right, so go back that out. So what we're gonna do is delete this first. Next thing, we're gonna import link. All right, and that link will be coming from React Router DOM. The next import that we will have is a box. So we're gonna import box, and all of this will be coming from Material UI. So box, paper, container, typography, button. And sorry about that, typography should have a capital T. But we have button, we have stack like this. All right, and so what we're gonna do here is say from at MUI/material. Okay, so the next import that we need is the hero background, and this is another one of those items that I provided for you earlier. So it will become from //img/hero/hero image.png. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is import vector. All right, and this vector will be coming from //img/common/vector.png. Okay, and so with that being said, that is all of the imports that we will need. Not a whole lot of imports like we had previously. Okay, next thing we're going to do is come down, and we're going to create another custom style right here. So we'll say styles equals, we're going to have an object here, custom paper, like this. Okay, paper will have an object, and in this object we're going to have a couple properties. So the first one will be width, and our width will be 100%. The next one will be height. Our height will be auto. Next will be background image. So background image. This background image will be URL. You're gonna have a bracket here like this. Work with it for me. There we go. All right, and then you're gonna put in a $sign here, and then you're gonna put in curly brackets. This curly bracket will be hero, and it will be background. So you can put in some code like this inside of these. And this should be backtick, so sorry about that. Let me backticks here, like that. All right, that looks a whole lot better. Okay, comma. And next we're gonna have background repeat, so background repeat. On that background repeat, we're gonna have no dash repeat, comma, repeat. All right, comma. Next thing we're gonna do is have a background position, so background position. Okay, on the background position, it will be center. Next, we're gonna have a background size, so background size. And the background size will be cover. And next thing we're gonna do is have a padding top. And on padding top, it will be 1 rem. Okay, that will be our custom paper style. We did that earlier with another custom style. Okay, so next, inside of the hero, we can start putting everything in that we need here. So we first will have a paper, and we're going to add that custom style to it. So we're going to add paper like this. And if you remember correctly, the way that we add that custom style is just say style, not styles. And it'll say style equal like this. And see how I didn't want me to say something else. But anyway, so we have style. We'll have styles with an S right here, dot custom paper. All right. And so that will take all these properties and put it on this paper. Okay. And next thing we're going to do is add a container. So container. And our favorite thing throughout this project so far has been adding a container with max width. And that max width will be extra large. Okay. Next here, what we want to do is have a stack. And that stack will have a couple of different properties on it on that first line. So what we will do is add a justify content. So justify content. And that justify content will be space between. Like this. The next thing we're going to do is add an align items. So here we're going to add an align items. The align items will be center. The next thing we're going to do is add a direction for a little bit of responsive work. So add a direction, and that direction will be equal to, you want to put 2 empty objects here so far. And inside of these objects, what we're going to do is add an SX. And here we go. I say object, but curly brackets, and it will add XX, and it will be column like this, reverse for the XS. All right, the extra small. And the medium, when it's at a medium size, we want to have a row. Okay, that's how I read that. All right, so that looks good. Now inside of that stack, we're going to add a couple of different things. And the first thing we're going to do is add a box. All right, and so it did not do what I wanted to do. There we go. All right, we're gonna add a box. Sometimes I type a little bit too fast for it to comprehend, huh? So right here, we're gonna add a padding, and that padding will be equal to 5. I do love this about Material UI. You can just say P equals 5, and it's gonna give you a padding of 5. Next, we're gonna hit enter. We're gonna add an SX, and that XX will be a double curly bracket, and we'll have a Z index of 2. So it's a Z index, and a Z index will be equal to 2. Slide down a little bit so you guys can see. All right, so inside of the box, we're gonna have a couple of different things. And I said a couple of different things, gonna be some boxes. So right here, we're gonna add a box like that. And on this box, we'll have a class name. All right, and that class name will be equal to hero. Okay, hero dash box dash white. All right, and so inside of this box on the same line, we're gonna add a topography. So topography like this. And on that topography, we're going to add a couple of things. Class name, and that class name will be equal to hero text. So class name equal hero dash text. And we'll have a variant on this as well. And this variant will be equal to an H2. Okay. And so what we're going to do inside of the topography, we're going to type let's. It's going to be all capital. So let's like this. Let apostrophe S like that. So let's. All right, so this is the first line. And so with that first line done, what I want to do is go and check on our project. So I'm gonna go to the project here. And as you can see, all of this is not all the way correct yet, but we do have let's right here. We have the image right here. And so that's what it's gonna look like for now. Let's continue with the rest of it and finish it out. So I'm gonna go back to VS Code. And what I'm gonna do is copy this line or copy this box right here. I'm going to take it, copy it, and we're going to paste it a couple more times. We're going to paste it here. another box, another one, another one, another one. I'm just gonna paste it these many times. If we don't need one, I'll delete it. But anyways, so we have hero box white. We're gonna change this white to hero box none, and then that should not be capitalized. That cap blocks on, so it's just a none here. This should still say hero text, and let's is gonna be changed to explore. So capitalize that. We're gonna have explore right here. All right, on this line, so hero box white will be changed to yellow. Okay, so yellow. And right here where it says let's, we're gonna change it to unique. So unique, U-N-I-Q-U-E. All right, so unique. And then on this line right here, we're gonna change it to none as well. Cap locks is back on, so none. And we're gonna change this to clothing. So clothing, like this. So let's explore unique clothing. All right, all this looks good. And so what I can do right here is take away this box. So take away those two boxes right here. Okay, and so now what we have to do here is add another box, ironically. And on this box, it will be a little bit different. So this box will be different. We're gonna add a padding bottom right here, and this padding bottom will be equal to 2. And then we're gonna add a padding top, and the padding top will be equal to 2, like this. And then inside of this box, we're gonna add a typography. So let's add a typography here. And then this variant will be a subtitle 2. So subtitle 2. All right, and then we're gonna add a kind of a motto right here. And the motto will be live for influential. So, and do I want to capitalize the 4? Sure, let's capitalize for live for influential and innovative. Live for influential and innovative fashion. So capitalize fashion here, fashion, like this. All right, so now that we have all of this, what I'm gonna do is go back. Let's check on it. Okay, everything looks good so far. Good. Let's explore unique clothing, live for influential and innovative fashion. All right, everything looks good so far. I'm gonna go back here, and what we're gonna do is add a few more things to this hero section. Okay, and so outside of the box, what we're gonna do is here we're gonna add a stack. All right, and so on this stack we're gonna add a couple of things. Try this again. There we go. On this stack we're gonna add a couple of things, and we'll add a direction, and this direction will be equal to 2 brackets, and we'll say extra small, and that extra small will be column. Okay, medium, and medium will be row. All right, and the spacing here, we'll add a little spacing, just say spacing, and say 2 inside of there. All right, so inside of the stack, we're gonna add a box. And here we go again with the computer being slow. There we go. All right, so here we're gonna add an XX, and on this XX, we'll add a display, and this display will be equal to flex. All right, and so we have the display flex. We're going to add an align item. So we're going to say align item like this. Align item will be equal to center. The next thing we'll do is add a justify content. So justify. There we go, content. And on the justify content, it will be equal to center like this. All right. Now in the middle of this box, we're going to add an image. So let's add an img like this. Okay. Now we have our image. We're going to add a style here, some inline styling for you guys, double bracket. The inline styling for this, the width will be equal to 70%, so 70%. All right, we'll have a padding, and the padding will be equal to 10. All right, so now we'll go outside of that bracket, or outside of the style, and we're going to add a source. Our source will be a bracket here, and it will be vector. So we're going to take that vector image and add it there. All right, we're going to add an alt, and this alt will be equal to hero vector, or whatever you want it to be. Not as important, but you need an alt tag, so hero vector. Okay, so that is inside of this box right here. And so right outside of that, we're going to add a button. All right, and so this button will have a component. All right, and this component will be equal to link. So component, and this component will be equal to link. Okay, what this does is just simply turn this button into a link. All right, and so what we're gonna do is say to, and there we go, to, and where do we want to go? We're gonna go to /catalog, like this. All right, so whenever we click the button, it's gonna send us to the catalog. All right, so the next thing that we're going to do is put a variant inside this button. So we want the variant to be contained. There's a lot of different variants for buttons. Contained is one of those. You can check out more of those if you want on the Materialize website. Just go to it and search up button. But anyway, we're going to continue here. We're going to say color, and this color will be equal to secondary, like this. Okay. All right. Next, we'll add our text inside of the button, and all it will say is shop now. All right. And so what we're going to do is delete this space. We're going to come down here outside of this box, but right before this stack right here, what we're going to do is add another box. So here, I'm going to say box. Too fast for your CP, baby. All right, here we go. So add a box. And on this box, what we're going to do is add an XX. And this XX will have a Z index of 1. So Z index of 1. Next, we're going to have a margin top. So margin top. And yes, you could just say MT outside of this box and it should work, I believe, but we're going to put it inside of XX this time. So a lot of different ways you can do these things. So right here, we'll say width. And on this width, we're going to have some different widths depending on the size of the screen. And so how do you do that? It's just like when you use a display. So you got width, you want to add a bracket here, and we're going to say extra small. And extra small, the width of this will be 80%. Small, the width of this will be 50%. Then for medium, the width will also be 50%. You can say 50%, or you can just leave it empty and it'll stay the same, but I'll do it for the purpose of this. I'm just going to say 50%. And the large will also be 50%. And like I said, you could leave it there, or you can continue to define them as you like. Okay. So next, we'll say position outside of that. And the position here will be relative, like this. Next, what we're going to do is say top. And on top, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to say top. And on top, we're going to say extra small. Extra small will be 3 rem. And then medium will be 0. All right. So now we have that inside of this box. What we're going to do, and let me slide over just in case you didn't see. All right, rolling back. So here we're going to add an IMG. Okay, so an image, IMG, like this. On this image, it will have a class name, and that class name will be equal to hero-img-large. Okay. Next, the source. Okay, the source will be hero image, like this, and we'll have an alt. That alt will be equal to hero. Okay. All right. That looks good so far. Now let's take a look at what we have on the other side here. Hero image is not defined. Okay. Let's go back up. And yeah, we forgot to import. So here we go. So import the hero image. So hero image. Okay, and hero image will be coming from // hero / hero image .png. And so this right here should say hero. Okay. So yes, so this says hero and this says hero image, and I was wondering why we were already stretching the regular image, but all right, it's perfect. That worked out exactly the way it should have. All right, now let's go back here. So error cannot find hero background /img /hero dot. This should be JPG, and hero image hero / hero image is not popping up here. So what I like to do a lot of times, if I mess up something, I'll just erase the whole thing. Say // // img /hero image.png. There we go. And you see how it pulls up on the side? That's how I know that we got it right this time. Oh, right. Hero image is not defined. Whoa, let me refresh. There we go. I was like, wait a minute now. That's correct. Okay. Perfect. Everything is now looking good. We have the Let's Explore unique clothing. We have the shop now button. We have this little image here, and we have the image on the right. So everything is looking good now, guys. Sorry about the initial mix up with the stretching of the image. I thought because my screen was smaller, it was doing that. But no, it's because the image wasn't correct. But we fixed that, so everything is looking right. So make sure that yours looks like this, because we had a little bit of import error going on here. But anyways, all that is correct now. And so if you scroll down, everything should look exactly the way that I have it on my screen. So now that we have that on the home page, let's go back and let's look, what do we need to do next? Now we need to incorporate the banner. So let's make our way over to our banner. So over here, let's go to banner. And first we will remove this import and add our own. So we'll have import. And the imports that we'll have is box. And box will come from @MUI material. Remove that. Okay, we got box. We're going to add a stack. We're going to add a typography. All that coming from @MUI/material. Next, we're going to add a few icons. So here, we're going to add the local shipping icon, and it will come from @MUI/icons -material. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is add approval, capital APP, approval. Okay, and the next thing I'm going to do is add workspace premium, there we go, premium. All right, so that's all we need right there. The next thing we're going to do is add our own style once again. So we're going to say const styles equals, we're going to have curly brackets, and we're going to say custom, and we'll add a custom box. We did this earlier, custom box, add the object here, and we need to add our properties in. So width will be 100%. Next, I'm going to add background color. So background color. The background color will be hashtag capital EBD96B. Okay, comma. The next thing I'm going to do is add a border radius, so border radius, and that border radius will be 10 pixels. The next thing I'm going to do is add a height, and on this height we're going to add some custom stuff. So we're going to add an XX, so XS, and it will be 20 rem, comma, and that says 10, the 20, so 20 rem, and on medium we will add 5 rem. All right, next we're going to add a margin, so margin, that margin will be top, and on that margin top it will be 2 rem, and we forgot to add our comma here, so let's add a comma right here. Okay, margin top 2 rem. All right, next we are ready to start typing inside of the banner here inside this return. So what we're going to do is add a few things. Right here we're going to add a box, and on that box we're going to add that custom style. So let's add a style, and that style will be equal to, like this, styles with an S dot custom box, and now we'll add all our properties in. Inside of that box, let me scroll down a little bit, give you a little bit more room. Okay, so here we're going to add a stack. Okay, and on that first line of this stack, what we're going to do is add a direction, and that direction will be equal to 2 brackets, 2 curly brackets. I'm going to add an XS, and on that XS we'll add a column. Okay, so that column, we're going to add another one, and it will be medium, and on that medium we'll add a row. All right, after that we're going to add a justified content, and that justified content will be equal to space between. Okay, next after that we're going to add in a line items at that M right there. Okay, on that align items it will be equal to center. And we'll also add a padding. All you had to do is say P equals 3, like that. All right, so that's the first stack. Okay, this is the main stack. It will contain everything that we need. All right, and so after that, we're going to add another stack like this. And this stack will have a direction of row. So direction, and that direction equals to row. Next, we'll add an align item. So align items. And this align items will be equal to center. After that, we're going to add a spacing. And that spacing will be equal to 1. All right, inside of this stack, we're going to add our icon. So our local shipping icon will be up first. Self-closing like this. Next, we'll add a typography. So typography like this. And let's go to the beginning. There we go. So typography. And on this typography, that first line, we're going to add a variant. And this variant will be equal to an H5. We'll also add a font weight. And this font weight will be equal to 900. Like this. And inside of this typography, we're going to say fast delivery like this. All right, so now let's take a look at our project and see. All right, so here we go. We got fast delivery right here. This will be a part of our banner. All right, so now let's go back to VS Code. And so now everything is a lot simpler. So this stack, I'm going to backspace that, give me a little bit of room here in order to copy this. So just copy this first stack here. And all you gotta do is paste it 2 more times. Okay. Paste it 2 more times, and the only thing we got to change is the text and the icon. So we got the shipping icon here. The shipping icon will now be the approval icon. So approval, and the next icon, the shipping icon here, take it off, and it should be Workspace Premium. So Workspace Premium. Now we just had to go over here, change the text. So this text right here will be satisfaction guaranteed. So satisfaction. Guaranteed. All right, satisfaction guaranteed. Sometimes I gotta talk to myself while I'm spelling. So satisfaction guaranteed. And next right here will be quality assurance. So quality assurance like this. All right, now that we have this, let's go back and check one more time. All right, there we go. Fast delivery, satisfaction guaranteed, and quality assurance. Let's go back to VS Code. Going to format document, just make sure everything looks good and nice. All right, so the banner is finished. Let's go back to our home page. What do we have next? We have the listing. All right, so from here, what we're going to do is go over and we'll go to the listing, and we're going to remove this import from React, and we have some imports that we need to do ourselves. So we're going to import box, we'll import stack, we'll also import card, we will import card action area, we'll also import card media, and we'll also import card content. Okay, and all of that is coming from @MUI/material. All right, the next import that we'll have is a link, so we'll import link, and that link will be coming from React Router DOM. The next import we're going to have is vector, and you remember the vector from earlier. Don't need the brackets here, we'll just say vector. Okay, and that vector will be coming from /img/common/vector.png. Next import will be swiper and swiper slide. So curly brackets here, we'll have swiper and swiper slide, and that will be coming from swiper/react. All right, the next thing we're going to do is import pagination. So we need brackets here, pagination, and that will be coming from, move that back over here, and that will be coming from swiper. Okay, a few more imports. So next import we're going to have is to import the CSS for swiper. So import swiper/CSS. The next import we're going to have is to import the CSS for the pagination. So it'll be swiper/CSS, and that should be one piece. So swiper/CSS/pagination. The next import we're going to have is linear progress. So we're going to render linear loader, and then we're coming from /helper/loaders like this. Okay, And we don't have this one yet, so don't be alarmed by that. But what we're going to do is format the document, and I'm going to simply comment this out for now, but we have it already ready to go, and we will create the loader in a few. We're going to need that loader because when the page initially comes up, we want to kind of let people know, all right, your information is coming, but it's loading, and then the information will show. All right, so let's go ahead and go down inside of the return here, and the first thing we're going to do is delete this listing, and we're going to add a box. Okay, like that. All right, so now that we have our box, we're going to add a few things on the box. So we're going to add a padding top, and the padding top will be equal to 5, and we'll add a padding bottom, and the padding bottom will also be equal to 5. Okay, so now inside of the box here, we're going to add another box, and we'll add an SX prop on that. So we'll add a position, and that position will be equal to relative. So add a relative position. Next, we'll add some typography. So typography, and on that typography, we'll add a class name. So class name, and that class name will be listing dash heading, like that. Okay, and so after that, we're going to add a variant. And that variant will be equal to an H5. Next, we'll add a font weight, and that font weight will be equal to 900. And we'll also add a margin bottom, which will be equal to 4. Inside of here, we're going to put heading, like that. All right, and so this heading right here will be coming from here, this prop. So let's add the prop, and I wanted to add this heading first so you can see how this is going to work. So here we're going to go ahead and add our props, and so our props will be the structure. You say heading, and then the next prop will be data. So we're going to be taking the heading, and that heading will be coming here. We're getting that heading from the home page, and that data will also be coming from the home page. Okay, so next we're going to add an image. So img self-closing tag. All right, and so inside of this, we're going to add a class name. The class name will be equal to listing dash vector, and the source will simply be vector. So vector, and that's the image that we had up top, and the alt tag will simply be vector, like that. Okay, now that we're done with the first box here, what we're going to do is add another box, add a stack like this. All right, and so the direction for the stack will be a row, and then we'll add a justified content. So it's justified content, there we go. The justified content will have an SX prop on it, so XX, like that, or extra small in this case, and the extra small will be center. And then we'll add a medium, and that medium will be space dash between, like that. All right, and so after that, we're gonna add a flex wrap, and on that flex wrap, it will be equal to wrap. Next, we'll add a spacing, and that spacing will be equal to 1. All right, everything looks good so far. So inside the stack, we need some JavaScript. So add that double curly bracket here. Need some JavaScript. So what we will do is say the following: data.length. Okay, if the data.length is equal to 0, question mark, then what do we want to have? We want to render the loader, but for now, we're just going to say loading because we haven't created the loader yet, but we'll just say loading. So we want to load if we don't have any data. Else, we want to do something else. So what we're going to do is add a fragment here. Inside this fragment, we're going to put everything we want to happen once the data is loaded. Okay, so from here, we're going to add a box. If I can get my computer to act right with me today. There we go. So we'll add a box here. So on this box, we're going to say width 100%. So we'll say width, and that width will be equal to 100%. Okay. The next thing we're going to do is add our swiper. So we'll say swiper, like that. And we'll add a few different things on swiper that is needed to actually make the swiper work correctly. So we're going to add modules, so modules, and we'll add an array. And all we're going to do here is just say pagination. So pagination will be there. The next thing we're going to add is a space between. This space between will be 10. We'll add slides per view, size per view is at the bottom, and size per view will be 5. The next thing we're going to do is say pagination, so not pad but pagination, and that pagination will be double curly bracket here. It will say clickable, so clickable, and then we'll say true. Next thing I'm going to do is add a style here, and this style, add another curly bracket. We're going to say height, and the height will be 500 pixels. Not PC, but 500 pixels. The next thing we'll do is add some breakpoints. And so this is how you get your responsive work in with Swiper, so you can get some breakpoints in here. Very important to know this. It's not complicated, but it is kind of taxing in terms of typing it out and stuff. But anyways, let's go ahead. So what are you gonna do for 0? So when it's at 0, we're gonna add 0, and then we'll add an array. An object. And so here we'll say slots per view, and the slots per view from 0 and continuing will be 1. All right, you want to add a comma, and you want to do the same thing going on. So if I control and paste this, so if I paste, delete that, add a comma, paste. So from 0 to what number? We want 600. So from 0 to 600 is 1, but we want to change it now. We're going to change this to 2, add a comma here. All right, and so now from 0 to 600 is 1. From 600 until the end, it'll be 2. But we're going to add some more. So add a comma there, and let's add one more. So we got 600, 900, and the last one will be 1200. So we got 1, 2. Going to add a 3 here, and then we'll add 5. So once the breakpoint or the width is at 1200 pixels, it'll be 5. Okay, so easy. But anyway, so now what we're gonna do is go inside of the swiper here. Scroll down a little bit. So inside the swiper, we want to add more JavaScript. We're gonna say data question mark. So we have data. What we're gonna do? We're gonna map through that data. 2 brackets. We'll say item, and so we're gonna add an arrow. And then what we're going to do is add some information inside of this. So what we want to do is return something. We're going to return. We want to put everything inside of here. So we need swiper slot. So swiper slot. And so this will return all of the slots back that we need. So we're going to add a card inside this slot. There we go. All right, so the card will actually be kind of long, so bear with me. So on the first line of the card, we need to add a couple of things. We want to add a component. Now this component will be a link. So when you click on the card, it will automatically turn into a link and send you somewhere. So we'll say 2, and the 2 will be the link. So we want to say slash category slash, and actually sorry about that, it should be backticks slash category slash $, curly brackets here. We want to say item dot slug, like that. All right, and so it'll send us directly there, and the slug is coming from this item right here. All right, and it's going to give us a unique URL each and every time. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is say elevation, and the elevation will be 0. It's automatically elevated because of Material UI, so we don't want any of that. The next thing we're going to do is add XX. We'll say max width right here. So actually, I'm going to make this look a little bit better like that. Cool. So we're going to say max width, and we want that max width to be equal to 490. So 490. And next we'll add a min width. So we want the min width to be equal to 290. All right. Let's see. Okay, everything looks good. Add a comma, and we're gonna have a text declaration, and the text declaration will be equal to none. All right. So next we'll add our card action area. So right here we'll say card action area, and inside of the card action area, we're going to add card media. So card media, like that. And so inside of the card media, on that first line, what we will do is add a component, and that component will be an img or an image. Next, we're going to add a height, and that height will be equal to 400. Next, we're going to add a width, and that width will be equal to 100%. Next, we're going to add our image, and so we'll say image, and so this image will be equal to item dot assets, and then you want to say bracket 0. Here we'll say dot URL. All right, so it's going to take the item from the assets that is being poured in from that data. The next thing I'm going to do is add an alt, and this alt will be equal to listing info, like that. Next, we're going to add an SX prop, and so on this we'll add a border radius, so we'll say border radius, and on that border radius it will be equal to 5. Next, we're going to add an object fill, so object fill, and this object fill will be equal to simply fill. I wanted to capitalize that F really bad. Anyway, so right under this, I'm gonna scroll down a little bit, give ourselves a little bit extra room, and so under cart media we're going to add our cart content inside of this. So we're going to say cart content. So on this cart content we'll add a typography, and so typography will have a few things. So here we're going to add a gutter bottom. All right, next we're going to add our variant. So our variant will be equal to a subtitle 2. Next we'll add a component, and that component will be equal to a div, so just the div, like that. Next we're going to add a color, and that color will be equal to secondary. All right, and so what I'm going to do, just so you can see inside of this typography, what we're going to do is say item dot name. All right, so we're going to get the name and put it inside of this typography, and the next thing we're going to do is add another typography. So type typography. Okay, on this typography all we're going to do is add a variant, and this variant will be equal to subtitle. So variant subtitle, and not subtitle 2. Not sure if you use subtitle. Yeah, I think we've just been using subtitle 2 the whole time. But anyway, what we're going to do now is say color, and that color will be equal to secondary. All right, and so on this all we will say is explore now. Okay, all right, all that looks pretty good. What I want to do now is format the document, not format width, but just format the document, take some of these spaces out, and everything looks good so far. What I want to do is check on our project, and if you have a larger screen, feel free to have these side by side. It's a lot easier, which I will slide it in at some point. So IMG is not defined, line 59. So let's check that out. So let's go back, line 59. So here, line 59, IMG is not defined. Oh, perfect. So here, I put it inside brackets. It shouldn't be inside brackets. It should just be like this. And if I do it like this, it should fix that error that we were having. And I like how it says this now. Let's refresh. It's so weird, but once you refresh, everything should work. Okay, we are getting an error here. Inspect. And so I'm gonna go to my console, look and see exactly what the error is, and it's probably having something to do with the data. Warning, each child should have a unique key prop. That's probably not why we had to check render on the listing. There's an error that occurred, IMG button div. Okay, so let's go back. All right, so what we have happening here is, first I do need to add the key prop. So let's just add the key prop here, and it's going to be item .id right here. So now we have our key prop. We don't have to worry about that error. So if I refresh and see how that error message is there, if I refresh, then if I wait on something to happen, let's see the new error that we get. And so React Router caught the following error during render. IMG is a void element tag and must neither have children nor use dangerously set inner HTML. So the problem here is, if we go back to VS Code, and this is a great learning experience, I have cart media here, which could be translated this way, but I need to delete this cart media. I have to treat this IMG as an image component. So put a self-closing tag here. This should all be one thing, and then the cart content falls under it. So when I added a double cart media, it triggered that error. So now if I simply go back to my app, and you see we've got error boundary, which we will create our error handling actual image in a second. But if I refresh now, everything should be normal. We have loading, and there we go. So now everything is loading correctly. Perfect. So we have this. We have our customer favorite categories. Let me exit out of this. All right, everything looks a whole lot better now. And so great learning experiences are the errors that happen in coding. One small thing can transition and lead to a lot of different things. So this is the full page though, so everything does look good. We have Explore now. We have, let me zoom back in a little bit. Have Explore now, and we have our customer favorites here, and we also have the new arrival. So yeah, we're looking pretty good. Let's go back to VS Code, and now I'm gonna go back to the home page, and we need the sales banner next. But before we get started with the sales banner, what I want to do is simply go to our project. I'm going to put it on the side like this, so we can like just have it on the side, and if something does happen, we can immediately look at it and take a look, unlike how we have been doing it. And so now let's go ahead and go over to the sales banner. So if I go here, go to sales banner, this is where the sales banner is, and we're going to do a few things here. First, we'll delete the React import here. The next thing we're going to do is import a link, and that link will be coming from React Router DOM. The next thing we will do is import a few things from Material UI. So first, we're going to import paper. Next, we'll import box. The next import will be stack. Next import will be topography. Next on the list will be button. The next import will be divider. All right. And so after that, we're going to have another import here. All right, the next import we'll have is the sales image. So we're going to import sales img. And the sales image will be coming from // img/banner /sales.png. The next thing we're going to import is the sales banner background. So here we go, import, and we'll import sales background, and that will be coming from // img/banner sales-background.png. All right, so we have the background and the image, and they are both on the left side, so that's how we know we do have them loaded and ready to go. So the next thing we're gonna do, we're gonna go down here, and we're gonna create a custom paper. So we'll say styles equals, so I have an object here, and inside that we'll put custom paper, and on that custom paper we'll have an object, and we'll put some elements in here or some properties. So width will be 100%. Next thing we're going to do is say height, and height will be auto. Next on the list will be the background image. And on the background image, we're going to have some backticks. On that backtick, we will say URL, and inside of this URL we're going to have $, and it will say sales background. So $, curly brackets, sales background. And we want to add a comma here. And next thing we're going to do is say background, and a background repeat. So background repeat. And this is similar to what we did on the other ones. So it will say no repeat. We'll say comma repeat. Next on the list, we'll say background position. And on this background position, we'll say center. Next, we'll say background size. On this background size, we'll say cover. And next, we'll say border radius. And on this border radius, we'll say 10 pixels. All right, so that is the custom paper that we will be working with. So now we can simply go directly inside of the return. Let me scroll down a little bit to the sales banner right here. So you see the sales banner. Let's go ahead and create the sales banner. So right after the return, we're going to have a paper. Okay. And so on this paper, we're going to add that style. So we'll say style, and the style will be equal to styles dot custom paper. Okay, so inside of that custom paper, or on that, still on that first line, we gotta say elevation, and so that elevation will be equal to 0. All right, that's the one thing about having an error. It kind of stops you from sliding down. So I won't slide down the whole time, but I'm slide down this time, and I'm talking about on this right side. It'll shoot you back up to the top of the screen. Anyways, next we're gonna add a stack like that. Okay, and on this stack we'll add a couple different properties. So we'll add a justify content, and on that justify content it will be equal to simply center. All right, next we'll add an align items. So align items, and on this align items it'll also be equal to center. The next thing we'll do is add a direction. I'm gonna hit enter just to give me some space. So we'll say direction, and on this direction we'll add a few things. We'll add an extra small. On the extra small, the direction will be column. Medium, the direction will be row. All right, so next I'm going to add a divider. So divider, and on this divider it will be equal to divider like this. And on this divider, we want to add an orientation. So we'll say orientation. The orientation will be vertical. All right. And so the next thing we're going to do after that is say flex item like this. All right. And so after that, we'll add a few things after this divider. So on the stack, okay, inside the stack, we're going to add a box. And on this box, we're going to add an XX, and this XX will have a width, and that width will have some custom breakpoints. And so the custom breakpoints will be extra small, and it will be 70%. So the width will be 70% at extra small. And then on small, SM, on small, we want that at 50%, and then large, we want it at 40%. Okay. And so the next thing that we're going to do is add our image. So inside of this box right here, I'm going to add an IMG, self-closing. The next thing that we're going to do is add a class name, and that class name will be banner-img-large. All right. And so on this, we'll add a style. And so on the style, we'll add a border radius, and that border radius will be equal to 10 pixels. Okay, and hit enter here just so we have a little bit of room. And so we want a source. That source will be equal to sales img. And the next thing we're going to do is add an alt tag, and that alt tag will simply be sales like that. Okay, our image is now here, and so what we have to do now under this box, what I want to do is add a stack. So we're going to add a stack, and this is what information will be on the right side of this. So I'm going to add a stack here, and that stack will have a spacing, and that spacing will be simply equal to 1. The next thing I'm going to do is add a margin. So M, double curly bracket here, have some breakpoints. So extra small, want the margin 0, but medium, we want the margin to be auto. All right, then we're going to add some padding. The padding will be simply equal to 2. And then inside of the stack, we need to add a few things. So the first thing we're going to add is a box. Okay, and on that box, we'll have a class name. So here we'll say class name. And the class name right here will be equal to banner-box-white. All right, and so on this, we'll add a, or inside of this box, we're going to add a typography. And on this typography, we'll also have a class name. And that class name will simply be equal to hero-text. All right. We'll also give the typography a variant. And so this variant will be equal to H2. All right. And so inside of this, we're going to say payday on the typography. And so everything looks good so far. Payday. And as you see, it has the white going across on payday. All right. And so what we want to do here is go under the box here. So this typography is inside this one box. Hit enter, and we're going to add another typography here. So go ahead, add a typography. This typography will have a variant, and that variant will be in H3. It will also have a font weight, and that font weight will be equal to 900. All right. And so inside of the typography, what we'll do is say sell now. So that should go under payday right here on the right. Okay. And so the next thing that we're going to do is take this typography and add another one. So I'm just going to copy and paste the typography like this and simply change things here. So this variant right here is going to be equal to subtitle. The font weight right here will be equal to 500. And instead of sell now here, it's going to say something else. It'll say spend minimal. And then we're going to say $100. So $100 and get $30 off. Okay. So go to the end here and go to the end, hit enter, give myself a little bit more space here, working with half a screen. Okay. The next thing we're going to do is add another typography. So I just copied and pasted it again. And on the beginning of this, before variant, I'm going to add a margin top. And that margin top will be equal to 1. All right. That variant will be equal to a subtitle 2. Okay. And then the font weight will be non-existent. So we're going to take the font weight, eliminate it. Okay. And then the cell now, we're going to eliminate it. And we're going to say entire. So entire month flash sale. I'm going to take that whole line, I'm going to copy it and add it again at the bottom. Let's format the document real quick, make sure everything looks good and concise. And then I'm going to add a margin bottom. So margin bottom, and that margin bottom will be equal to 2. This variant will stay subtitle 2. And then right below this, what we're going to do is say terms and conditions apply, like that. Okay, entire month flash sale, terms and conditions apply. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is go below this typography, and we're going to add a box. So we're going to add a box like this, and inside of that box, we're going to add a button. Okay, on this button, we're going to change it. We're going to change the component. So now we're going to change that button to a link. So we're going to say link to, and where do we want to link to? We want to link to / catalog, like this. And so on this button though, we're going to add a couple of different SX props. Scroll down here, and so our SX right here, we're going to add a few things. So we're going to add a width, and that width will have some custom breakpoints. Extra small, we want it to be at 100%. Then we want to add a medium, and on that medium it will be auto. Okay, outside of that XX, we're going to add a variant, and on this variant, what we want to do is add contained. So change it to contained, and that color will be equal to secondary. All right. And so now what we want to do is go inside of the button and actually type in the text that it will have. So the text will be shop now. Hit enter so we can kind of see what that button is. Scroll down here. All right, so the button says shop now. All right, that looks pretty good. Okay, so we have the sales banner complete. I'm gonna just hit format again just so it can look a little bit better. So now that that does look better, one thing that I do want to do, if you look here on the right side of the screen, you see how it's above payday. I want to make that move down. So right here where it says box, that self-closing box that we did earlier, or that self-closing image tag here, and then the box that is over the image tag, we need to add some things inside of here to make this object like drop down, make this image drop down. So what we're going to do is add a position, And so we need to go 1 to right here. So right after that large 40% right here, what we need to do is add a position. So that position will be relative like this. Okay, and then we're going to add a comma. I'm gonna hit enter so you can get a better look. And then after that relative position, what we need to do, actually add a comma here after that width, and that should clear up that error. Perfect. So the next thing that we're going to do is add a top, and then once we add a top, it should bring that down. So we'll add a top, and this top is also going to have some breakpoints here. And so say top, we'll add a bracket here, and we'll say extra small, and I'm thinking maybe 3 rem, and then medium could be 0. And so that should bring this down a little bit here. Perfect. I like that. I like that. Click here. Let me enlarge the screen. Perfect. Everything looks good the way that it needs to be. Now that we're done with the sales banner, let's go back to the home page, and we see the only thing left on the home page is the newsletter. So newsletter is located a little bit different. Go to common newsletter and go ahead and get our imports in. Not as many this time as previous, but let's import them. So import box, import stack, also import text field, there we go. Import button, and we're also going to import typography. Okay, and now it'll be coming from @MUI/material, and the next import will be useState. So import useState, and it will be coming from React. Okay, so on this we'll be doing the same thing that we did earlier, and that will be creating a custom style. So we'll say const styles equal, we'll put an object here. We need a custom box, and that custom box have an object, and the first property that it will have is 100% width. The next will be height, and the height will be auto. Next on the list will be a background color, and its background color will be equal to hashtag capitalize EBD 96B. All right, on a comment here. Next will be the background repeat. So background repeat, and the repeat will be no repeat, comma repeat. Add a comma here. Next thing on the list will be our background position, and the background position will be cover. Next on the list will be a padding top. Padding top will be equal to 1 rem. Next on the list will be the border radius, and the border radius will be 1 rem. All right, so got that done. Next we'll go inside the newsletter. The first thing that we need to do is set a state. Now this state will contain the email value that someone can put in. So we'll say const email value, and we'll say set email value. We want that value to be capitalized equals use state. I'm gonna go back. I want this to be a capital V. Perfect. Okay, so we have use state here, and what we want to do next is go down. We're gonna say const handle email message. All right, and so it's gonna be equal to an array function. And so right here, what we want to do, all we're going to do on this is simply alert. So we're going to have an alert like this, and when backticks, it will say email $, and then we'll say email value inside of the curly brackets here, and then has been added. Now I'm not going to use a true email source here, but if you want to use one, you can find one and use it. But all I did here was enable the abilities for you to have that email stored, and so there are email programs out there you can use to add emails to a newsletter. If you wanted to like brand out a fashion store for like a client or something like that, you will have this ability available to you after watching this tutorial. So What we're gonna do now is go down here. We're gonna say const handle on submit, and on this handle on submit, we're gonna add an event. And the first thing we'll do is say e.prevent default. Okay, we're gonna prevent default. Next thing we're gonna do is set the email value, and the email value we want to set to e.target 0.value. The next thing we're going to do is say e.target.value equals empty. And what this does is just simply clear out the value once we set the value here and type it in. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is say handle email message. Call it there. Okay, so then the alert will be called, or whatever you decide to put inside of your handle email message. Okay, and the next thing we're going to do is create an on click. So const handle on click, and the reason why we're doing both of these is because one will handle the on click if somebody clicks the button that we're going to have, and the other one will handle if somebody like hits enter. Okay, so next thing we're going to do, we'll say e.target form 0 in brackets here .value, and we'll say equals and then empty. And so the next thing we're going to do is handle email message. Call it there. All right, the next thing we got to do is actually build out the newsletter now that we have all our functionality done. Okay, so what we're going to do, erase this div, we're going to add a box. All right, on this box we're going to add that style that we had. So style equals styles.custom box. So custom box. Okay, so inside of this we're going to add a stack. Okay, and this stack will have an align item. So we're going to say align items, and we're going to align the item to center. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is add 3 typographies. So we'll add a typography here. This typography is going to have a variant, and that variant will be equal to an H3. You'll also have a font weight, and this font weight will be equal to 900. Next we'll have a text align, and so this text align will be equal to center. So text align equals center. Okay, and the first thing that we will have inside of this typography, we'll have capital join our community, like that. You can put whatever you want in there, but that's just what I'm going to put. The next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste it here 2 more times. Okay, and the insides of these will change, but I'm gonna paste it 3 times. On this one, this variant will also be H3, font weight 900, text will be center, but we're gonna change the wording here, and it'll say drawing our community to get monthly promos. Wait on that to load. Perfect. The next thing we're going to do is go here, and we're going to add a padding. Padding is going to equal 2, and we need to make that a lowercase p. Our variant will be a subtitle 2, so subtitle 2. Our font weight will now be 500, and we can get rid of the text align center, but we're going to add a color, and that color will be equal to white. Okay, in the middle here, we're going to change this to type your email down below. All right, so the next thing that we're going to do is add another box here. So we'll add a box. I'm going to format the document. There we go. Get them to come on over. So next, what we'll do is on this line, on this box, we're going to change this component. So this component will be equal to a form. Changing that box to a form. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is add a padding, and that padding will be equal to 5. So padding equals 5. The next thing we're going to do is add an on submit. So we already created that on submit, and the on submit will be handle on submit. Okay. The next thing that we're going to do is go inside of that box. We're going to add a text field, and this text field will have a couple of different properties here. And so what we're going to do is have a label, and that label will be equal to type email here. All right, capitalize here. The next thing we're going to do is add an SX, and on this XX prop we'll add a background, and that background will be equal to white. The next thing we're going to do is add a border radius, and that border radius will be equal to 4 pixels. And next thing we're going to do is add a border, and what we're going to do is say border none important, like that. All right, scroll down a little bit so we can see it already starting to form here. Looking good so far. Okay, and so what we want to do is click down one. Okay, let's get back center. All right, so we're gonna click down one, and we're gonna add a color, and that color will be equal to secondary. Next, we're gonna add an on change, so on change, and on this on change, what we're gonna do is add e, an arrow, and then we'll say set email value, and we're gonna set that email value like this. Set email value e dot target dot value. Next, we'll add an input prop, so input props. All right, and so add another curly bracket, and so we'll add an end adornment. Okay, so what this is going to do is let us add an attachment kind of like to the end, like right in here, and we want to add a button, so we're gonna add a button like this. And so on this button we'll add a variant, and that variant will be equal to contained. Next, we'll add on click, and that on click will be equal to handle on click, like that. All right, let me scroll down a little bit. Okay, there's our button. The next thing we're gonna do is add a color, so I'm gonna hit enter, give myself a little bit of room. I'm gonna add a color, and that color will be equal to secondary, like that. All right, and so let me scroll over. Delete that, couldn't see it. Scroll back over. Okay, we got the color secondary, and the next thing we need to do is simply go here and hit enter. I'm gonna type in submit. So now that button should say submit, and we have the type email, we have the submit button. Everything looks good. I'm gonna format the document here, take these empty spaces away, and I'm just gonna type hello@yahoo.com, enter, and there it is. It says email hello Yahoo has been added. And so now the use state has it inside of the use state, and that's how it's able to be displayed. And so that's just a simple way to do that. There are a lot of different things you can do with that if you so choose to, but for the purposes of this project, and not to make this too long, that is the simple way of doing it. But anyway, let's go ahead and continue. I'm gonna go to the home page, and now everything seems to be complete within the home page. Now we need to work on the product page, the catalog page, have some different pages to work through, but everything seems to be working on the home page, so good job. All right, now that we have a majority of the home page done, there's one more thing I want to go ahead and do, and that is create a helper loader. So when we refresh the page like this, and I'm gonna pull that up a little bit. Once we refresh the page, you see how I said loading right there? Instead of that, we want it to be an actual loader. So let's go back over here, and we're gonna go to our files, and inside of our files, what we will do is create another folder inside of the component folder, and this will be called helper. All right, and so inside of the helper, what we want to do is add another file, and we're just gonna call it loaders.js. So inside of the loaders.js, we're gonna import a couple of things. So what we're gonna do is import. First import will be box. Now we're coming from @MUI/material. The next import that we will have is linear progress. Okay, So now with those two in, what we're gonna do is export const render linear loader like this. All right, it's gonna be equal to an array. I said an array. It's gonna be equal to an arrow function, and this arrow function will simply have a return of box like this. And what do we want inside the box? Well, first we want the width to be equal to 100%. We want it to take the entire width of the page. The next thing we will do right here, we'll add some padding, and so that padding will be 5. And outside of the box, we're going to add that linear progress. So we'll say linear progress, and it will be a self-closing component. And so here we'll add color, and that color will be equal to secondary. All right. So now what we will do is go back to listing right here. If not, go on the side if you already exit out from the top. But go back to listing, and you remember this import right here. Now all we have to do is uncomment this import right here. Go down to where you put loading. Went way too far. So right here, loading. So this loading now, all you have to do is change that to the linear loader. So what we will do is say render linear loader, and then you have to call it here like this. And so after that, all we got to do now is simply refresh the page, and let's see if everything is working correctly. So refresh. It's gonna take a little bit of time on my end for some odd reason. Every time I display my screen this way. It takes a little while, but there it is. So now we have the loader, and then there goes the content. Okay, perfect. Now what I'm gonna do is go back and exit all of these out so we can start with a clean slate here. And I'm gonna go to the actual home page. Scroll down, home page, like this. So now we're back on the home page. I really just went to this page so we can regroup, reset, and look at the project as a whole and kind of like analyze what is next on the list of things to do. So if you're on this page, what do you want to do next? We want to be able to click these icons here, and it actually send us somewhere that doesn't just say category page, or like this one says catalog page. So these are the next two pages that we have to edit. So what we're gonna do is first start off with the catalog page. We're gonna go to the Explorer here, and then we'll go to catalog page. All right, so now that we're on the catalog page, it's a couple different things that we have to do here in order to get this working. So the first thing we'll do is take away this import like we always do in all of our pages. And the next thing that we will do is have a few imports. So we'll say import use state. Next import will be use effect. All right, and that will be coming from React. The next import we will have is a container. So we want to import container, and that container will be coming from @MUI/material. The next import we will have is commerce, like this. All right, perfect. That should be lowercase c, and it should be coming from, that's not right either, /lib/commerce. All right. Our next import will be the product list. So we'll say import product list. Now we haven't created this one yet, so stay with me, but the product list will be coming from /components/product/products list. All right, and so leave that there and comment it out. All right, just like that, so we won't get that error. But anyways, now this page is very simple. So all we have to do inside of the catalog page, what we will do is use state here. So we're gonna say const products, or products with an S, and then we'll say set products equals use state, and set an empty array inside of it. The next thing we'll do is fetch those products. So we're gonna say const fetch products, all right, equal to an async function. All right, have an arrow here, an array, an object. So we have a try catch. All right, so from here, what we'll do, let me put a delete that space. So I'm gonna have const data, gonna destructure that data, equals await. And what we're gonna do is await commerce dot products and list. Call it there. All right, and so now I'm gonna format the document. So this data will be coming from this commerce.products.list. And the next thing we'll do is set the products right here, and it will be this data. So now products is this data right here. And then what we will do outside of that try catch, we'll add a use effect. So we're gonna say use effect, and on that use effect, we're gonna put an empty array here as our dependency, and then we're gonna call fetch products. So now fetch products is happening and it's trickling down. So we're gonna fetch the products, get the data, set the product data to product, and so now what we'll do is have this return. So what we'll do, take this catalog page div, delete it, and add a container. So we're gonna add a container like this. Okay, this container will have a max width, and that max width will be equal to extra large. All right, and then inside of this we need the product list. So we'll say product list, and then we'll say products will be equal to products like this, self-closing, and then we will just simply comment this out for now because we don't have the product list at all. But we already have the structure done, so all we have to do now is actually create this product list component. So what we'll do is go to the Explorer here, and I'm gonna go to the top of the components, and we're gonna add another folder. So right here, add a folder. This folder will be called products. So anything that has something to do with the products will go inside of here. Okay, so let's go ahead and create our product list first. Products list.js. All right, so inside of the products list, we're gonna have a few things, but first what we will do is simply say RAFCE, enter. All right, so now we have this information here, and what I want to do from here is just go ahead and put in our props here, and we'll say products like this, and then I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna take this loader away. I'm gonna go to the catalog page. So now we can go ahead and uncomment this, even though it won't show anything in particular yet, but we can go ahead and do that. Refresh here. Error cannot resolve product list, and I'm pretty sure it's probably because I forgot an S somewhere. I usually forget an S, so SS products list, and then at the bottom here it should be products list with an S. Okay, so now there we go. Everything is fixed. So we have the products list. All right, I'm gonna go back to products list, and now we just simply have to build out this products list, and then it will display right here. So first thing I'm gonna do is remove this import, and we're gonna import link. That'll be our first import, and it will be coming from React Router DOM. The next import we will have is a few from Material UI. So the first will be grid coming from @MUI/material. Next we'll have a box, also have a card. We're gonna have a card action area. We'll also have card media, so card media. The next import we'll have is card content. The next import we will have, let me hit enter here. The next import we will have is typography. All right, so those are all the imports we will have from Material UI. The next thing we're gonna do is go down, and what we want to import is the render linear loader. So just like we did on the other page, we'll render linear loader. Okay, now we're coming from // too many dots / helper / loaders. Okay, just like that. Now we're gonna format the document. All right, so now that we have that done, what we'll do is go to the products list, simply delete this div, and we're gonna add a box. All right, and so on this box will have an SX prop. So let's go ahead and add that. So we got SX, and we're gonna add a flex grow, and that flex grow will be 1. Okay, and we will have a grid inside of this. So we will say grid like this. All right, and so on this grid, we're gonna have a couple of things. We're gonna have a container. The next thing we'll have is spacing, and that spacing will be equal to 2. Next thing we'll do is add columns. So columns, and the columns will have 2 curly brackets in it. We'll have SX, and this is some responsive work. So this responsive work, we have an extra small of 4, small of 8. We'll have a medium of 12. Okay. All right. So these are how many we're going to display when we're at different sizes. Okay. And so let's go ahead and add some JavaScript in here. And what we will do is say products dot length. And so if the length is equal to 0 question mark, what we want to do, we want to render the linear loader. Okay, call that there. Or if we have more than 0 products, what we want to do, we're going to add a empty array or empty object. We're going to add a JavaScript. Sorry about that. We're going to have a React fragment. I keep getting my words mixed up. Sorry guys, it's very early. Anyways, we're going to have a React fragment. And so on this React fragment, we're going to add some more JavaScript. So just add the curly brackets here. And so what we'll do is map through those products and create our product grid. So we got products question mark dot map. All right. And so 2 brackets here. And inside of that, we're going to add item. And then we'll add an arrow. And so on this arrow, just add another bracket like this. Okay. And so now what we can do is just simply automatically call it. If you add curly brackets here, then you have to have a return. But if you don't add the curly brackets, you don't have to have a return. So inside of here, what we need to do is go ahead and add another grid like this, and go ahead and space this back. And so we have to have this grid be called an item. So here we go, grid item like this. Okay. And so the next thing we need to do is say extra small. And so extra small will be equal to 2. Small will be equal to 3. And the key, which we need a key, the key will be equal to item.id. Okay. So next thing we're going to do is add a card inside of our grid. So let's add a card. Add a card inside of the grid. Okay. So this card is going to have a few different properties on it itself. So what we'll do is add a component. And so on this component, what we'll do is add link like this. All right. And so it's turning this entire card into a link. The next thing we're going to do is define where we want that link to go to. And so we want the link to go to this. We're going to have backticks / product / item. Well, we want a $sign here. Sorry about that. $, curly bracket, item.id. So each one of these cards will have a unique direction to go to. All right. And next we're going to say elevation. Define the elevation. We want it to be 0. Next we want an SX prop. And on this XX prop, what we'll do is say text declaration, and a text declaration will be equal to none. Next we'll say comma, and we want the border radius to be equal to 2. So border radius, the border radius is 2. All right, scroll down a little bit. So now in the middle of that card, what we'll do is go ahead and add our card action. So we'll say card action area. Okay. And then we'll add our card media. Okay. On the card media, it will have a few different things. We're kind of getting close to the right, so I'm going to get this Explorer tab out of the way. Okay. So on this card media, we have to add a few things here. So this component, and actually, sorry about that, I almost made the same mistake again. So this card media should be a self-closing tag, because we're going to change it to an image. Okay, so this should be self-closing. Okay, and the component right here will be img, changing this into an image tag. So this image, we'll go ahead and put the link to that image here. So it will equal to item. So item question mark dot assets, and then the assets will take the first one out of it, question mark dot URL. All right, so that's the image that we're going to take here. All right, and you can see they're already displaying here, but we had to fix a little bit of the way that it is looking right now. It's not looking the way we want it. Some of these images are already right size, some aren't. So we kind of have to put some things in there in order to get it to display correctly. But anyways, what we'll do from here is add an SX prop for that. Well, first let's add this alt tag. Almost forgot about the alt. So alt, we're just gonna say, products listing. Okay. So the next thing we're gonna do is add an SX. Okay. On this XS, we're gonna add a minimum height. Okay. So that min height will be 550, like this. All right. Okay. Everything looks good so far. Everything looks good. So the next thing we're gonna do is go outside of that card media. So right here, but inside of the card action. All right. What we'll do is add a card content. So card content. On this card content, we want to add some typography. So typography, like this. Okay, this typography will have a gutter bottom, like this. We're going to also add a variant. That variant will be equal to a subtitle 2. Okay. And then we'll also add a component here. And that component will be div. And we'll also add a color. And this color will be equal to secondary. All right. And so inside of this typography, what do we want to add? We'll add item question mark dot name. Okay. The next thing that we're gonna do, all right, look, it already showing up pretty good. So the next thing we're gonna do is add another typography. Okay, on this typography, we'll add a few different things as well. And the first thing that we're going to add is a variant. This variant will be equal to a subtitle 2. Well, actually a normal subtitle. I want that to kind of be a little bit different. The next thing we're gonna do is add a color, and that color will be equal to text dot secondary, like this. Okay, and then inside of this typography, we're going to add an item question mark dot price dot formatted. So formatted underscore width underscore code, like that, and that should display the price. Perfect. All cap. So now that we have that done, what I'm gonna do is go back up here and look and see full screen what it looks like. Okay, that looks pretty good, full screen, like that. All right, everything looks good so far. And so what we'll do from here is simply, so what I'm gonna do is change the way that this looks. I'm gonna put some space between these, and I'm gonna also make them smaller depending on our width on the page. And so I'm gonna go ahead and go up to the grid here. So this is the grid right here. I'm gonna add a SX, justify content. So justify content, and I'm gonna make it space between. Okay, and so now I'm gonna scroll down, and it's min height right here. A good size probably would be about 300 or so. And so I'm looking at it. Okay, yeah, that looks fine. So what I want to do here on this 300, I'm gonna add a bracket. And so now I can say extra small. On extra small, I want 300. And then medium, we want it to go back to 550. All right. And so that's what we'll do for this SX prop. But we do have an issue that could occur depending on, let me go out, if you have something that's like this right here. See how this image is not long enough? So in order to fix that, what we need to do is add a max to this. So we'll go here, we're gonna add a max height. So max height, and on this max height, what we're gonna do, add another curly bracket here, and we need to add a comma there. Okay, so on this max height, we'll add an extra small. The maximum height is 300, and then on medium, the max height will be 550. Okay, and so that should fix our issue, and it does. All right, so that kind of fixes everything. You see how this is kind of chopped off a little bit unless you slide out some more. So actually, let's go back. Okay, so see how this is chopped off. So what I want to do is increase probably this extra small. See what we get. Okay, so maybe instead of that, maybe we can just make it 400, just in case you have an image with some face at the top, which most of these have a little bit of padding, but some do not. So there we go, got 400. So all we got to do is change it on the extra small as well. Instead of 300, say 400. All right, so that looks good. And then oh yeah, okay, that looks a whole lot better. Perfect. So now that we're done with this page, we need to focus on another page. So if we go back to fashion, if we click the icon here or the logo here, and we go and click on, let's say, t-shirts, the category page is empty as well. So what we're going to do is exit out of the product listing. We're going to go to the category page that is on the side here. All right, so this is the category page. Now let's go ahead and fill this one out. So what we're going to do is delete that import, and we're going to add some more imports. So we're going to say import, and the first import that we will have is commerce. Okay, and so that will be coming from /lib/commerce. The next import that we will have is our use effect. So here we will say use effect, and it will be coming from React, and we'll also import use state. All right, so there's use state. The next thing we're going to do is import use params. So use params like this, and that will be coming from React Router DOM. The next thing we're going to do is import a container. So container, that will come in from @MUI/material. And the last import we'll have is the product list that we just created. So the product list, and that will be coming from /component/products/products list. Alrighty, so now that we have all of that done, what we're gonna do is go down here inside of this category, hit enter, and we're gonna use state here. So what we will have for our state is const products with an S and then comma set products. All right, and so now we'll say equal to use state, and we will have an empty array inside of it. The next thing we're gonna do is say let, we'll have an object, and we'll say ID equals use params, call it there. I'm gonna format the document here just so it'll look nice. The next thing we're gonna do is under that let, we're gonna say const, and what we want to do is fetch products. Okay, so we're gonna fetch the products equal to an array, I keep saying array, an arrow, sorry about that, an arrow function. Okay, so this arrow function will say commerce.products.list, okay, call it there, .then. All right, and so inside of this then we're going to have products. Okay, we have another arrow here, and inside of this what we want to do is set the product. So we'll set products data filter, and on this filter what we will do is have items in it. So 2 brackets items outside of that first bracket, and this gave me an entire React fragment. So let me kind of do it like this so you guys can see. Okay, all right, so outside of this items we'll say items dot categories like this, dot sum, and inside of that sum we'll say cat. All right, go outside of that first bracket, another arrow, we'll say cat dot slug dot includes. All right, and so if it includes, call it here the ID. Okay, that's a lot of information, so I'm going to just slide through so you guys can see it again. All right, make sure that you have exactly what I have right here. Like I said, I know that's a lot of information to go through. So anyways, what we're gonna do outside of this, we'll say dot catch like this, and then inside of that catch we'll say error, And then here, so we don't have to fill in anything right here unless you just really want to. But for now, we'll leave it empty. React Router DOM will handle most of the errors that you can potentially have, and you'll see the error boundary message pop up on the side here. So with that being said, now we're gonna go down and we're gonna use our use effect. On that use effect, we're going to put our empty array here. And so I'm gonna put a little space here so we can see. All right, next we're gonna call fetch products like this. All right, so column fetch products. And the next thing that we're going to do is go down, and inside of here, what we'll do is say container. All right, and so inside that container, we will have a max width. So we're gonna say max width. That max width will equal to extra large. All right, and so what we're going to do here is add the product list. So the product list that we created earlier, we're going to have a prop here, and the prop will be products, and then we can close this out. Okay. All right, there we go. So now we have our products for that specific category. All right. And so this, we do have to add one more thing right here under fetch products. We're going to add a // ESLINT dash disable dash next dash line. All right, and so that will allow us to put this fetch products in here without actually having to put the same thing inside of this dependency array. Okay, so now that we have that, the next thing we need to do is to go here, and you see now we must work on the product page. All right, let's go over to the Explorer. And we're going to go down to the product page, which is empty so far, but let's change that. Let's remove the Explorer for now. Let's remove this React import. So we're going to add a couple of things. We're going to import use state, and we'll also import use effect. Okay, that'll be coming from React. Next import we're going to have is to import commerce from .. /lib/commerce. The next import we'll have is the use params. Again, we just used use params, so you should be familiar with use params. The next import we will have is product gallery. So product gallery. Now we haven't created the product gallery yet, so just kind of bear with me with the next few imports, but it will be coming from .. /components /product gallery. All right, and so gallery should definitely be capital G. All right, once you do that import, just go ahead and comment that out just like that. The next thing we'll do is import our product info. And we don't have that one either. Like I said, just kind of bear with me with these few imports here, but that would be coming from .. /components /product /product info. Just like we did earlier, take that import, comment it out. All right. The next thing we're going to do is import our product accordion. So we're going to import product accordion, and that will be coming from the same source .. /components /product accordion. All right, same case, comment that out. The next thing that we're going to do is import related products. So import related products. So products. All right, related products, and that will be coming from .. /components /product /related products. All right, just take that and comment it out. Okay, so what we're going to do from here is go inside of the product page. Okay, and we're going to use state. So right here we'll say const product set product with no s equals use state, and it will be an empty array. Next thing we're going to do is have const another use state, but this one will be called loading, and it will be called set loading. And what we're going to do is use state, and we'll set this one to true. Okay, We're going to use this to see if our page and things are loaded yet. But let's continue. The next thing we're going to do is use param. So we'll say let, and here we're going to say ID, just like we did earlier. And it will be equal to use params. Call it there. All right. The next thing we're going to do right below that is use effect. So we're going to use effect, have an arrow, and we will put our empty array here, and it will be empty for now. Next thing we're going to do is have a const fetch products like we've been doing already. So you should kind of be used to it, but this time it will be an async function, an arrow here. All right. And so inside of this, what we're going to do is say const products with an s equal await, and we will await commerce dot products dot list. Call it there. The next thing we're going to do is set the product to products question mark dot data question mark dot filter. Sorry about that. Filter. And here we're going to put 2 brackets, data inside that bracket, go outside of 1, add an arrow, data dot id dot includes. All right. And then add a bracket here, id. All right. And inside of this dependency, we're going to add id. Right outside of this, we want to call fetch products. Call it right there. All right. So that's our first use effect. We need another use effect that we will use, and this use effect, all right, go ahead and add everything you know that you need for the use effect. All right, inside of this use effect, what we will do is say if product dot length is greater than 0, what we will do here is set loading to false. So if we have a product and it's greater than 0, set loading to false, because we're not loading anymore. Everything is done. We have the products. And inside of the dependency array, we need to put in product. Okay. All right. Now we are working inside of our return. Okay. So inside of the return, we will have a container. All right. And so I think it just I thought it added something. I felt like it went down, but no, didn't add anything. Don't look like. Anyway. So inside of that container, what we will do is add a max width, and that max width will be equal to large. Okay. The next thing we're going to do is add a stack. So let me add there we go. Add a stack like this. The next thing we will do on the stack, we're going to add a gap, and that gap will be equal to 5. All right. And let me go back up because we did forget some imports. Sorry about that. So what we want to do on this container, did add container. So sorry about that. But anyway, scroll up on container. We're going to add, after container, we're going to add stack, and we're going to add box. Okay. Also right under that, we need to add an import a render linear loader. So just like we did in a few other things. So we're going to add render linear loader. Okay. So now that we have those in, let's go back down to our stack. Okay, so on this stack, we added the gap. The next thing we need to add is a margin bottom, which is MB, margin bottom of 10. And the next thing we're going to do is add a flex direction. And this flex direction will have 2 curly brackets. And we'll add extra small here. And extra small, we want it to be column. On medium, we want it to be row. Okay. Outside of that, we're going to add an align items. I'm going to hit enter just so I can have a little more room here. We're going to add an align items. So on this align items, double curly bracket again. Extra small will be center. Medium will be flex dash start. Okay. So what we'll do outside of that stack, we want to add a box. Okay. On that box, what we'll do is add a width property, and its width will be equal to, and we want double curly brackets here, extra small, we want the width to be equal to 100%, and on medium we want the width to be equal to 50%. All right, and so now that we're done with this, we're going to add a little bit of JavaScript here, and we'll say loading question mark. We want to render the linear loader, call it right there. And then if it is not loading, what we're gonna do is load of the product gallery. All right, and inside of product gallery we'll have product, and this is a prop. Then product will be, the prop will be product self-closing tag, and then we're gonna close it out like this. Okay, and so we have that error, and that's fine. What we want to do, since we have this up now, we're gonna go over to our components, and we're gonna go to product. Inside of this, we're going to add our product gallery. So product gallery, and make sure you capitalize the G. So product gallery .js, and then we're going to say RAFCE like this, and then it should get rid of that error that we're having once we go back to our category page. Not category, our catalog page, but there we go. Product page, sorry about that, product page. And let me get rid of product list so I won't see it accidentally. But the first thing we're gonna do, take that product gallery and uncomment it, and now it should fix that error. Now it says product gallery. And so what I want to do, just because we're at the end of all of these, what I'm gonna do is go ahead and create every single one of these. So go back to product, we're going to add another file, and this file will be our product info. So product info.js, and we're going to call it right here RAFCE. We're going to go back to our product page, and we're going to uncomment the product info. And next thing we're going to do is go to the product folder, and we're going to create this product accordion. So product accordion.js, and then we're going to call RAFCE. Perfect. Go back to product page, uncomment it out. Now all we need is the related products. So go ahead and call related products.js. Call it here RAFCE. Perfect. I'm gonna just exit all of these out so I won't get confused like I just did. So there we go, and then uncomment the related products. Okay, so now we can scroll back down and continue with this application. So this will load. The next thing we need to do outside of this box right here is add another stack. Okay, on this stack we're going to add some spacing. So click here, we're going to add some spacing, and the spacing will be 1. Padding will also be 1. We'll add an align items, and this align item will have a double curly bracket. Extra small will be center, and then medium will be flex dash start. All right, and so inside of this stack we're going to have a couple of different things. We're going to have product info, and that product info and that product info will have a prop, and it will be product. And let's go ahead and add that self-closing. The next thing we're going to do is add the product accordion. So product accordion, and let's go ahead and add this. Okay, the product accordion will not have a prop. We'll add that information separately. And now I want you to go all the way down in between where you see container and stack right here. What we're going to do is add the related products. So go ahead and call related products. This will also have a prop of product. So product prop is product. So product equal product. All right, self-closing like that. Gonna format this document, and there we go. So now we have the look of the product page, but it's not all the way done. We gotta fill out the gallery, the info, the accordion, and the related products, but you can kind of see where everything is going to go. So let's go ahead and first work on this product gallery. All right, let's go over to the product gallery. So the accordion gallery. So this is the product gallery. All right, so right here, what we're gonna do first, as always, remove that import, and we're gonna import use state and use effect. So use state from React and use effect from React. The next thing we'll do is import a box. So we're going to import box here, import card, card media. We'll also import stack, and all of that will be coming from at MUI/material. All right. The next import that we will have is our navigation and our pagination, because we will be using Swiper here. So the next thing we're going to import is our navigation, and that will be come from Swiper. And the next thing will be our pagination from Swiper. And then we have to import Swiper itself. So we will import Swiper, and we also import Swiper slide, and that would be coming from Swiper/React. The next thing that we will do is import the CSS for each one of those. So we're going to import Swiper/CSS. We'll also import, well, actually, what I like to do sometimes, just take this import, copy it, paste it twice, and then right here on the second one, it will say /navigation, and navigation should be lowercase, and next one be /pagination, and pagination should be lowercase. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do is put our prop in here, put a curly bracket inside of the product gallery, and our prop as it is product. So put the product prop in here, and this will get destructured. Okay, the next thing that we will do is put a use state here. So we will say const, and we will say product assets. So product assets. The next thing we will do is set the product assets. So set product assets like that, and it will be equal to use state. Okay, and on that use state, we'll put an empty. All right, the next thing we'll do is say use effect, and this use effect, we will put an empty array dependency here for now. Okay, what we'll do is say const assets equal to product dot map. All right, inside of that map, we're going to put item, a arrow, and we'll say item dot assets. Okay, so now we're going to take the assets and set them. So we will say set product assets, and then we will say dot 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 assets. All right, so the next thing we'll do is side of the dependency, right? The dependency will be product. Okay, so now all we have to do is go inside of this return and actually build out what we need, because we have all the information that we need. So let's go ahead and go inside of this. We will use a stack first, and so that stack will have a direction. That direction will have a double curly bracket, extra small. On extra small, it will be column, and on medium, we want to have it row dash reverse. All right, and so what we'll do, and we have an error here. What's the error? Extra small column. Oh, we don't have medium here. Sorry about that. So medium, like this, just to say medium row reverse. Okay, perfect. The next thing we'll do is add a justified content. So our justified content will simply be center. All right, I'm gonna hit enter and give me some space here. And so we'll say align items. Align items will simply be center as well. And then we'll add a spacing, and the spacing will simply be 1. So spacing 1. Perfect. Now on the stack, what we will do inside of it, add a box. Okay. On this box, we're going to add a width property. So we'll add a width, and the width will simply be equal to a double curly bracket. I say simple, but it will be equal to a double curly bracket. Extra small will be 80%. We'll have a small this time, which will be equal to 60%. Then we're going to have a medium, which will be equal to 100%. All right, next we're going to add swiper here. So we're going to add swiper like this, and swiper will have a few properties that we need to put here. So the first thing we'll do is say modules, and we need an array. So the array will have navigation in there, and it will also have pagination in there. And so the modules are basically these things right here, these controls. So you can put navigation, pagination, or whatever other controls that you use. You go on CommerceJS website and discover more modules that you can use. But anyway, what we're going to have next is a space between. So we have space between, which will be 50. Next, we'll say slides per view. So slides per view. And the slides per view on this one will simply be 1. Next, we'll say navigation to activate a navigation. And next, we'll say pagination to activate the pagination. And we also want to make sure it's clickable. So we'll say equal double curly bracket clickable. And we'll set it to true. Perfect. All right, the next thing that we're going to do on this inside of the swiper is actually put the information here. So what we'll do first is have some JavaScript here, and we're going to say product assets. So product assets question mark dot map, okay, 2 brackets, item, and arrow. And so on this arrow, you want to add 1 bracket here. All right, and we'll say swiper slide like this. Okay. What we want to do first is add the key. You know JavaScript like using the key. So we're going to say key.id. Okay, perfect. All right, outside of the swiper slide, we're going to add a card. Okay, and that card will have a SX property. So we'll say SX, and this XX will have a border radius. And that border radius will be equal to 2. Next, inside of that card, we're going to add the card media. And remember, the card media must be self-closing. Why? Because we're going to add a component on it, and that component will be an image. So we're going to add a component, and that component, like I said, will be an image or img. And next, we're going to add the image that we will use. And so this image right here will simply be equal to item.url. Okay, perfect. Next, we're going to add our alt. So the alt will be equal to product, like that. I was gonna say image, but you don't have to say image inside of alt tag because it's an image, of course. So with that being said, now we have our gallery, and if I click here, you can see the images pulling up here and are going back and forth. So swiper is working, everything is working. And so now we have to work on the product info, product accordion, and the related products. So the next thing we want to do is work with this product info. So we're gonna go to the product info here. So we got product info. I'm gonna exit out of these two. And so now let's go ahead and work on our import. So right here, we're gonna import, and we'll import use state. And that will be coming from React. The next thing we'll do is import our use effect. And we'll also import use context. So here we go, use context. Okay. All right. The next thing that we're going to do is import some things from Material UI. So we'll import box coming from @MUI/material. The next thing we'll do is import stack. We'll also import topography. So topography. The next import will be button. Next import will be toggle button. The next import after that will be circular progress. And then the last import will be styled. All right. So after that, we will import add circle icon. So import add circle icon. All right. And so add circle icon will be coming from @MUI/icons dash material. So dash material. And it also will be /add circle like this. Okay. So we got the add circle icon. Now we need to add another icon. We'll import remove. So remove circle, but that will be remove circle icon. Okay. And that will be coming from the same thing here. So I'm just going to copy it, except it's not add circle. This one will be remove circle. Okay. All right, so we have a few more imports. We're going to import use params. So import use params coming from React Router DOM. The next import we will have is commerce. So we'll import commerce All right, and that is not the right commerce, so we're gonna say commerce. All right, it's giving us this commerce, but we want the one that we created. So sometimes it won't automatically give you the commerce that you created, but anyways, we can import it. So slash, and that will be coming from lib/commerce. Okay, the next thing we're gonna do is import cart context. Okay, and that will be coming from slash context slash cart context. Okay, so that is all the imports that we need. And now we will go inside of the product info, and right here we want to destructure product because that is our prop that we will be using. All right, inside of the product info, what we're going to do is add a styled button group. So we're going to say const styled toggle button group. All right, and it's going to be equal to styled. And so right here inside of this, we got to define what we're styling. So we are styling the toggle button group. So toggle button group. And then after that, what we want to do is add a bracket, another bracket, and then a curly bracket. And so inside this, we will say theme. All right, and I want you to go 2 out. So right here on this, after this, before this last bracket, add an arrow. All right, and so after that, you want to add a bracket and then a curly bracket, hit enter. All right, and so inside of here, we're going to add some things. So you want to add quotes, and then you want to say and. So we're here, and you want to say dot MUI, so capital MUI toggle button group like this, and you want to say dash grouped. Okay, so after that, what we're gonna do is say that we want to customize this, and so what we can do is now add some properties here. So we can say margin, and with the margin will be theme dot spacing, and then inside that theme dot spacing we'll say 0.5. Okay, comma. After that, we're going to add a border, and we want that border to be 1. After that, we're going to add a border color, and the border color will be primary. The next thing we're going to do is add a border width, and that border width will be 1. And then after that, what we're going to do is kind of do the same thing. We're going to have quotes here. We're going to say and so after this, we're going to say colon dot MUI toggle. MUI should just be MUI toggle button like this. And then after that, we're going to add another bracket. And so we want to add a property here, and it will be a border radius. And that border radius will be equal to 10 pixels. All right, that looks good to go. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is add a few properties. So down below this, we're going to add a use context. So we'll say const set cart, and set cart will be equal to use context. And then inside of that, we'll add the cart context. So I need you guys to bear with me real quick because we have to add a lot of different consts here. So kind of bear with me. So the first const that we will add is a product subtitle. Okay, and so the subtitle will be equal to product question mark dot category. So categories question mark dot bracket 0 question mark dot name. All right, and so what I want you to do is add a question mark after that, but take this right here that you just typed and then copy and paste it here. All right, and then you want to say, or you want to say products, or then product like that, not an S. And that goes for this subtitle. Everything won't have a subtitle. That's why we have it made out like this. Okay, so next we're gonna say const product name equal product question mark dot name. All right, that's the simplest one we're gonna do. It'll be const. We need a description, so it's a description, and that description will be equal to product question mark dot 0, so bracket 0 question mark dot description question mark dot. And so this is where it kind of gets kind of funny. So replace. And so what are we replacing? And so kind of stick with me here. This is to remove. It's a weird thing that happens. So we need to remove it and add an empty space. So we want a forward slash. We want a left arrow. We need a bracket like this. We need an up arrow. We need a right arrow. We need a star outside of this bracket. We need a right slash again, and we need G. Okay, that's how that is. Put a comma and then an empty space. All right, so weird little tool or weird little trick that I found on while I was Googling, but hey, it is what it is. It works, so we're gonna go with that. The next thing we're gonna do is add price. So the price, and the price will be equal to product question mark dot. Take the first one, so product 0 question mark dot price question mark dot. And we want the formatted price, so formatted underscore with underscore symbol like this. All right. So the next thing we're gonna do is say const ID. And on that ID, we're gonna say equal to use params. Call it there. The next thing we're gonna do is say const product variant ID. And we need to get that ID, so it'll be equal to, you guessed it, product question mark dot 0 in the bracket question mark dot variant group. So variant underscore groups question mark dot. You want to bracket again with a 0 question mark dot, or not question mark. Yes, question mark dot ID. It gets so long sometimes, even I forget about it a little bit. Anyway, so after that, we're going to use the same thing we did with the subtitle. I want you to copy this. Okay. Copy this. Add a question mark at the end. Paste. Okay. And then you're going to say, or, that's basically what this means. You want to have it blank. All right. All right, let's add some space here. So what we're going to do is say let, and we're going to use state here. So the first state that we're going to add is the quantity. All right, so quantity, and we're going to say set quantity. The next thing that we're going to do is say equals use state. So we're going to say use state, and that use state will be 0. We will use this in order to determine how many of a certain product that we're going to add to our cart. The next thing we're going to do is say const variant ID. So we want our variant ID, which each item that you have should have a variant ID. Some may not have if you have a smaller website that you decide to build later on. So we're going to be putting in some clauses for this, just in case you looking at this video and you're looking to, get some ideas. So anyways, let's continue. So we got the variant ID. The next thing we need to have is our alignment. So alignment, and it will say set alignment. All right, this will be equal to use state, and we'll put a string inside of it. The next thing that we're going to do is set disable by, and we will use this to tell us if we have all the requirements in order to purchase or not purchase an item. So disable by and set disable by. Okay, it will be equal to use state, and initially it will be set to true because we want to disable the by initially until all the requirements are made. Next will be loading. So we're going to have loading and then set loading. Okay, it will be equal to use state, and loading will initially be set to false. And then the next thing that we'll have is a has variant. So do we have a variant? So we'll have has variant, and then we will set has variant. Okay, and that will be equal to use state, and it will initially be set to false. Okay, everything looks good. Now right here, what we're going to do, we're going to say const handle decrease quantity, and it'll be equal to a arrow function, and that arrow function will have a conditional in it. So we'll say if quantity. So if quantity is greater than 0, what we want to do. So if quantity is greater than 0, we're going to set quantity, and that quantity will be quantity minus 1. Next, we'll add another function here. So we'll say const handle increase quantity. And on this one, same thing, but we're gonna put the reverse. So we'll say set quantity, and that set quantity will be quantity plus 1. Perfect. The next thing we're gonna do is say const, and we'll handle the alignment. Now this alignment, the idea behind the alignment comes from Material UI, but this will have a few events inside of it. So we're gonna go to that. Let's have our arrow, and then here what we're gonna do is set the alignment. All right, set the alignment to value, and then we're gonna set the variant ID. Any variant ID will be equal to value as well. And then the next thing that is going to happen is set has variant, and then the set has variant will be set to not has variant. And all of this will make a lot more sense once we actually get inside of the return, I promise. But anyways, let's go ahead and go down here. We're going to have a use effect hook. And so let's go ahead and do the normal things for our use effect hook. Have our arrow here and have our dependency array. It will be empty for now. All right. So let's add a little space. We're going to say if, and we're going to have about 4 or 5 if statements here. So if sizes triple equal sign, if sizes are equal to blank, we're going to say set has variance to true. Okay. The next thing we're going to do is say if quantity equals 0 or not has quantity. So if the quantity is 0 or we don't have a variant, we're going to set the disable by to true. Okay. The next thing we're going to do is say if quantity. So if quantity is greater than 0 and not that, but and has variant, then what we want to do, we want to set the disable by to false. The next thing we're going to do, say if variant ID. So if variant ID is not equal to null, let me add a little space here, not equal to null, and quantity is greater than 0, we're going to set the disable by to false. So all this does is allow our disable button to be active, and you'll see that button once, like I said, once we get inside of the return. Next thing we're going to do, say if variant ID equal to null, then you want to set this disable by to true. Okay, so that was a lot of different if statements in there, but after that, inside of the dependency, what we will add is quantity. We'll add variant. So variant, not variant ID, but well, yes, variant ID. Sorry about that. So variant. We'll add has variant, and we'll also add sizes like that. Okay. So what we need to do, and I noticed that while I was adding it, we need to go up right here. This should have a bracket like this, and also we need to add sizes. We had so many that I forgot to add sizes here. So const sizes right here, and so sizes will be equal to product, as you already guessed. So product question mark dot, want to add a 0 bracket, question mark dot variant group or variant underscore groups, question mark dot, you want to have a bracket 0, and outside of that you want to say question mark dot options like this, question mark. So then take this, copy it, add it to the end like we did before, and then after that you want to say or and put an empty string. Okay, so now we have our sizes. We're going to scroll down, and it looks like we have one more error here, and that is on this. So I'm going to copy that. It's going to simply equals an array. Boom. Okay. Sometimes I just like to type everything over. So we added our sizes and fixed that error. So now I'm gonna take away that space on that use effect, come down here. And so what we need to do is add 1 or 2 more things, and then we can go inside of the return. So we're gonna add a let, and so we're gonna say let variant equals is an object. And so inside of here, we have to have a bracket and then backticks. We're going to say $, curly brackets, product, variant ID. Okay. And then after that, we'll have colon here and we'll say variant ID. Variant ID. All right. We need this variant in order for our, whenever we start trying to load or import our products into our backend, we need to change the way that it looks, or the API won't accept it. So this is the change you have to do. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is add a function here. So const handle add to cart. Okay, and that handle add to cart will be equal to an async function, arrow, bracket. Okay, and then we're going to say const add to cart. Okay, const add to cart equal a async function. Okay, and another arrow just like this. We'll say const add item equals await. All right, so we have await commerce dot cart dot add. And so on this, we're gonna have a few different things. We're gonna have that ID. We need the quantity. We need sizes, question mark, variant, like this, else no. All right, so after that, we're gonna set the cart. So set the cart, and what do we want to set the cart to? Add item dot cart. All right, and after that, we'll set loading to false because we just added it to the cart, and now we're not loading anymore. All right, and so I'm gonna scroll over a little bit. We need to add something else after this. So after this, we're going to add a button change. So const button change like this equals an async function, and we're going to have an arrow. Inside of this, we're going to set the quantity to 0. Next, we're going to set alignment, and that alignment will be an empty string. Next thing we're going to do is set our loading. That loading will be set to true. All right, so that after that, we need to call these two things. And so we will call the button change. We want that one to happen first, and then what we'll do is add to cart, because these are going to happen kind of down the line here from this. This button change happening, and we're going to add the cart. Okay, going to go through that cycle. All right, now with all of that amazing code done, we're going to start working inside of the return. All right, so what we're going to do, remove this explorer, and we're going to start working inside of the return. So I'm going to remove this div, and I'm going to add a stack. And so on this stack, we're going to add a few things. We're going to add spacing. That spacing will be equal to 2. We're going to add an align items. So the align items will be equal to a double bracket. Extra small will be equal to center. And then comma medium will be equal to flex start. All right, inside of this stack, we're going to have some typography, and this typography will have a variant, and that variant will be equal to subtitle 2. So subtitle 2, and inside of this, we're going to put the product subtitle. So product subtitle, which should be t-shirts. So if I'm looking at this, objects of variant permalink, what is going on here? If I refresh, okay. There we go. So now it says product. It should say t-shirts. Let me scroll up and see why that. Okay. All right. So what happened was, I told you I had so many of these. I missed some things, so I'm sorry about that. But here it should say 0. So it should say product question mark dot, and this should have a bracket here 0 question mark dot, and the same thing with the product. It should say question mark dot 0. And then question mark dot name. And so if it's wrong here, then it must be wrong on the right side. So scroll over, and change the right side as well. And so now it says t-shirts. Perfect. And on the product name, we should be fine there. Hopefully we don't have any more errors to attend to, but if we do, we will address them as well. Anyways, let's go ahead and add a typography, and then let's add a variant here, and this variant will be equal to an H4, and the font weight will be equal to 700. So let's add a font weight. This font weight will be equal to 700. The next thing we're going to do is add the product name, and we want to surround this inside of brackets like this. And so the product name, orange tea. Perfect. And what I'm gonna do, just take this, I'm gonna copy it and just simply paste it here, and then I'm gonna paste another one. And so on this third line right here, we have a variant of H4, but the font weight this time will be 500, and instead of product name, it will be price. All right, let's see what we get. Perfect. Right here, instead of an H4, what it will be is a paragraph, and this time, you guessed it, will be the description. So now we should get the description here. Perfect. Okay, so for this, we have these little arrows here, and so one thing I do know we need to do is take away this font weight. So we have these little arrows here, and I'm kind of glad that this happened, because if we scroll back up and I look at this replace, we are missing something. I think it may be this. Let's see if that works. Okay, there it is. It got rid of those little arrows there. So that worked out perfectly. So you can see exactly why we decided to add those in the first place. So the next thing that we need to do is go ahead and add that styled toggle button that we had earlier. So I'm gonna add a little room here, and right here I'm gonna add that styled toggle button right here. Okay, so on this toggle button, we need a few properties. We're gonna add color property, and the color will be primary. The next thing we're gonna do is add a value, and the value will be equal to alignment. So that alignment that we worked on earlier, we're gonna say exclusive here, and that is a property from Material UI. We're going to say on change. So the on change here will be called handle alignment. So that is the function we created earlier. All right, so next, inside of this toggle button, we're going to add some JavaScript. So we're going to have the curly bracket here. We'll say sizes question mark dot map double bracket item arrow, and then another bracket here. And so we're going to add some things here, but in order to get rid of this error, what I'm going to do is go ahead and go to the end of that, add an empty string, and then if I add my toggle button here, so if I add my toggle button like this, it should go away. All right, and so now inside of this toggle button, the first thing we're going to do is add a key, and this key will be equal to item.id. The next thing we're going to do is add an SX prop here. Okay, on this SX prop, we'll add a border, and this border will be equal to 1px solid gray, and then we're going to say important. All right, slide over a little bit, hit enter just to give myself a little bit of room. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is add a border radius here. So we're going to say comma, we'll add a border radius here. Okay, this border radius will be equal to 25 pixels. And so 25 pixels, and we'll also say important here, just to make sure that it works. At the end of this, we'll add a value, and this value will be equal to item.id. So item.id. All right, let me scroll back here. And so after this, what we're going to put inside of this toggle button will be item.name, like that. Scroll down a little bit. So there you go. We have small, medium, large, extra large, and 2x. And so that is the buttons that we will have for our products. Okay. And so looking at these, the next thing that we're going to do next, we'll add a stack outside of the style button group. And so this stack will have a direction and its direction will be equal to row. The next thing we're going to do is add a gap, and this gap will be equal to 2. The next thing we're going to do is add a button, and this button will have a few properties. We'll have a margin, and that margin will be equal to 10. The next thing we're going to do is add a variant, and this variant will be equal to outline. So outlined like this. We'll also add an on click here. So this on click will have the function of handle decrease quantity. All right. And so after that, we're going to add something inside of this button. And inside of the button, what we're going to do is add a removed circle icon. Capitalize the I. It will be self-closing. Let's go to the end. Add the other tag here. All right, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so the next thing I want to do, just simply take this button here and we're going to duplicate it like this. All right, so you should have another button here, and in between these buttons, what we're going to do is add a typography like this. That typography will have a variant, and that variant will be H5, and inside of that we're going to add the quantity. All right, and so that quantity will sit in the middle of this button, and so quantity is not defined. Let's refresh real quick. All right, I think, okay, I see what I did. Should be in between the button, not like right there. Should be, there we go, perfect. Okay, so what we need to do, got 2 minus buttons, so we got to change the remove button, and we want to make sure that it is the increase and make sure that it's the add button. So first I'll change the handle decrease to handle increase, and then instead of remove circle button, I want this to be the add circle button. All right, so what we're gonna do is like this stack. See these 2 stacks right here? You have a stack here and a stack here. We want to add some JavaScript after these stacks, so let's have a double curly bracket. We're gonna say loading question mark, and if we're loading, we're gonna have a box, and so this box will have a margin. And that margin will be equal to 2, so margin 2. Next thing we're gonna do inside of this box, we're gonna add a circular progress. So circular progress, self-closing tag like this. And so after that box, if we loading, we want this. If not, we're gonna add a button here like this. I'm gonna set disabled on it, so disabled like this, and the disable will have a function on it, which is disable by. Okay, on the same line, we're gonna add a color, and this color will be equal to secondary. The next thing we're gonna do is add a variant, and this variant will be equal to contain. So variant contained, add a button here. Okay, also we're going to add it on click. So on click, and we want to make sure that we inside of that first line. So we're going to add that on click. Okay, and that on click will have handle add to cart like this. So handle add to cart, and inside, let me scroll down a little bit. Inside we'll say add to cart like that. Scroll down a little bit. So this is add to cart. So now if I wanted to add this to my cart, if I hit small, nothing should happen. If I click small away, if I add 1 and click small, it should work. Perfect. So now if I add this to my cart here, it should load like this. And then once it's done loading, it should add that 1 to my cart. Perfect. But we have to work on the cart page because it's not displaying anything. So that will be our next task. But before that, let's go back. We do have a few things that we have to work on. We need the product accordion here and the related products, which won't take us long. So I wanted to show you that's where we're going next, but we do need to add these first. Or they're small details, but these small details help bring out the life of a e-commerce store. So we'll work on these 2 first and then that cart page. All right, so what we'll do, we'll go back to the Explorer. We're gonna go to the accordion. Yep, the accordion is here. So we'll go to the accordion, and we need to import a few things. So go ahead and remove this import React. And the first thing we're going to do is import accordion itself. So we import accordion from @mui/material. Now we need to import a few more things beside this accordion. So we're going to have accordion summary. The next thing that we will do is have a accordion detail. So accordion details. The next thing we'll have is box. So box. And the last thing we're going to have is typography. Next, we're going to go down and add one more import, and this import will be the expand more icon. So expand more icon, and that will be coming from, let's see, take this away, take that away, because we don't want to destructure it there. We want to actually just go straight to the icon. So expand more. Okay. All right. So now that we have everything that we need to set this up, the next thing we'll do is go down inside this return. We're going to add a box, and we're going to give that box a width property, and that width property will be 100%. So we'll say width and just add 100%. All right. Next thing we're going to do, what I want to do, let's put this on one line here. Yeah, let's put this on one line. Okay. What we're going to do is add the accordion. So accordion like this. And then we're going to add the accordion summary. Okay. So accordion summary like that. All right. So what we want to do on the accordion summary, we're going to add the expand icon. So expand icon is going to be equal to the expand icon. So expand icon like this, self-closing tag. So now this expand icon would actually should be expand more icon like this. All right. Okay, we already have the accordion popping up on the side here, which is great. Okay, and so what we'll do from here is just add a few more things. And so let's add a typography outside or in the middle of the accordion summary. So I'm going to add typography, and on that typography we're going to add shipping and handling right here in the middle. So shipping and handling like this. Okay, so shipping and handling. And so now you see shipping and handling right here. Okay, the next thing you're going to do is add a accordion details. And so after this accordion summary, we're going to add accordion details. So accordion details. So this is what will be inside of the accordion. So now let's add another typography. So add a typography, and it will say standard 3-5 business days. All right. And so we add that. If we hit that accordion, you'll see standard 3-5 business days right here. All right. Perfect. So now that we have the accordion, all we have to do is simply take this, copy it, and then paste it for how many we need. And we need 2 more. So I'm going to paste it twice. And now we have an accordion here. And so all we have to do is just change the headings and the details inside of the accordion. So the second heading, which is here, we'll simply read the return policy. So we'll say return policy. And inside of this typography right here, let me scroll down a little bit. Inside of this typography right here, we're going to say we offer a 30-day return policy. Okay. After this, we're going to scroll down a little bit more. I'll hit a period there. We'll scroll down a little bit more, change this shipping and handling, and this shipping and handling will say sizing, and we're just going to say true to size. You can add more info if you want, but we'll just say true to size. All right, now that we have that, as you see, that took no time at all. We have our accordion. Now we just need the related products. So what we're going to do is go back to the Explorer, and we're going to go to the related products, exit that out, close the Explorer, and we can begin editing the related products. So the first thing that we're going to do is remove this import as always, and then we're going to import a couple of things. This will revolve around Swiper. So, but first we're going to import card, and that will be coming from at MUI/material. Next, card content, and this should be looking very familiar. Next, card media. The next thing that we'll do is import topography. The next will be card action area. All right. So under that import, we need to import navigation. So import navigation coming from, and that will not be React Router DOM. That would be Swiper, by the way. So Swiper. The next thing that we will import is the Swiper and Swiper slide. And actually go back to that navigation and import pagination. I almost forgot pagination. There we go. The next thing we're going to do is import Swiper, and we'll also import Swiper slide, and that will be coming from Swiper/React. The next thing that we'll import is a link, and that link will be coming from React Router DOM. And after that, we're going to hit enter and import our CSS. So the first thing we'll import is Swiper / and I keep putting 2 P's for Swiper, there's only one. Swiper/CSS. The next import will be Swiper/CSS/navigation. And that navigation will be lowercase. And then the next import will be Swiper/CSS/ and this time we need pagination, which that pagination will be lowercase p. Okay, now that we have that right here, we need to put our props here, and our props throughout this entire folder has been product. So let's destructure and put in product. Okay. Next thing we're gonna do is go inside of here. We definitely do not have as many const as we had in that last one. It was confusing me for a second. I knew what I was doing, but I was like, man, that was a lot of imports that we had to do. So, and a lot of them were the same, so I was kind of getting a little bit confused, but we figured it out easily. So the next was say related products equal product ? Dot, make sure it's 0, and then ? Dot related products with an S, and should be underscore. So underscore related products. Okay, product ? Dot 0 ? Dot related underscore products. Perfect. Next, we'll go inside this return, and we're going to have a React fragment as our first thing here, and then we're going to put in a topography. Okay, this topography will have a margin bottom, and that margin bottom will be equal to 2. We'll have a variant. That variant will be equal to h5. Okay, and inside of this, we're going to put in related products. So let's say related products with an S. Okay. The next thing that we're going to do is type in Swiper. So let's say Swiper like this, and there we go. Format the document. All right, and so we need to put in a few properties on Swiper. All right, so kind of hang with me a little bit. First property that we will have is swipes per slide, or slides per view. Okay, so slides per view. I pronounced that all the way wrong, and slides per view will be 4. But the thing I want you to remember is down here in the related products, these are going to come from CommerceJS. So on your products, if you do not have related products inside of the commerce product, they won't display here. And so on this item in particular, I put 1 or 2 just to kind of give you the example, but you can put as many as you would like for your particular store. If you're following throughout this tutorial specifically with me, and you're doing it step by step like I'm doing it, using all the items and stuff that I'm using, then you should have the same thing that I have. So anyways, with that being said, let's go ahead and continue. So we'll say space between, and space between will be 10. All right, and then modules, go add some modules. Inside of that object, you want to put an array, and we're just going to put pagination here, and we're going to put navigation here. Okay. The next thing we're going to do is say pagination. Okay. And then after that, we'll say pagination equals and object, 2 of them, and then we'll say clickable true. Okay. And actually, I'm thinking I want to remove navigation, not use navigation. Navigation is that long bar. Let's not use navigation. I don't think I want that to be at the bottom like that. So we're just going to use pagination here. All right. Yeah. Let's go with that. Okay. I was thinking about like, do I really want to use? Anyway, let's continue. So we're going to say breakpoints. Going to 2 objects here. And so, or 2 curly brackets. And so what we want to do is say 0 and define how many slides we want to start with. So let's say slides per view, and the slide per view will be 1, comma. After that, what I like to do is just simply copy and paste after that. So comma, paste, comma, enter, paste, and then comma, enter, paste. All right, now we simply just have to define these. So we have 0. Next we'll have 600. The next one will be 900, and then the next one will be 1200. And so now we just change these numbers around. So we're gonna say 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Perfect. Okay. The next thing that we're gonna do is go right after the swiper. So right here in the middle, we want to have some JavaScript. So we're gonna have curly bracket here, and then we're gonna say related product. And related product should have an S on it. Let me make sure, go up, add an S here. So related products with an S. Related products, question mark dot map, 2 brackets, item, go outside 1, hit an arrow here, another bracket, hit enter. Okay. We're gonna add our slides in here. So we're gonna say swiper slide. And the first thing that we will do is add our key. Gotta add that key. The key will be item, question mark dot ID. Perfect. And next we're gonna add a module here. Or not a module, we're gonna add a style. So we're gonna say style. And on this style, what we'll do is add a flex grow. So we're gonna say flex grow like this on this style. Flex grow, and the flex grow will be equal to 0. All right. Everything looking good so far. All right, we have the related products here. Okay, the next thing that we're going to do is go inside and add a card. So we're going to add this card, and on this card, what we'll do is add a component. So component, and that component will be a link component. Next thing we're going to do is decide where we want to go to. And so when you click on the related product, it's going to take you to that product. So here we go. We're going to add a backtick / product /$ double curly bracket. And what we do is say item dot ID. Perfect. Next thing we're going to do, add an elevation. And that elevation will be 0. Next thing that we're going to do, add an SX and double curly bracket. We're going to say text declaration. So text declaration. And it will be equal to none. I'm going to add a width, and that width will be equal to 300 pixels. Okay. Now inside of that card, what we'll do is add a card action area. So here we go. So card action area, and then inside of that, we're going to add a card media. So card media, self-closing, and what we'll do, like we've been doing before, we're going to add a component. Component will be an IMG. And then we're going to add the image that we want to display. And that image will be equal to item.image. So item.image.url. Okay. And next thing I'm going to do is add an alt. And its alt will be equal to the related products. All right. And so what we'll do next is add an SX, and you see it's already displayed here. So we're gonna add an SX, and so on that SX we're gonna add a border radius, so border radius, and that border radius will be 2. And the next thing that we're going to do is add a min height, so we're going to add a min height, and admin height will be equal to 570 pixels. And then we're going to add a max height of 570 pixels. So max height, 570 pixels. All right, and actually 500. Next thing we'll do, after the cart media, what we'll do is add cart content. So we'll say cart content. And on this cart content, we're going to add some typography. And there we go. Actually, there we go. Okay, so we'll add a color. That color will be equal to secondary. All right, and then a variant, and that variant will be equal to subtitle 2. Okay, and so on this, what we're going to do is add item.name like that. And so we should get the name of that product. We're going to copy it. Okay, we're going to copy it, paste it, format document. Perfect. So now we got that twice. So what we want to do is change this part. So now we want to put the price. So it's an item.price.formatted. So formatted underscore with underscore code. So now it should give us the formatted item with the code here. So item.price.formatted underscore with code. Up, I put width, like actual width. It should be width. Okay, so there we go, $15. Perfect. And like I said, this is the only related product I put. So now if I click this, it should take me to this product, and this product has 2 related products. So it's all filling out itself pretty easily. But we're gonna go back to this product right here. All right, so nice. We have this done. We have the t-shirts, the description, and the related products in here. So everything is looking good so far. Checking the accordion, that looks good as well. All right, all right. So let's go to our Explorer. We're going to go to the pages and go to the cart page. Okay, and on the cart page, there's a couple different things we need to add. Let me go to the cart here, cart page on the right side of the screen. So the first thing we're going to do, as always, remove that import, and then we're going to import use context, and we'll import use state. So I have use context. We can say use state, use context first. It doesn't really matter, but use context and use state. The next import will be the cart context. So let's import the cart context here. All right, and that will be coming from // context / cart context. Okay, and so the next thing that we're going to do is import some things from Material UI. So we're going to import stack. We will also import container. We will also import typography. Okay, and so that will be coming from @MUI/material. The next thing I'm going to do is import cart items. All right, and cart items will be coming from two dots, / components / cart items. Okay, we don't have cart items built out yet, and I feel like I've been saying the whole time, so I'm sorry about that, but all of these should be . All right, so I'm going to take this, comment it out. We'll create that later, and then the next thing we're going to do is import cart summary. So cart summary from / components / cart summary. All right, take that line, comment it out. So the next thing we're going to do here is go inside of the cart page, and we're going to use context. So we're going to create our cart, or replace our cart here, or put our cart here. Here we go. So let's say cart, and let's say equals use context. So use context, and then we'll use the cart context. So this is coming from our context, so that's why I said replace, but we're placing the cart here so we can grab it and use this information. So There we go. So next we'll have use state here. So we're going to say editing, and we're going to say set editing, and we'll say use state. And initially we want the state to be false. So anytime we edit anything on a cart page, we'll change it to true and false to generate a loader. Okay. Next thing I'm gonna do is say const, and we're gonna have a function here, and it's gonna be called render empty cart message. Okay. And so we're gonna use a arrow function here, and we want to just simply return something, and all we're gonna return is cart empty. Okay, and so we will call this function whenever the cart is empty, but we do need some conditions for this. And the next thing I'm going to do is create a function that is called render cart. Okay, and so this will display whenever we actually have things in our cart. And so I like this kind of method of either we have a cart or we don't have a cart, and we can render one of these two inside of the return. And so you're basically creating your items here, and then all you had to do is call it in this return. So let's go ahead and create what our cart would say. So we'll say return here, and inside of the return we're going to have a stack. Okay, and that stack will have a few different properties on it. So I'm gonna hit enter here. The first thing we're going to do is have a direction. That direction will have double curly brackets, an extra small of column dash reverse. Okay, and then we're going to say medium, and that medium will be row. Okay, and so outside of that direction, what we're going to do is give it a gap. That gap will be 10. We're going to give this age justified content. That justified content will be equal to simply center. The next thing we're going to do is have an align item. So that align items will have double curly brackets, extra small will be center. The next thing we're going to do is have medium, and that medium will be equal to flex dash start. Okay, last but not least, we're going to have a margin top MT, and that MT will be equal to 10. Okay, so the next thing we have to do is just simply put in the cart items and the cart summary. So we're going to say cart items like this, and then we're going to have a self-closing tag, and we're going to comment that out for now. Next thing we're going to do is say cart summary and have a self-closing tag, and we'll simply comment it out as well. So now we have this set up. Last but not least, what we want to do is go down into the return here, and we're going to comment this div out and put in a container. Okay, and so this container will have a max width, and that max width will be equal to extra large, so XL. The next thing we're going to do is type a typography. All right, and that typography will have a variant, and that variant will be equal to an H4. All right, and so we also have an align, and we want to align this to center. And so we're going to type in your shopping cart. So your shopping cart. Okay, so we got your shopping cart here. We have the container here. Right here it says your shopping cart. Pretty good. So after that, we're going to need some JavaScript. So here we want to say cart question mark dot total underscore unique item. So if you have some unique items in here, then we want the cart to be displayed here. So wait, let me go back. There we go. We want the cart to be displayed. So total unique items greater than 0 question mark. What do we want to do? We want to render the cart. So render cart, call it. All right, so that's what we want to do. We want to render the cart if we have those unique items, but if not, what do we want to do? We want to render the empty cart message. So this is an easy way that you can kind of have some simple yet effective conditional logic here. Okay, and so the empty cart message is not showing up because we do have one item in the cart, but we don't have the cart items and the cart summary actually created yet. And so that is the next thing that we have to do. And so we're going to go to our components here, and then right here we'll add another file, and this file will be called cart. Okay, inside the cart, we want to add 2 files here. We're going to call the first one cart items.js. We're going to come here, say RAFCE, enter, and then we're going to also add another file, and this file will be called the cart summary.js, and then we're going to type RAFCE here as well. And so I want to go back to the cart page and simply uncomment these like this. So now these imports are inside of the cart page, and then we'll go down here and also uncomment this. And that did not do what I wanted it to do. I tried to uncomment both at the same time. There we go. All right, so now you see cart items and cart summary showing up here on your right side. Okay, so now all we have to do is build out these things, and let me look and see, make sure everything looks good. All right, everything looks good. So we need to build out these things. There are some props here that we need, so let me go ahead and add those props. So right here, what we want to do is add editing, and that editing will be editing. So, and then the next one we will have the set editing, and set editing will be equal to set editing. Okay, take this set editing, because we want to be able to change this set editing inside of the cart summary. So put set editing inside of cart summary. Now we have everything that we need in order to begin. And first we'll start with the cart items, and then we'll work on the cart summary. So let's go ahead and go to the cart items and begin. All right, so the first thing that we're going to do is remove this import, and we're going to import use state. So let's say use state, which will be coming from React, and we'll also import use context. The next thing that we will do is import add circle icon. So add circle, and you can hit enter and then just add icon at the end, remove the curly brackets here, and then at the end of this add a slash and add circle. Okay, the next thing I'm going to do is add the remove circle. So we're going to say import remove circle, and then type icon here, remove the curly bracket, and then simply go down and then add the remove circle. Okay, next thing that we're going to do is add our items from material UI. So the first item that we're going to have is a stack coming from at MUI/material. We will also add a box. We'll add topography. So topography. There we go. Topography. We'll add a card media. We'll also add a button, and then we're going to add circular progress. Perfect. So the next thing we're going to do is import link. So import link, and that link will be coming from React Router DOM. The next thing we're going to do is add commerce. So we're going to import commerce, and then we're going to import the cart context. So import, and then cart context. So cart context like that. All right, so now that we have all these different things, what we can do next is go inside of the cart items. Well, actually, let's go ahead and put our props in here. So right here, we need to put in editing, and we need to put in set editing. So set editing. All right, those are the props. So now let's go ahead and go inside of the cart items, and we're going to have a const cart. And what we'll do with this is use context like this, and we'll add the cart context. The next thing that we're going to do is set our set cart. I say set and type import const. And so right here we'll say set cart, and that set cart will be equal to use context, and it will be the cart context. Next, we'll go say const handle update quantity. All right, and so on this handle update quantity, we want to say equal to an async function. And so on this, we're going to put in line item ID, and we also need the quantity. All right, and so now we're gonna have an arrow and curly brackets. We're gonna say const update qty equals, and then we're gonna say async once again, bracket, arrow, and here we need to add the data. So we need to create data. So const data equals await commerce dot cart dot update, like this. So we want to update the cart. And what do we need to update the cart? We need the line item ID, comma, curly bracket, and then inside this we're going to say quantity is quantity, like that. All right, and so we're going to add these dynamically. The next thing that we're going to do is right after that, here, hit enter. And so what we want to do is set cart, and we're going to set the cart to data.cart. And you could destructure this first, but I'm just going to put data.cart. And then next we're going to say set loading, and we'll set the loading to false. All right, so now after this bracket right here, we're going to hit enter, and we're going to set loading to true, and then we're going to call the update quantity right here. Perfect. All right, so now we basically need the reverse of this. So what we're going to do below this is say const, let's add a little bit more space. So we're going to say const handle delete item equals async. So what do we need here? We only need the line item ID, add an arrow, add curly brackets, const delete. So const delete item equals async. And here, I'm gonna put brackets. After the brackets, add an arrow, add curly brackets. We'll say const. Got to define the data once again. So const data equals, let me scroll down a little bit, give me a little bit more visibility. But anyways, const data equals await commerce dot cart dot remove. And what we'll remove is the line item ID. Perfect. Now I want to set the cart, update the cart again, and it will be data.cart. After that, we're going to say set editing, and we're going to set the editing to false. All right, and so after this bracket here, hit enter, and what we will do is set the editing to true, and then we're going to delete the item. So delete the item, call it there. Perfect, perfect. Okay, so now that we have all that done, now we can start actually working on something that will change how this looks. So the first thing I'm going to do is delete this div, then we're going to add a box. So first thing we want to do is add a box, and then I'm going to format the document just to make things look a little bit better. Okay, so inside of this box, the first thing I'm going to do is add a width. Okay, and so this width will have double curly brackets. Extra small will be 80%. All right, 80%, comma, medium will be 50%. Perfect. The next thing we're going to do inside this box, we're going to add a typography. Go to the end here. All right, do it again. There we go. So on this typography, what we'll add is a variant, and this variant will be in H4. And we'll also add some padding bottom, and that padding bottom will be 5. And side, oh well, one more thing we want to add is font weight. I almost said inside typography, so I'm gonna add font weight, and that font weight will be equal to 500. All right. So what we'll do now here is say items like this, and then let's see what we have here. So items. All right. So what we'll do next is below this typography, so I'm gonna scroll down a little bit, hit enter. So right here, and actually let me remove this, give me a little bit more space, that's a lot better. All right, so what we want to do here, add curly brackets, because we're going to do some JavaScript here, and we're going to say editing question mark. And so if we are editing, we want the circular progress to appear. So circular progress, self-closing tag, we're going to say size, and on the size it will be equal to 25 pixels. All right, and then use the or, and so on the or we're going to say cart question mark dot line underscore items dot map, and then on this map we're going to add 2 brackets items, Go inside that first bracket, add an arrow, and then not a curly bracket. I almost added a curly bracket here, but add another bracket like this so we don't have to use the return. Okay, and so inside of here we're going to add a card like this, and that should get rid of the error that we've been experiencing. Perfect. First things first, you already know the drill. We have to add a key. So this key will be items.id. Next thing we're going to do, add an elevation. So elevation will be 0, and that is actually removing the elevation because it automatically has one before you add anything. Next thing, we're going to add a margin bottom of 2, and then we're going to add an SX prop. Okay, on the SX prop, we're going to add a width. That width will be 70%. So let's say 70%. The next thing we're going to do is add a display. So we're going to add a display like this, and we need to go back, add a comma here. We're going to add a display, and so this display will be equal to flex. We're also going to add a gap, and a gap will be equal to 1. Going to add a text declaration, so text declaration, and the text declaration will be equal to none. And then we're also going to add a color, and that color will be equal to black. All right. Last but not least, we're going to add a margin bottom. So margin bottom, and the margin bottom will be 10 pixels. All right. The next thing that we're going to do inside of this card is add a box. Okay, so we're going to add a box here like that. All right. The next thing we're going to do is add a link like this, and then we need to define where we want this link to go to. So we're going to say to. All right, and to, we're going to add a backtick. We're going to say /product/ and here you want to add a $, curly brackets right here. We're going to say items.product_ID. Perfect. So now we got the link to. Now we want to add a card media. So we're going to say card media like this. It will be self-closing. That's important. So the next thing we're going to do, add a component, and this will be an image component. So we don't need the curly brackets. We're going to add an img. The next thing that we're going to do is add an SX. And SX will have a double curly bracket. We're going to add a width, and width would be 150. All right, after the SX, we're going to say image, and so that image will be coming from, and right here we need the curly bracket, items.image.url. Next thing we're going to do is add an alt, so we're going to add an alt, and for this we'll simply just say carts. Already have our items popping up here. Perfect. Okay, so now that we have this outside of that link, I want you to actually go outside of the box, hit enter right there, and so we're going to add another box here. And so scroll down a little bit, give us some room. So right after this box, on this line here, we're going to add an ML and margin left, and that will be equal to 4. So equal to 4. And then after that, the next thing we need to do is add a stack. All right, and then on that stack we want to add a spacing, and that spacing will be equal to 2. And the next thing that we're going to do is add a typography, and that typography will have a variant, and that variant will be equal to an H5. The next thing that we're going to do is add our stuff inside of the typography. So we'll say items.product_name. All right. And so after that, what we would do is under that typography, we're going to add another typography. So let's go ahead and add that. So typography. Okay. And this typography will have a variant, and that variant will be equal to a subtitle 2. All right. And then what we'll do is say price. And then the price will be items.price.formatted. So formatted underscore with underscore symbol. Perfect. The next thing we're going to do is add another typography. So on this typography, what we'll do is add a variant, and a variant will be equal to subtitle 2 as well. So add subtitle 2. And then if you go down one, we're going to add some JavaScript. And so we need something that will say or again. So what we'll do is set items dot selected underscore options, and then you want to say bracket 0. Okay, you want to say question mark right here. Then you want to add a React fragment. You're going to have a bracket as well. So we had the React fragment and the bracket. Okay, so what you want to do is say items dot selected options, and then you want to say 0 question mark dot group underscore name, or bracket items dot selected underscore options 0 question mark dot option underscore name, like that. All right, and then what you want to do after this React fragment, you want to put an or, and then you want to have, I think I did that wrong, so question mark group. Okay, I see what happened. So here, where we got the group name, this needs to have a bracket right there. I should fix the error, I believe. This bracket here should be erased, that curly bracket. So let me kind of make it look a little bit better so you can kind of see what I did there. All right, so basically what we did, we had a bracket. I needed to put 2 colons here. So what I did was added the React fragment in order to do that. So we got a React fragment here. We have the information that we want here, and then we're saying or leave it blank like that. So hopefully that explains it, and hopefully I didn't lose you at all, but I'm pretty sure I didn't. Y'all got it. So what we're gonna do is add a typography here, okay, and then it should have a variant, and this variant will be a subtitle 2. And then what we want to have is quantity, and that should be capital Q, quantity, and that quantity will be items dot quantity. All right, and so after that typography, we're going to add another stack. Scroll down a little bit. So on this stack, what we'll do is add a direction, and that direction will be equal to row, and then we'll also add a gap, and that gap will be equal to 2. Inside of the stack, what we'll do is add a button, okay, and so on that button we're going to add a margin, and that margin, not a media, that margin will be equal to 10. We're going to add a variant, and that variant will be equal to outlined. We're going to add an on click to this, so we're going to add an on click, and that on click will be equal to, we're going to have a bracket and curly bracket, then we're going to have a regular one, and then inside of this we're going to call the handle update quantity. We kind of add, let me scroll over a little bit. So we're going to add the handle update quantity here, and we'll have to put in our parameters here. So what we need is items.id, and then we also need the items.quantity, and we're going to say -1. All right, and so inside of that button though, so right here, after this button, what we're going to do is add the remove circle icon here, self-closing tag, like this, and there it is. So now we have the remove button. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy that line right there. All right, and so let me format the document here, make everything look a little bit better. So you have this stack right here. You have the button, and right below the button, what we're going to do is add a typography. So Go ahead, enter. So right here, we're going to add a topography like that. On that topography, we're going to add a variant, and that variant will be equal to an H5. All right, and then after that, we're going to add some JavaScript in here, and we're going to say not loading. So if we're not loading, question mark, we're going to say items dot quantity if we're not loading. But if we are loaded, we want to have the circular progress run. So circular progress, and then we're going to add self-closing. We'll add a size to this, and that size will be equal to 20 pixels, like that. So if I hit this button and it's loading, this one will have a circle by it instead of actually having a quantity. Okay. So the next thing that we're going to do is right after this topography, we're going to add that button that we copied and pasted. So right here, I'm going to hit enter. And I'm going to hit the paste like this. So now we should have a button on this side right here. Let me see something now. Okay. So we are cutting off here, and that is because this is only so big. So let me scroll up a little bit, and this width right here, go ahead and add a little bit more. Let's see. Okay, or let's go a little bit less. Let's see, 110. Okay, that's a whole lot better. It actually shows up right here, and maybe we should just be on the safe side. Maybe just add it 100. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Actually have everything in. You can put 100 or 110, just so both of the buttons can definitely show up here. Okay, scroll back down. So we have both buttons. So what we want to do is simply change the function that we're going to call and change the icon. So what we're going to do, so instead of the plus like this saying -1, we're going to add +1. So right here, I'm going to say +1, and then instead of having the remove circle, we want to have the add circle. So add circle. So this should say minus, just say add right here. So minus and add. Okay, everything looks good so far. The next thing that we're going to do though is right in between this stack right here, we're going to hit enter, and I'm going to add another button. So I'm going to add a button like this, and this button will have an on click. Okay, so on click, on this on click, we're going to call the delete item. So here we'll say handle delete item, and then on the delete item, we want to say items.id. Okay, outside of it though, we're going to add a variant, and that variant will be equal to outlined. Scroll down a little bit, scroll over so y'all can see. Okay, format the document, and then I'm gonna take the space away. Okay, everything looks good so far. And so inside of that button, scroll over a little bit, inside that button, we'll simply just say delete. And so now if I hit this button right here, if I click it, what it will do is delete this entire item. Instead of like just taking one or two, we can just delete the entire thing. Okay. All right, everything looks good so far. I like where we coming with this project. Now what we need is the cart summary, which will kind of display our total pricing and different things like that. So all we'll do is click over to the cart summary. If you don't have it pulled up, we don't want to buy you. Just simply go over to the cart summary, which is under the cart page, and then click on cart summary, and then we can begin with the cart summary. All right, so we're gonna remove this. The next thing we're gonna do is import. And the first import that we want to do is import stack, and that will be coming from at MUI/material. So we got stack, we need box, we also need a topography, we also need a button. So button like this. The next thing that we're going to do is import, and we're going to import a link, and that will be coming from React Router DOM. The next thing we're going to do is import use context. So use context, and that will be coming from React. The next thing we're going to do is import commerce, and the last thing that we're going to do is import the cart context. Okay, So the next thing we need to do is inside of the cart context, we need to create our cart and our set cart. So we did this before in the cart items. So all we gotta do is say const, say cart equals use context, and then we're just gonna use cart context. So after that, what we'll do, I just copy and pasted that line just because. So we'll say set cart. You can type it out if you need. So set cart, and that will be coming from the use context. All right. So the next thing we're gonna do, I'm gonna format the document real quick, and we need to create a function. So we want to handle the empty cart. So handle empty cart equals and async, and we're gonna call that arrow bracket. We need another const, so const empty cart like this equals an async and an s here. All right, and so after that, call that there and arrow, need curly brackets, and the same flow that we had last time we have this time. So we're going to const data. We want to await that data, commerce dot cart dot refresh, call it there. We're going to refresh the cart. Next we want to set the cart to the data, and that data dot cart, and we also want to set the editing to false. Okay, so after that bracket there, we want to set the editing to true, and then we also want to call that empty cart right there. I like that. Next thing we're gonna do is start editing things. So wait a minute, set editing is not defined. Oh yeah, that's right. We didn't put our prop here. Okay, so easy fix. Put set editing here inside of the props. Perfect. Okay, now the next thing we're gonna do is go to the return here, and we're just gonna simply take away this here, and we're gonna add a box, and that box will have a width. All right, and that width will be equal to extra small, and we want the extra small to be 80%, and then we want medium, and that medium will be equal to 25%. Perfect. Next, we're gonna add a typography, and that typography will have a variant, and that variant will simply be equal to an H4, and then we want a PB, which is padding bottom, and that padding bottom will be equal to 5. After that, we're going to add a font weight, and then that font weight will simply be equal to 500. After that, inside of the typography, we'll have summary like this. Perfect. So we should see summary, which we do. The next thing we're going to do is add a stack, and let me add this, and then add that, so we can get the stack there. The next thing we're going to do is add a gap on that stack, so we're going to add a gap. And that gap will be equal to 2. Next thing we're going to do is add another stack. So add another stack there. What we want to do is add a direction. That direction will simply be equal to row. Hit backspace, add your quotes, say row. Next, I'm going to add a gap as well, and that gap will be equal to 5 this time. The next thing we're going to do is add a typography. And on that typography, we're going to add a variant, and that variant will be equal to a subtitle 2. After that, we're going to add total items, so total items. And then after that, what we'll do is simply take this, and we're going to copy it, and then what we're going to do is paste it right here. All right, and so you see total items is here. This is not what we need. Just take this, backspace it out. What we need is cart question mark dot total underscore items like this, and so now we should see the total items here. We're going to format that document, and so on this next line right here, well, actually not that line, sorry about that. What we're going to do though is add another stack. So here, add another stack. Okay, on this stack, we're kind of going to be looking at the same thing. We want to add a direction. The direction will be equal to row, and we're going to add a gap that is going to be equal to 5. So add a gap. That gap will be equal to 5. Inside of that stack, we're going to add a typography. And that typography will have a variant, which is equal to a subtitle 2. There we go. And so right here, we're going to add subtotal. Okay, subtotal. And just like we did on the other one, I'm just going to simply paste since I still had it pasted here. And then here, we're going to add a double bracket cart question mark dot subtotal. Total question mark dot formatted underscore with underscore symbol. Now we should get the subtotal right here. Perfect. Okay. Now, the next thing we need to do, so let me just hit backspace here. Okay. So we have our 2 stacks. So after this stack but before that box, what we're going to do is hit enter and add a box here. Okay. On this box, we will add a margin top. So right here, we're going to add an empty, and that margin top will be equal to 5. The next thing we will do is add a button like this. And so what we'll do on this button, we're going to add a component. All right. And so component, not a link component, but just a regular component. I hit enter so quickly. Anyway, so we're going to add a component, but the component will be equal to link. No caps, just like that. Well, the first letter is caps. We're going to add a 2. On that 2, we're going to add a backtick, and we're going to say / slash checkout. This don't necessarily need the backtick, but add it anyway. And so we're going to have an XX here. So this XX, actually I'm going to hit enter so we can add all these properties. We have a width, and this width will be equal to 100%, comma. We're going to add a text declaration, and that text declaration will be equal to none. Okay. And so after the text declaration, outside of the XX, what we want to do is add a variant. And actually, let me scroll down a little bit. So we're going to add a variant, and that variant will be equal to contained. The next thing we're going to do is add a empty, which is margin top, and that margin top will be equal to 2. And then inside of the button, we're going to add check out. So check out like this. So should see checkout there. Perfect. Everything looks good so far. All right. The next thing that we're going to do is after this button, what we want is a box. So we're going to add a box. And that box will have a margin top of 2. So empty of 2. The next thing that we're going to do is add a button in here as well. So we're going to say not box, but we'll say button. Okay, on this button, just like we did earlier, we're going to add a component, and that component will be equal to a link. Okay, on that link component, we need to add a variant, and that variant will be equal to outlined. Next, we're going to add a onClick. So I'm going to hit enter here, and I'll add my onClick here. So we're going to say onClick. Okay, on that onClick, what we need to do is add the handle empty cart like this. No need to put the calls, just handle empty cart. And so after this button though, what we'll do is say empty cart. Then I'm gonna format document. Everything looks good. So we got the empty cart here, and we have checkout. So checkout empty cart. Okay. All right. So I think we are done with the shopping cart page. I'm gonna pull this full screen. All right, that looks pretty good. I wanted the empty cart button a little bit smaller than the checkout, since you know if you're working with a website, you don't want that just as big as a checkout. Make people, you're incentivizing people to empty their cart, so we don't want that if you're making a fashion website or a e-commerce store. All right, everything looks good. Next, we need to focus on what happens when we hit this checkout button. All right, so the next thing that I want you to do is just simply click on this checkout, and you should see this. It should say checkout page. All right, so I'm gonna uncheck all of these, and we're gonna simply go to our checkout page. And so here it is, checkout page. So all of the content, all of the code that we'll be using next will go all inside this checkout page. It'll be one long line of code. So stick with me through this. It's gonna be a lot. So hey, we got it though. We got it. We're gonna get through this thing. So the first thing we're gonna do is import use effect. So we're going to import use effect, and that will be coming from React. The next thing is a use state. So let's go ahead and import that one as well. Next, we need all of our material UI imports. So we got box, stack, I believe. We also need a container. We need, and my computer is going slow, sorry about that, but we need typography. See, I typed typography and there it is. All right, so we need a typography. The next thing we need is a circular progress. So circular progress. Circular progress. All right, the next thing we need is button like this, and all of that will be coming from @MUI/material. The next thing we need, I'm gonna hit enter a few times, give us a little bit of space, but we're gonna import commerce, and commerce will be coming from the lib. So commerce, and that will be coming from /lib. So lib/commerce. The next import that we need is the cart context. So we need cart context, and the cart context will be coming from /context/cart context. The next import we need is the use context, and actually it would be better to put use context up here. So use context make more sense, less lines. Next, we're going to put in use form, and use form will be coming from React-hook-form. If you want to know more about use form, the React use form, you can Google that. It's a great tool to use if you're building out any kind of form. It's amazing. So go check out that page. Just Google it and you'll find it. But let's go ahead and continue. So the next thing we're going to do is import use navigate, and that will be coming from React Router DOM. The next thing we're going to do is import, and these will be coming from, this will be an element, so elements like this, elements, and that will be coming from @stripe/react-stripe-js. All right, and so inside of here we need a few more things. We need card element, and we also need elements consumer. All right, and we have not gotten our React code that we need yet. We just need the little code, but I'll show you that in a second. So now that we have that, we're also going to put in import, and this will be load stripe. And actually this last import, I'm pretty sure we should be able to put load stripe. No, we can't put it here, sorry about that, but we need to actually put it here. I was gonna see if I could combine it, but we cannot. Load stripe, meaning it will come from @stripe/stripe.js. Okay, next thing we're gonna do is add a const stripe promise. So stripe promise, it will be equal to load stripe. Call that right there, and we need the key. So we don't have this key yet, but for right now I'm just gonna leave it blank. All right, because we don't necessarily need it yet. We will need it though when we get round to the end of actually adding all of our functions. And so we're about to create a few functions and some cons. So like I said, hang out with me and we're gonna get this thing done. So the next thing we have to do here inside of the checkout is add a const, and the const will be const cart. All right, and it's gonna be equal to use context. That use context is gonna say cart context. Next, we'll add another const. This const will be for the set cart. All right, and the set cart will be equal to use context. That use context will also be cart context. Another const, if you could guess it, it will be register. All right, so register like this, and then we're gonna put a handle submit. All right, and so inside of this, we're going to equal to use form. Like that, call use form right there. Next, we'll say let navigate. So we're gonna be using navigate. Need a lowercase navigate, and it will be equal to use navigate. And we're gonna call use navigate right there. Okay. Next, we have a few more. I'm gonna add a little bit of space. We're gonna because we're gonna be using state for a lot of these. So first thing we're gonna do is say checkout token. All right. So checkout token, and it's gonna be set checkout token. So set checkout token, and it's going to be equal to use state. This put in a little empty string here. Okay, so we're going to need a few more of these. I'm just gonna take these and I'm gonna copy a few of these. So there we go. All right. So we have the checkout token. The next thing that we're gonna do here is we need our shipping country. So shipping countries. And next we're gonna set this same thing. So really, you can really just copy that, shipping countries. So we've got shipping countries, and then you can just take that, set shipping countries. Actually need a capital S. So it won't be as fast as I hope. But anyways, let's continue. So the next thing we need is country, and then we're going to set country. All right, go down another one. The next thing we're going to do is set the shipping subdivisions. So shipping subdivisions like this, and then we're going to set these shipping subdivisions. So right here, set shipping subdivision, capitalize that S. All right, perfect. The next thing we need is the actual just subdivision. So I'm going to paste here and just take that S for subdivisions, and then same thing here. I'm gonna paste and to set these subdivisions. All right, the last thing we need right here will be the shipping options. All right, so just take that shipping options, and then you can just take it, copy it, and then replace the checkout token. Paste. That is not what I wanted to do. Not at all, but anyways, take that, paste, and then capitalize that S right there. So we got the checkout token, set checkout token, and this should be checkout token, checkout, set checkout token. Okay, perfect. Set checkout token. Okay, so what we're gonna do is delete that last line right there. And so now we should have everything that we need. And we have an error here. So export default imported as use form not found in React hook. Okay. Let me scroll up a little bit, see what we got going on here. So use form. And the reason why is because it should be the structure like this. Now if I format that and say boundary, if I refresh, then everything should work. There we go. See that boundary right there, the error boundary? We're going to make a dedicated error page, but I wanted to say that for last. Some people don't even really care about all that, but we're gonna make a dedicated error page at the end, guys, at the end. So stay tuned in the video. So now that we have all our accounts here, what we can do now is start building out the specific things that we need to actually happen on the checkout page. So the first thing we're going to do is generate a use effect here, and let's go ahead and build it out. Give us an empty set of dependencies. So we're going to say if, and so this if, we're going to say cart.line underscore items. Okay, and that should be an underscore. So if cart.underscore items here. All right, so what do we want to happen? So if we have that, we're gonna create the checkout token. So what do we want to do? Generate the checkout token. All right, so generate checkout token will be equal to a async function. On this async function, what we're going to do is define the token. So right here, we need to say const token equals await. Going to await that commerce.checkout.generate token like this. Call it, and inside of here we need the cart ID. So cart.id, comma, add double curly brackets. Just add a singular curly bracket, and the type will be cart. So type cart like this. All right, all that looks very, very good. So on the next line, what we can do is actually set that checkout token, and then call it here and insert the token that we just got from this line. All right, so under here, you know what we have to do. We need to call that generate checkout token right there, and we also need a dependency, and that dependency will simply be cart. All right, I like that. We got that first one done pretty good. Next, let's go down a little bit more, and we need to call all of our functions that will like store all of this information right here. All right. And so, one thing I do want to do right here, the shipping subdivisions, put an array right here. and the shipping options also put in array right there. Perfect. Okay, so what we're gonna do under that use effect, we want to fetch the shipping countries. So next we'll say const fetch shipping countries. I say countries. That's yeah, countries. Okay, countries. I kind of get confused because we got shipping countries right here, and I almost said county, but either way. So fetch shipping countries. Okay, so the shipping country is going to be equal to a async function, and inside of this async function, we do need something. We need to check out token ID. All right, which we generated a little bit earlier. So inside of here, what we're going to do is say const. We're going to destructure the countries away from this call. So we're going to say await commerce right here, commerce.services and services.local list countries or local list shipping countries. Okay, and inside of this we need to have the checkout token ID. So whatever we put here will be here. So await commerce.services local list shipping countries. Perfect. So just like we have done all through the project, we need to set the shipping countries here, and inside of there we're going to take that destructured countries and place it inside of the set shipping countries. Perfect. Okay, so the next thing we do need to do is go ahead and go out of this, and then we're going to say const countries list. All right, and so we need to generate a list of countries from what we are fetching. So what we're going to do is say object dot entries, and we do this because of the way that it is the information is received. But anyway, we're going to say shipping countries, and here we'll say dot map. Take this map, and what we're going to put inside here is code name, like this. Let me get that out the way so you guys can see. So code name, like that. That first bracket here, go one step, arrow, and then we're going to call here. I say call. We're going to put a bracket here, and then we'll add a curly bracket, and we'll say ID code, and then we'll say label is the name. All right, okay, all of that looks good to go. The next thing we need to do is fetch the subdivisions. I want to format the document just to make it look a little bit better. So I'm gonna say const, and I'm gonna just space that a little bit so it can be like right under that, because this this fetch shipping country is kind of associated with this country list. Okay, the next thing that we're going to do is fetch the subdivision. So fetch subdivisions. All right, so we're going to fetch the subdivisions. All right, and so in here we're going to say equal to a async right here, and we need the country code. All right, so we just got that, but what we'll do is call this function here, arrow, curly brackets. We're gonna say const destructure the subdivisions. So destructure the subdivisions, and it will be equal to an await commerce.services local list subdivision. So local list subdivisions, call it that, and insert, or call it there and insert the country code. All right, everything looks good so far. The next thing that we're gonna do is actually just say set shipping countries, or set shipping subdivisions, sorry about that, subdivisions, and insert these subdivisions. All right, so you're seeing the pattern that we have going now. We are gathering all of our information here in order to store it inside of these states, and then we will display those on this checkout page. But we do have a little bit more information that we need. So once we have that info though, we have to change the order of it. So, and we're gonna say const subdivisions list, like this, equal to an object dot entries, and the entries will be shipping subdivisions. Okay, or here we'll say dot map, and just like we did on the other one, you want a bracket here, and then what we're gonna do is have another bracket, have an array code name, go outside of that that one there, that first one you reach, and then you want to have another bracket, add a space here, And then we're going to add a curly bracket. ID is going to be code, and then we're going to have a label that is name. All right, everything looks good. Code is not defined. And let me go here, code label, code map. Not sure exactly what's going on here. Let's see. I refreshed and it seems that everything is working now. That was odd. I'm pretty sure I have the exact same thing. Object.entries, subdivisions.map. I'm just making sure. Code name. All that looks good. ID. Yeah, everything looks fine. Refresh again, make sure that we have no error. No. That was interesting enough. Maybe my system just wasn't fast enough for the update, which that does happen sometimes since my screen is not at full capacity right now. But anyway, so we have the subdivision list. The next thing we're going to do is say const fetch shipping options. So delete the countries and we'll say options, and this will simply be a list of the ways that you can ship things. So it'll be equal to async, and we need a couple of different things here. So we need to check out token ID, we need the country, and we also need the subdivision. But the subdivision we're going to say equal to no. Okay, have an arrow here and then have the curly brackets. The next thing I'm going to do is say const options, and it's going to be equal to await commerce, and this one is pretty long, but commerce.checkout. After .checkout, say .get shipping options. Okay, inside there we're going to say checkout ID, and we only need 1K by the way. So checkout ID, checkout token ID. Sorry about that. Checkout token ID, comma, curly bracket, country. Country is going to be country. Next, state, province. So state, province. I said province, but state, province. And state province is going to be equal to subdivision. Subdivision, like that. Okay. And I need to go up top, delete the S off of that subdivision so it'll match. Perfect. Okay. So after that, simply do what we have always been doing. Set the shipping options. So set shipping options to, you guessed it, options. All right, everything looking good so far. Good, good, good. So the next thing that we're going to do is create another use effect. So use effect, and you know the structure of a use effect by now. Y'all know how to do it. What we're going to do is have this use effect. This is the basic setup of a use effect. And then we're going to put an if in here. So if country. All right, so if we have the country, we want to fetch the subdivision. So fetch the subdivisions and then put country inside of here. The next thing we're going to do is put our dependency of country. We need country in order for this to run. Perfect. All right, so now we're going to have another use effect here. Use effect, go ahead and structure your use effect. All right, so what's the use effect this time? Well, what we're going to do actually is take this use effect here, and because we need something to happen beforehand actually. So go up a little bit and paste that use effect. So right here, we're going to say if checkout token (.id). If we have that, what we're going to do is fetch these shipping countries and then place in that checkout token (.id) like that. And then what we'll do in here is put in checkout token (.id). Okay, perfect. And then here, what we're gonna do is handle country change. So if the country does change, we wanna do something. So it's gonna be equal to, and we're gonna put in a value. And right here, what we wanna do is set the country to that value. All right, we're gonna use this later on. Okay, and I kept it by the handle shipping country. So if this change is going to change the value of set country. All right, and so handle country change not defined. Handle country not defined. Line 62. Oh, const. Perfect. All right, got ahead of myself there for a second. Refresh. You should see error boundary. Now we're good. All right. I was like, what am I doing? Anyways, that's the greatness of that's the wonderful thing about programming. You can kind of just go with it, and sometimes you notice you do the simplest thing, right? But anyways, let's go ahead and continue. So we got the use effect, we got if country, country. So now we need the same setup, need another use effect, man. You can use as many use effects if you want. If you need a whole bunch of them, use them. Don't be afraid to use them use effects. All right. So what we're gonna do here is essentially the same thing we did with country, but we're gonna do it for the subdivision. So we're gonna say if subdivision with an S, with no S. Sorry about that. So if subdivision not defined, and let me go back up. I bet I put an S on subdivisions. We don't want an S on subdivision. Just no. Refresh. Make sure we're all good. Perfect. And make sure here. So set shipment subdivision like this. That's supposed to set shipment subdivision. Set shipment subdivisions. Okay, that's perfect. All right. So what we're gonna do right here, and I hope I didn't confuse you. I just took the S off of subdivision, but right here. So we have the subdivision. What we're gonna do is fetch the shipping options here. Call it, and we're gonna say checkout token dot question mark dot ID. And then we're gonna put in the country, and then we're gonna put in the actual subdivision. All right. And so we need our dependencies here, which are simply these three things. So I can just take it, copy and paste, so we don't have to retype all of that. So checkout token, question mark .id, country, and subdivision. Perfect. Okay. So the next thing we're gonna do at the end, we're gonna say const on submit. So on the submit, whenever we submit this, it's gonna be equal to a async function, and here we're gonna say data elements, and elements can be lowercase. So data elements stripe like this. All right, arrow, curly brackets. Okay. And so in this right here is going to be the data and things that we need in order to like complete our submission of our form, and our form will be our checkout page form. Let's refresh. There we go. Okay, so now let's begin working on this on submit. All right, so what we're gonna do is say if and not stripe. So if not stripe or not element or elements, we want to simply return. Okay. The next thing I'm gonna do is say const, and let me add a little bit of space here to scroll down a little bit. So I'm gonna add a const. We're gonna say card element, and that card element is going to be equal to elements dot get element. So get element, call it right there, and we're going to insert the card element. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is have another const, and we're going to say const, we want curly brackets, and we're going to say payment method, and it's going to be equal to an await, and we're going to await the stripe dot create payment method. All right, call it there, insert a curly bracket, and we're going to say type, and the type will be card, and we want to have a comment here. We're going to say card, and card is going to be card element. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do is scroll down here, and so we're going to have an if statement here. We're going to say if data, and that's not right, and stripe like this. If we have that, what we'll do is have a try right here, and we're gonna have a try catch like this, and we can simply just have that erased like this. Okay, and so inside of the try, we want to have a couple things. We're gonna say const order data, and this order data will be equal to an object like this. Okay, so we will have a lot of attributes, a lot of different things in here. So we're gonna say line items, and the line items will be checkout token dot line items, comma. We're gonna say customer, so customer, and the customer will be an object, and the first thing that we're gonna have is first name. The first name will be equal to data dot first capitalized name like that. All right, so what is this error telling me? First name unknown word. That should be fine, I believe. Okay, the next thing that we're going to do, have a comma, and now we're going to say last name. So last name, and it will be data dot last capitalized name, comma. Next thing I'm going to do, say email, and email will be data dot email. All right. So the next thing I'm going to do is go right here outside of that customer object, comma, and now we want to have a shipping object. All right, so let's scroll down a little bit. So inside of shipping, we're going to have name. Name will be equal to backticks. We're going to have a $, curly bracket, and here we're going to say data dot first name, and then we're going to have a space, and we're going to have a $, and we're going to say data dot last name. We need to take this, put it outside of that like this, data dot last name, capitalize the N on name, and then I want you to have a comma. Now we need the street, and the street will be data dot shipping street. All right, we'll have a comma, and next thing we're going to do is say town underscore city, and then on the town city we'll say data dot shipping city, comma. And next thing we're going to have is the country state. So we're going to say country underscore state. And on this, it will be data dot shipping subdivisions, comma. The next thing we're going to do is have the postal underscore zip underscore code. Right here, it will be data dot shipping zip, like this, comma. And next thing we're going to have is the country. So we're going to say country, and then we're going to say data dot shipping countries. Okay. The next thing we're going to do, so outside of the shipping, we're going to have a comma, and we're going to say fulfillment. So fulfillment. We're going to have another object, and we're going to say shipping underscore method. It's going to be data dot shipping options. Okay, outside of the fulfillment, we can go ahead and have another comma. We're going to say payment, and we'll have an object here, and the payment gateway. So we're going to say gateway, and gateway will be Stripe, comma. So let me scroll down a little bit. Now we'll have Stripe. Stripe will be an object, and we're going to have the payment underscore method underscore ID, and it will be payment method dot ID. Perfect. Okay, so right at the end of all this, what I want to do is format the document here. Okay, and so right at the end, we're going to have a const. So we're going to say const order equal await, and we're going to await commerce dot checkout dot capture. And what do we want to capture? We want to capture the checkout token.id. We need that in there, and we also need that order data that we just created. Okay. Next, we need to set a new cart once we capture the order data. We have the order. The order is going to be sent to commerce.js. Now we have to reset the cart. So now we're going to say new cart. And the new cart is going to be equal to await commerce dot cart dot refresh. All right, call it there. Perfect. And then we have to set that new cart. So we're going to say set cart like this, and we're going to set the cart to the new cart. Then we're going to say window dot session storage, and we're going to set the item here. So we're going to say set item. Actually, it should be session storage dot set item, because CommerceJS runs through the session storage. That's how it keeps up with the data. So we're going to say set item, and here we're going to say order and underscore receipt. So underscore receipt, and then we'll have a comma JSON dot stringify, and then we want to stringify the order. All right, so we're going to stringify the order that we created here. Okay. So next we're going to navigate. So after we confirm that we have the order, we're going to navigate, and you're going to navigate to comma/confirmation. So confirmation. All right, now take us to the confirmation page, and I guess we can just console.log the error here if we have one, just in case we have one through this project, and we can see what's going on. Okay, so I'm gonna just add a little bit. I'll delete a little bit of space there. Okay, so now that we have all of that information done, we can begin working inside of the return. But before we do that, what I want to do is go to the Stripe promise and go ahead and work through all of that. Let's go to the Stripe page, get our Stripe code here, so we then go to the return and can fill everything out, and everything should start working. So let's go ahead and go over to Stripe. All right, we are here on stripe.com. If you already have an account, perfect. All you have to do is sign in. If you don't, make sure that you create an account, and it's going to ask you a lot of questions. You can go to start now right here. It's going to ask you a lot of questions. Just answer them to the best of your ability. It could take about 2-3 minutes depending on how fast you are with answering those questions. It's a good amount of questions, but I'm just going to sign in and get straight to the dashboard so you can see exactly what's going on. Okay, so once everything is filled out, you should see a screen that looks like this. What we are going to do is, you could copy this, like right here where it says for developers, you'll see live mode, you'll see publisher key. If you don't see that, just go to developers, and it may have you go through some things here, and then you can go to your API keys that are right here. But what we're going to do is simply hit test mode. If you want the live key, you can use it, but we're going to use the test mode key. And so once you have your account and you see that you go to API keys and you have your token right here, before you start copying and pasting your token, what we're going to do is go back to the commerce.js. I want you to scroll down, and you should see something that says settings. Go to payment gateway. Now yours will look a little bit different. You're going to have to put in some kind of credit card or something like that, but don't be worried. It's not going to take any money from you unless you're really using this app and you're using it for real. All you have to do is just maintain your sandbox mode or something like that. But if you start using it, making money and using CommerceJS, that's kind of how they make their money. But we're in sandbox mode, so you're not going to make anything. So what I want you to do is go to add, and right here go to Stripe and click sandbox mode. Now you don't have to click sandbox mode. Like I said, if you're going to be using it for real, you don't want to check sandbox mode, but we're going to click sandbox mode. Right here it says publisher key, secret key. What you have to do is go back to your dashboard, and we're in sandbox mode. This publisher key, take this key, copy it, go back to your payment gateway and copy and paste it here. And your secret key, go back and reveal your secret key and just copy it as well. And then just go back to this, paste it. I'm not going to save because I already have mine set up. I'm going to hit cancel, but make sure you save it. But I have it saved right here. And so what I'm going to do is simply take this publishable key, just take it, copy it, okay, and take that key, and then I want you to go back to our app. And so in here, what we're gonna do is go back to that .env. So I want you to type in react_app_stripe, okay? And it's going to be equal to that key. So type that key in, copy and paste it. So now we have that key. Now all we had to do is just simply copy this, go back to the checkout page, and right here what we're going to do is type in process.env. So process.env and then react app_stripe. So it's going to load that Stripe code, and we have that inside of our .env. Okay, so everything looks good, but now that we have done that, what we have to do is end this and restart it so the .env will actually work. So go to terminal, new terminal, and then go to node. Once you're on node, hit Control C and hit Y. So then now we have to just simply restart. So npm start, and the page will restart, and I'll see you guys in a second. All right, so welcome back. So what we're gonna do is just simply go back to our cart. and then go back to checkout, and you should see checkout page here once again. And so now we can actually start building out this checkout page in order to display all of the information that we have obtained. So we're gonna go here inside of the return. Let me scroll up just a little bit, and we're going to add a container. All right, and so this container right here will have a max width, and that max width will be equal to extra large. So XL, not C, but XL. Okay. The next thing we're going to do is add some JavaScript here. So we need the curly bracket. And what we'll say is if we don't have the checkout token, so if not checkout token, question mark, we're going to add a stack here. Question mark, going to add a stack. And that is not a stack. There we go. All right, so we're going to add a stack, and then we're going to add a margin, and this margin will be 50. So margin of 50. We're going to add a justified content, and this justified content will simply be equal to center. And let me get rid of the sidebar here so we can have a lot more room. All right, looks good. So here we go. So we got justified content is center. The next thing we're going to do is add an align item. So this align items will be simply equal to center. I'm gonna hit enter here just so the stack can fall a little bit. And what we will do is add a circular progress. All right, so add a circular progress. So circular progress like this with a size, and that size will be equal to 100 pixels. So we're gonna say 100 pixels, 100 pixels inside of a string like this. And then we're going to have a self-closing tag right here. All right, and so let's go ahead and backtrack a little bit. And what I'm gonna do, I want this to look a little bit better. Just hit enter here, and then I'm going to format the document. All right, so if we don't have a checkout question mark, we want this. Okay, and so what we're gonna do is add the or. So if we do have a checkout token, or now we need to fill out what we want to happen next. So I'm gonna put a React fragment here. All right, and so on this React fragment, we want to have some elements. So we're gonna say elements like this, and this will be, there we go, like that element. So these elements, we're gonna say stripe, and so stripe, we're gonna put in our stripe promise. So stripe promise like this. And the next thing that we're gonna do is put in a elements consumer. So elements consumer like this. Okay. The next thing that we're gonna do is have a curly bracket. So curly bracket here. And then we're going to put a regular bracket, and then we're going to put another curly bracket. In here, we're going to say elements, comma, and we're going to say stripe like this. Go to, so right before that last curly bracket, we're going to put an arrow like this, and then a regular bracket. And so right here, what we want to do is put a JavaScript fragment like this. Okay. So inside of here, what we're going to do is put a typography. And this typography will be a H4. Go back again. There we go. And so this will be a H4. So the variant right here, H4. And then we're going to have a margin bottom. That margin bottom will be equal to 4. We want to have an align. And so that align will be center. All right. And so inside of this typography, we're simply going to have the word checkout. Capitalize that C. There we go. So we have this. All right, everything looks good so far. I'm gonna hit enter a few times. There we go. Okay, so we have this typography here, and I'm gonna refresh this page real quick. Let's see. Okay, see how it's loading now, and the loading screen is just continuing to roll and roll and roll and roll. Okay, so that lets us know that this is already working, and there we go. Checkout is right there on the right side. So we have our typography. Next, we're going to add a box. Okay, and on this box, we're going to add another typography here, and that is not what you want. I'm going to add typography here. So on this typography, it will be a variant of subtitle 2. So subtitle 2, and then we're going to add a margin bottom. This margin bottom will be equal to 2. And so right here, what we want is contact information required. So we're going to say contact information required like this. There we go. So contact information required. All right. So that looks good. All right. And so what we're going to do below this typography, I'm going to scroll down a little bit. add a little room. And so what we want to do now is add our form. So we're going to say form like this, okay? And we're going to add that on submit right here. So I'm going to add on submit. On submit, we want to handle the submit like this. We're going to add, we're going to call it like this. We're going to call the function, but we want this to be an async function. So we're going to call it, going to say async data. Data should be in another bracket. So we're going to say async data, add an arrow like this. And then we're going to say on submit, add another one. So call it, we're going to say data, comma, elements like this, stripe. All right, so we have all the info in here. We have our arguments. Okay, so that looks pretty good so far. So now we just have to kind of edit everything inside the form. So the first thing we're going to do is add a stack. I'm sorry this is so long, but it is a lot of information, but we are getting close to the end. So we got a gap here. This gap will be 2. The next thing we're going to do is add an input. And so input like this. So remember that input will be self-closing. And once we do the first one, we're going to copy and paste a few of these. So input, we're going to say required. So we want this input to be required. And this is why I love this React form hook. It makes a lot of things very, very easy. So dot, 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 we're going to say register. So dot, 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 register. All right, call it there. And here we're going to define what we want this to be. So we want this to be the first name. And just to kind of give you guys some more info on what's going on. So this input, register first name. This will be data.firstname. So up here, how we got data.firstname, that input is linked to this word right here, first name. So register your first name, okay? And so now outside of this, we're gonna add a placeholder, and this placeholder will be equal to first name, like that, okay? You can already see that it's right here on the right. Perfect, so just take this input, copy it, all right? So once you copy that input, hit enter. And we're going to paste this 2 times. So we're going to paste 2 times like this. Let's format the document. All right. So now we have first name. And then the next thing we need is the last name. So first name, last name. And then simply change the placeholder here to last name. Go down here. This one will be email. So I'm going to change the placeholder first. And then go all the way over. And then change this one to email. Okay, that's inside of this first stack right here. All right, so the next thing that we're going to do is add another stack. Okay, so this stack will hold some information as well. The stack here, we're going to add a few properties to it. So the first property we're going to add is a margin top, so just empty. And empty will be equal to 2. We're going to add a spacing. The spacing will also be equal to 2. Then we're going to add a direction. Okay, this direction will have a double curly bracket, and extra small will be equal to column. So on the extra small responsiveness, we want extra small, and medium we want column, and then on the medium responsiveness we want row. All right, so inside of stack right here, we're going to add a box. Okay, so add a box here, and this box will have a width. This width will simply be equal to some responsive code, just like we did with the direction. So width equals double curly bracket, and we're gonna say extra small. Once it's an extra small, it will be equal to 100%. And then medium, we want comma medium. Medium, we want it to be equal to 50%. Okay, so we have the box. Next, we're gonna add a typography, and so on this typography right here, we're going to add a variant, and this variant will be equal to a subtitle 2. So subtitle 2 like that. All right, and then we're going to add a margin bottom. This margin bottom this margin bottom is going to be equal to 2. And then inside of this typography, we're going to add shipping information required. So shipping information required. Okay, so everything looks good. Shipping information required like this. Okay, so right here inside of this, right under this typography, we're going to add another stack. Okay, so add a stack, and this stack is only going to have one property, and it's going to be a gap, and this gap is going to be equal to 2. And the next thing we're going to do is add some more inputs like we did. So if you still have that copy and paste, just copy and paste one right here. And what we're going to do is format the document. So we have required, register. So this says first name. We need to change this to shipping street. Make sure that's a lowercase shipping, because it has to match the same properties that we have up here. So say shipping street. You got to make sure those match, because it's going to be data dot shipping street is the what you're going to get after you type that in, after you hit submit on the form. So after that, what we're going to do is just say here, we're going to say we're going to say street address like this, not ship, but street address. Okay. And so after that, what we can do here is just copy and paste two more like we did the last time, and just change the register. So right here, we're going to say shipping city, and then the one below that will be shipping zip. Okay. And so right here, instead of first name, it'll simply say city, and then first name is deleted here, and it's going to say zip code. Okay. So what we can do next, and I guess I'll capitalize zip code. You can kind of put that how you want to, depending on how you how grammatically correct you want that to be. But anyways, next we're going to add a select. So right here, I'm going to say select like this, and the select will have a few properties. So right on that select, we're going to add a default value. So default value, and that default value will be simply equal to a empty string, and we're going to have a required here. So we're going to say required like this, and then we're going to have that same dot dot dot, and not that dot 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 register. So we're going to register it, and then right here we want to add the shipping countries like this. So shipping countries, and we're going to do something different this time. We're going to add a on change in here. So on this select, we're going to say on change. So on change, because we're going to be selecting through different values, we're going to say on change, and this on change will be we want to put in an event here and an arrow. So we're going to handle the country change. All right, so handle country change right here, and then inside of that you're going to call it, and you'll say e.target.value. Each time we change it, we want to get that target value and use it to get our shipping country. All right, so now on the select though, we got to have some values in between so we can select through them. So we're going to have an option, okay, and what we will do here is put value. Value is going to be equal to an empty string. We're going to say disabled, and then we're going to say hidden. Okay, so right on this option, what we'll do is say select country. So select country like this in the middle of this option, and so you should see select country here. Perfect. So actually what I want to do is kind of just make that one line. I think that'll look a little bit better. Okay, just one line for this option. Okay, so what we'll do now is add a whole bunch of options with some JavaScript. So we're going to add a curly bracket, and we're going to take that country list that we created earlier. So country list question mark dot. I'm going to say reverse because they usually come in a different order. I'm going to say reverse. I want to reverse that order. And I'm going to say dot map like this, and two brackets. I'm going to say item. I'm going to take each one of those items and display them. Okay, and there we go. Okay, we're going to take each one of those items and display them, and we want each one of those items to be an option. So we're going to say option. The first thing that we have to do, as always, add a key. We're going to say item.id, and then what we'll do is add a value to each one of those options. So we're going to say value, and the value is going to be item.id. Okay, and then inside of this option, what we want to do is add the option so you can see it. So the label, so we're going to item.label, so to display which one of these we want. All right, and so there we go. So we have Japan, United Kingdom, United States. Okay, so we have the countries that are to be displayed inside of our shipping. So what I want to do really quick is just check something real quick. So if you made it this far, what we will do now is go back to CommerceJS, okay? And I want you to make sure that you have something already done. So inside CommerceJS, you know we left off on this payment gateway right here. So if you go to shipping right here, I think that we did this earlier. If not, I'm here to do it now. So right here, what we'll do is you want to go to add, and you can add your countries, your regions, and things right here, so they can be displayed. You may or may not have done it. So what I'm gonna do is add a zone, and just so you can see, so you can add however many of these that you want. And so I was gonna say Canada, but I'm just gonna say random just to display how to do it. So say random, and you can add your rates, the name of them. So like the rates will be, say you want fast 2-day shipping, 2 days shipping, and then you can add how much 2-day shipping is gonna cost, say $10. And then you can add the countries here that you want. And so you have a list of all of these right here just to re-emphasize this. So let's just say you want to ship to Belize. You want fast shipping to Belize, and just hit save and close. So now we have Belize as a country and region. You can add more rates here. So we got 2-day shipping, and say you want to add standard, and standard could just be $5. Okay, and then enable on all products. You can hit enable on all products and hit save change. So now you have a random shipping zone that's going to ship to Belize. If I hit cancel right here, see random 6 regions. Let me hit it again. So we got standard shipping, the name is random, and so you can add these shipping zones right here. For me, I have international that has Japan, United Kingdom in them, and then I also have domestic, which is the US here. So you can add as many of these as you want, but let's go ahead and get back to the project here. I just want to go ahead and throw that out just in case something's not working for you, or in case you didn't have anything selected there. You should at least have United States, because it's always going to be there. But anyways, with that being said, let's go ahead and continue with these options, or continue with the select. So we have that select. The next thing that we're going to do is add another select the same way. And I do want to say this first option value is disabled and hidden, because if you don't do that, if you just have the options, you're going to see like Japan first or something like that. You won't see the thing that says select country. So it's just a little workaround that you can use in order to have this display and it looks like the rest with a placeholder. So that's how you have to have a select placeholder. Okay, so I hope I didn't lose any of you in that little explanation. But anyways, let's continue here. So we have that select done. The next thing that we're going to do is do the same thing with the subdivision. So we're going to have another select. So select like this. Okay, and so just like we did earlier with the default value, I have default value, and that default value is going to be an empty string. I'm going to have required again, and actually what we can do to kind of speed this process up a little bit, take the select and just simply copy and paste the select and the options of the one before that. Just hit enter, copy and paste that. Okay, and so you're going to see it twice, but we're going to change a few things. So what we'll do is right here where it says register, change that to shipping subdivisions. So shipping subdivisions. Okay, and then you're going to scroll over a little bit more. On change, we're going to set the subdivision. So instead of the handle country change, it's going to be set subdivision. So just eliminate this, and it's going to be set to set subdivision. So set subdivision like that, e.target.value, and then you're going to come down, and right here instead of country list is going to be the subdivision list. So subdivision list. Okay, so subdivision list is not defined. So do you mean subdivisions list? Probably. So subdivisions list is not defined. Okay, I see what I did there. The D on subdivision is not capitalized. So subdivision list like that. Subdivision list. Okay, there we go. So the next thing we're gonna do is make sure all this is right. We got the key, we have a value, and have the item label. So we should be good on that. And this right here should not say select country. It should say, and see the Belize is right there. But let me refresh real quick. Oh, how I say select country. How I put it right here. Okay, so this right here should say select state. Select state slash province. So PROVINCE. So there we go. So select state says province. Okay. So now that we have that, we need to do that one more time, and this will be for the shipping options. So I'm just gonna simply copy and paste again like we did earlier. Okay, and what we'll do for this is select our shipping options. So right here we're gonna say select shipping option like this. All right, the first thing that we're going to do is go down and we'll go up, and right here default value is right, required is right, register right here. Instead of shipping countries, we gotta say shipping options. Okay, and so on the shipping options though, what we do is delete this on change. We don't need on change for the shipping options. Okay, so now we have the options right here. Okay, so right here, the countries list, we're gonna change it to shipping options. Okay, and we'll say shipping options dot linked equals 0. And one more thing I want to do, like right here at the top, we have this reversed for the subdivisions. We don't need that, so just take away this reverse. Forgot to delete that with the copy and paste. And also right here, so we got shipping options dot linked equals 0, and then question mark. So that question mark, we're gonna have an option like this, and ignore that error for now. Hit enter just to kind of get out the way. So shipping options dot linked equals 0 question mark. We want to have an option, and so this option value will be equal to an empty string. And we're going to type in loading here if we don't have any shipping options, because sometimes it can take a little while to load. And so if we don't have any shipping options, we want it to say loading right here. And then we're going to put in the or. Okay, so we'll say or shipping options question mark dot, and this is when we do the map. So now we can delete that reverse and just continue to delete these lines until you get back up to the top. So shipping options dot map like this. So now we're mapping through these shipping options. Now that it's loaded, it's gonna pull up these shipping options, and right here we have our key, we have our value, and right inside of here, instead of this saying shipping label, what it should say is item dot description. So item dot description. Okay, item dot description. And then we also want it to display the price. So item dot description, and then we're going to have another bracket here, curly bracket, item dot price dot formatted underscore width underscore symbol like this. Okay, so that'll be our option for that. All right, so that looks good. Okay, so now what I want you to do is simply, I'm gonna take this space away real quick. So take this space away, and so right here after this select, you have this stack right here, you have this box, you have this stack right here. So right after this stack, what we'll do is add another, well, this box. So after this box, we want to add a box. Okay, so add a box here. I had to break it down real slow, I didn't want to confuse anybody. So after this box, add another box, and this box right here will have a width, and that width will have a double curly bracket, extra small. Extra small is going to be 100%. Medium is going to be 50%, and we're going to add a typography inside of this box. So add a typography. This typography will have a variant of subtitle 2. All right, so variant subtitle 2. And we're going to add a margin bottom. This margin bottom will be equal to 2. And inside this, we're going to say credit card information required. Okay, credit card information required. Okay, so next we're gonna hit enter, and right here what we're gonna do is add a stack. This stack will have a gap on it. Let me scroll down a little bit, and this gap will be equal to 2. Scroll down a little bit. There we go. Gap will be equal to 2. We're going to add a React fragment, and then we're going to add a card element, and it will have a self-closing tag. This card element is coming from Stripe, so we should see the there we go. So you see the little Stripe thing here. Okay. Let me kind of, there you go. You can see. Go back over. So we got a card element, and next thing I'm going to do is add a button, and this button type will be equal to submit. Okay, this will be our submit button. We want to add a variant and a color to this, so we're going to add a variant. The variant will be equal to contain. Next, we'll add a color, and that color will be equal to secondary. Okay, so we have our button, and so inside of that button, though, we're going to add a few things. So we're going to add a typography. Okay, that typography will be equal to, well, I say equal to, have a variant of subtitle 2, so subtitle 2. And right here it's going to say pay. Okay, and then after pay, we want to add curly bracket here because we want to pay, and we're going to show the total amount that you're going to be paying. So we're going to say check out token question mark dot live question mark dot sub total dot formatted width underscore symbol. So I'm gonna have the total price of what you're going to pay right there. Okay, so we have the button, the stack, so everything looks good so far. If we want to wait on that to load, I'm gonna format the document real quick, make everything look good. So if I look on this right side, we have all the things we need on this one page. Let's make everything big, see what it looks like. Okay, so we have all of this information, and one thing I don't like though is that this is kind of off a little bit where the card number is. So what I'm gonna do, I want to just bring that down a little bit, bring that card element down just a little bit. So what we could do is right inside the typography where we have this, and I see exactly what's going on. I put MD instead of margin bottom, so that should kind of even it out a little bit. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that looks better. That looks a lot better. Sorry about that. I put, instead of margin bottom, I put whatever. I don't know what that would stand for. But anyways, we have that. We have the pay $25, and now we can actually go through with a kind of a fake payment and see if we can get this to go all the way through and work. So I have all the information filled out. I just use some kind of fake address generator because this information does kind of have to correlate. And what I mean by that is, like, if you have Louisiana, there has to be a zip code in Louisiana. So make sure that it all kind of matches up. And right here for the fake credit card, just type 4242 all the way across. Make sure the date is a date that is in the future, and you should be fine. Okay. So now let's hit pay. And another thing I do kind of want to add is some kind of loader that's allowing us to know that it is loading, because the payment is going to take a little bit of time to load. So we'll add that, but probably should have loaded by now. Let's check. Probably have some type of error, something like that. Let's go console here. Okay. Can I access cart element before initialization? Check out 84. Okay, let's go check out 84. And we are check 84. Here we go. So, okay, I see exactly what we got going on. So I got cart element once and then twice here. Just make sure this is a lowercase c. My bad on that. And you got to change it on the line right here with cart. Change it on this line as well. And let's try it again. Let's hit pay. If nothing happens about 5 seconds, then we need to check again. And we get nothing. Inspect once again. Console info. Oh, okay. Missing some fields. Billing.street.town city postal code. Okay, we had that for shipping. Postal code, county. Oh, that says, okay. This should say country anyway, so it wasn't going to work. So this should say county right here. County underscore state. That's what that should say. So county underscore state, postal code, and country. Okay. So all we really got to do for that, that's the easy fix, because it's the same thing as the shipping. So you could do this in one of two ways, which I'm not going to do. The shipping, I'm just, for this tutorial, the shipping is going to be the same as the billing. So what you could do is add a separate line here for the shipping information and the, sometimes the shipping information is the same as the billing, or you can have somebody check a box that will enable it to be the same. But for this, we're just going to have it the same. So right here, shipping and shipping. So instead of us creating that form, we're just going to have it like this. So now we have the shipping and we have the billing, and this should say county, state. Okay. All that looks good. We may have to refresh since we changed that part of it. We may have to refresh, but let's hit pay and see what we get. I think we're going to have to refresh, but maybe not. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to refresh here. Go to inspect here, console, getting that error still. Oh no, never mind, a lot. It went through. Confirmation page. Okay, perfect. I wasn't sure if we would go ahead and refresh there, but we did not. Okay, so what we're gonna do now, we see we add the confirmation page. That means that our order went through. So let's go over to CommerceJS and let's see what it looks like on that end. As always though, if you get stuck at any point in this tutorial, look in the description. You will see the GitHub repository and you can check your code that way. So on CommerceJS, we're gonna go down to orders and we're gonna scroll down, and here we go. This is the order that we just did. And so now you can see all of the information that will be included in your order. You can see the address, you can see their email details and stuff like that. So this is a complete transaction, and we have done just about everything you necessarily need for the store, but we do need to do some cleanup stuff. We need to upload this so we can put it on Netlify. We do have a few more things that we need to do. So what we're going to do is go back to fashion. I can exit out of that fake generator thing, but I'll just leave it up for now. But we have to build out this confirmation page and give it like a confirmation, almost a receipt style type of some information right here. So what I'm gonna do is go over and we'll go to the confirmation page right here, and we're going to fill out some things on the confirmation page. So let's go ahead and build this out. What we're going to do first, get rid of this import right here, and we're going to import some things from Material UI. So you want a curly bracket here. We're going to add a container. The next thing we're going to do is add a stack. We're going to add a typography, and we'll also add a button, and that will be coming from @MUI/material, like that. Next, we're going to add a link. So we'll add a link like this, and that will be coming from React Router DOM. And one thing we did forget to add here is a box. We need to add a box right here. Okay. So the next thing we need to do, go down and say invalid string for built-in component. Refresh that page. Okay, perfect. I'm like, what was that? Anyways, what we need to do now is bring up our order receipt. So let's say const order receipt. All right, and it will be equal to JSON, and you're gonna have to parse. So JSON.parse session storage. Okay. All right, and then after session storage, we need to say dot get item. So dot get item, and the item we want to get is the order underscore receipt. Okay. And so now this will generate our order receipt, or I say generate, it will get our order receipt from that session storage. Now we want to say if we don't have an order receipt. Okay, if we don't have an order receipt, we're going to return null like this. Okay, the next thing that we're going to do is go down, and we want to add the other, well, I say other return, we have the return right here. So right here, where it says confirmation page, delete that, and we're going to add a container. Okay, on that container, we want to add a max width, and that max width will be equal to large. Inside of that container, we're going to add a stack. All right, and on that stack, we're simply going to add a spacing. That spacing will be equal to 2. All right, then we're going to go down right here inside of the stack. We want to add a couple of topographies. So we're going to add topography here. We're going to have a margin top, so MT, and that margin top will be equal to 5. Okay, we want to add a variant, and that variant will be equal to an H4. Inside of that topography, we're going to say thank you for your purchase. Okay, all right, purchase, exclamation point. Okay, copy that line. Okay, and then we're going to add that topography again, format document. And so we have thank you for your purchase. This next line right here, we're simply gonna take that away, so delete that, add a curly bracket. We're going to say order receipt, so order receipt dot customer dot first name. Okay, so this right here should generate the first name. So there it goes, it says Eddie. Okay, and we want to generate the last name as well. So all I'm gonna do is copy this from here. I'm going to put a comma, paste, and just simply change first to last. So it's going to generate the last name. So it should say Eddie Hall. Perfect. Okay, so the next thing that I want to do is add another topography here. And let's copy and paste that topography. And so we're going to change a few things on this. So the MT margin top, we're going to delete the margin top. The variant, we're going to change it to an H5. All right, and so the next thing we're going to do right here, we're going to say receipt total. So you can, so whoever's purchased it can be reminded of their total purchase. And the total purchase right here will be order receipt dot order value. So change this to order underscore value dot formatted underscore with underscore symbol. And then just delete this first name part right here. So delete that first name. Okay, got order receipt dot order value dot formatted with symbol. There it is. And then delete this order receipt last name. Okay, so now we have the total of the order. All right, and so the next thing we're going to do is outside of this stack, we want to add a few things. So right here, we're going to add some JavaScript. So we need a curly bracket. We're going to say order receipt. So order receipt question mark dot order question mark dot line underscore items question mark dot map, two brackets, items. Go outside that first one, add a bracket again here. Need the outside bracket. Okay, so right here we need to add some things. We're going to add a stack first, and make sure that that's lowercase. So here we go. We're going to add a stack right here. And on that stack, we need to first add the key. As always, don't forget the key. And the key will be equal to item.id. The next thing we're going to do is add a margin bottom. And that margin bottom will be equal to 5. The next thing we're going to do is add a flex direction. And we're going to have another curly bracket here. We're going to add an extra small. Extra small is going to be equal to column. And then small will be equal to row. All right, we're going to add a gap. I'm going to hit enter, add a gap here, and this gap will be equal to 2. We'll also add a justified content. That justified content will simply be a space dash between, so space between. All right, we'll also add an align items, and so this align items will have a double bracket. Extra small will be equal to center, and then small will be equal to flex start. So extra small center, small, add a comma here, small will be equal to flex start, like that. All right, and that format document. Okay, that was a lot inside that one stack. Anyways, what we're gonna do now is, and it's an item is not defined, items with an S. Actually, change this one. There we go. So it should be item in here, not items, and then key should be item.id. Perfect. Okay. So now, and here go that error. Refresh here, guys. It should be fine. There we go. Okay. So now inside of that stack, we're going to add a box. Okay. And so on that box, what we'll do is add a width. And that width will simply be equal to 150 pixels. Okay. The next thing that we're going to do is add an image tag. So img self-closing. On this image tag, we'll add a style. And that style will have a double bracket, and it will have a width inside of it. And that width will be equal to 100%. Okay. And then we need to add the source. So the source will be equal to, we need to have an equal curly bracket, item dot image dot URL. All right. And the alt will simply say product. Okay. So now we have our image. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna format the document here. And so after this, we're going to add a typography, and on this typography, we're going to just have a few things. We're going to have a variant, and that variant will be equal to a subtitle 2. Inside of here, we're going to say quantity. So quantity, and that quantity will be equal to item dot quantity. Okay. And then what I want to do is simply copy that typography, and I'm going to paste it 2 times here. Okay. And so right here where it says quantity, I'm going to change that to quantity name, and then the next one after name, I'm going to call it price. So now all you had to do is change this item dot, where it says name, it goes to item dot product underscore name, and then right here for the price, it wants to say item dot price underscore formatted underscore width, not width like that, but width underscore symbol. Okay, so now we got the quantity, the name, and then we should have the price right here. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna scroll back over, and this stack, after this stack though, so you got stack, and what we will do here is add, we'll say enter, and so we're going to add another stack here. So let's add a stack right here, and it should be 2 stacks. So what we want to do, so you have this order receipt right here. What we want to do, like, so you had stack, go back up to the top. Sorry about that. We're gonna go back right above order receipt, I want you to add a stack here, because this stack will encapsulate this order receipt. So just cut it, paste it right here, because this right here should be a stack. Okay, and then after that stack, we're going to add another stack. Okay, and so inside of this stack, what we'll do is just have a few more kind of links and things right here. So, and just refresh that. But anyway, so we want to add a margin top here. So margin top will be equal to 15. And then we're going to add spacing. Spacing will be equal to 2. So spacing equal to 2. We're going to have a width, double bracket, extra small, will be equal to 100%, comma, medium will be equal to 50%. Okay. Stack, we're going to add a typography. On that typography, we'll have a variant, and that variant will be equal to an H4. So H4. The next thing we'll do is add return to shopping. All right. After that, we're gonna add a button like this, and that that button will have a component. That button will have a component, not a link component, but a component, and it will be equal to link. All right, and so we're gonna say 2, take off cap locks, 2, and / like this. All right, and then we're gonna add a variant here as well, and that variant will be equal to contained. Okay, and so inside that button, we're gonna say home, like that. I want you to copy that. And then we're gonna add the catalog page here as well. So we're gonna say catalog, and we want this link to take you to the catalog page. So that should be the catalog page, link to catalog page. So we got return and shipping, we got home and catalog. If I hit this, it should take me to the catalog page. If I hit home, it should take me back home. Okay, let me go back. So thank you for your purchase, return shipping. Price is not loading. So we got name, price. Go back up real quick. So item dot price underscore formatted with symbol. Item dot price. Oh, I see why. Item dot price dot formatted with symbol. So now price should load up. There we go. So that looks good. That looks good. We have everything we need for like the receipt page. Let me go widescreen here, see what it looks like. Okay, I kind of want a little bit of spacing right here, so let's go back to the top right here. I'm going to add a margin bottom. All right, and that margin bottom could be equal to not 45 but simply 5. Okay, and I'm getting like crazy error right here. Add a space, margin bottom equal to 5, like that, and it should add a little bit space between here. Format document, and not really. This stack, add a margin top on the stack here, and margin top of 5. Oh, it did add it eventually. Computer just goes slow sometimes. I might like the 10 better. Might just leave it like that. Let's see. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Or you can add the 5 here. It doesn't matter. But all that looks good. All that looks good. So you essentially have a done website here. I am going to add some cleanup stuff, but I want to go ahead and upload this to Netlify, and then we're going to work on some error stuff at the end. That error boundary, we're going to add it, and we're going to also add 2 loaders for when we add our products. We're going to add a loader, and then once the products are about to get loaded for your receipt to load, we're going to add another loader there. So 2 loaders, error handling will come after we upload this website to Netlify, because it's essentially done, but some cleanup things can be done to make it a little bit better. So let's go ahead and head over to Netlify and upload this website. All right, so before we go to Netlify, what we're going to do is check our terminal, and this is important. So go to terminal, new terminal, and you want to make sure, so on the right, go to node here. And okay, so right here where it says Webpack compiled successfully, you want to make sure you don't have any errors here, because if you have an error, Netlify will not let you upload the website. So sometimes you can have like a typo, sometimes things can be missing, like different errors. If you scroll up, you can see those different errors and stuff. So make sure you don't have any errors, okay? Even sometimes if you don't like use certain things, like say if I have this link here and if I don't use it down here, sometimes Netlify won't let you upload the entire website. It'll give you an error. So make sure you are using everything, make sure everything is working correctly, okay? So with that being said, next thing we're gonna do is go over, and I'm gonna go ahead and type in Netlify. So Netlify here, okay. And so you want to log into your Netlify. But one thing before I forget. So let me go over here. What I like to do personally is connect my projects to my GitHub, because it allows you to upload things to Netlify extra fast. So go over here to the left, the source control, and if you don't see initialize repository, like click it, go through the steps in order to connect VS Code to GitHub. If your GitHub is already connected to VS Code, this should be a smooth process. And so what I'm gonna do is type in YouTube project, just type in YouTube project, and then I'm gonna just type commit, and then here we go. Say there's no stage changes to your commit. Would you like stage? Yes. All right, and so I hit yes, and so now it's gonna see, there we go. See, it says publish branch right here. All right, and I'm just gonna type same thing, YouTube dash project dash fashion. You can type something else, but that's what I'm gonna type, publish branch. Okay, so now it's asking me what do I want to name it. Once again, I'm gonna type YouTube dash project dash fashion, like this. So publish GitHub to private or public repository, and I'm gonna type the public repository just so everyone can see it. And so now publishing to GitHub, uploading files. And like I said earlier, if you are not connected to your VS Code, it should ask you to log in over here. If not, there are YouTube videos that can help you with that connection process, but you want to connect it to YouTube. Connect it to GitHub, and the process should be quick. But I'm gonna show you guys how to upload this, even if you are not going to connect it through GitHub. There are ways to do it manually, so stay tuned. I'm gonna show you how to do that as well. I just like it this way because if I save this file and upload it to GitHub, it's gonna automatically edit my website. So with that being said, now let's go ahead and let's log in Netlify. And if you don't have a Netlify account, create you a Netlify account, and I will see you in a second after we log in. Okay, we're logged into our Netlify account, and now we're going to upload this website. So what we're going to do is scroll down, and then just simply type add new site, import an existing project right here. Deploy manually is what you would do if you did not upload it to GitHub. We did, so we're going to click here. The file that you're looking for the deploy manually is the file that we created at the beginning of this site where we created that new folder. You just drag that folder over. So I'm gonna just show you that real quick. So right here, drag and drop your site here. So just drag that folder over. All right. But if you're following through the GitHub process, go to import existing. Right here is gonna ask you to connect your GitHub. So just go to GitHub right here and see I'm already authorized. And so now all I have to do is type in and search up that that project that I did earlier. So right here it says search repos. I'm just type YouTube. I think I named it YouTube project, pretty sure. There we go, YouTube project fashion. So this is what I typed in earlier right here. All right, so I'm gonna click it, and then all you gotta really do is just go down to deploy site. All right, and so there are a couple different steps that you do want to take when you're doing this. So once you upload your project here, it's not going to work initially, and the reason for that is because your what's it called, the .env files will not be found on this thing. So we have to like manually put those in. So I'm gonna go down here, environment variables. So once you go to environment variables right there, go to add a variable, and you could import from a .env file, but what I'm gonna do is just add a single variable. So right here it says example key, and then it has the value. So what you want to do, I'm gonna make this smaller. Go here, go to your .env, and now we just need to upload it. So scroll down. Okay, so the key right here is React public key. Paste it there, and then what you want to do is take this key, copy it for the value. You want to create that variable, and then you want to add another variable. Add your stripe key because you're gonna need that one as well, and paste the stripe key value, create that variable. Okay, looks good. So we got both the React app stripe and we have the React app check public key. So we have both of those, which will be important. So now go back. Okay, what you want to do, I'm gonna go back to site overview, and so this is the site right here. What I want to do, so we got site, let's go to site settings, and I want to change the name of the site. Right, and so the name of this will simply be, I'm gonna just call it YouTube. Well, actually I'm just call it fashion dash YouTube dash, I'm just fashion YouTube. I'm just gonna call it fashion YouTube. Okay, and save right here. All right, and since I last updated a couple seconds ago, if I click it, you're probably not gonna see a whole lot. Not gonna see anything. This is just blank. Fashion YouTube.netlify.app is blank. All right, so and go ahead and give it a little bit of time. See, it says publish, so everything worked and everything got uploaded, but it's not working because of those keys. So just remember that detail right there. Remember that detail. It's not working because of the keys. If you manually did this, you may want to upload it again after you put the keys in. But what we're going to do is simply see how it has, okay, no deploy message. So what we're going to do, I'm going to go here. All right, and so let's go all the way to VS Code. So what we're going to do here is just simply go back pages, and then all we need to do is just add one thing and then upload it. So what I'm gonna do, I want to go to the home page. So home page, and where it says we got customer favorites, we can just change one thing here and then change it back. So I'm gonna add an S on customer favorites, and then because I want to show you guys this, so I'm gonna call this an update here. See right on the left, update, and I'm gonna commit it yes. And so I did this so I can show you what it's gonna look like when you like upload a change. So it's syncing the changes, and so if you give it a little bit of time right here, this is going to start because it notices a change inside of your GitHub repository right here. And so you're gonna, if you, there we go. So it says building, and it said update. There you go. So it says update. Now it's building, and so it sensed that change, and now it's gonna automatically update your website anytime that you make a change to that repository. Is going to start building. Okay, it's going to build it out, and that's pretty impressive that it deployed in 1 minute and 13 seconds. Usually it takes a little bit longer than that, especially for a new build, but that's pretty fast. But now you're just gonna wait on this new build to get done. And sometimes those .envs, those keys can take a few uploads before they actually like work, but you just kind of have to be patient. But there we go. So now it's working. The website is up, and everything looks to be the same way it is on our VS Code. So we had to update it again. So don't be discouraged if it doesn't work. Sometimes it can take 2 or 3. It's a weird thing. So just know that, but don't be discouraged if it doesn't work the first time. But I'm just gonna take that out, take the S out. I just wanted to show you guys how that worked. So with that being said, though, for the majority of this tutorial, we are like finished. If you want to add things yourself, you can, but I'm gonna go through about 10 or 20 minute kind of extra things that you can do to make it a little bit better. We're gonna add the error boundary here. Some people don't care about that, but that's why I'll save it for last. So if you go to the pages and you go to the error boundary, we didn't add anything here. So if an error pop up, it's just gonna say error boundary. So we're gonna fix the error boundary. We're gonna add a loader to the product, and well, we're gonna add a pop-up to the product, so it'll let somebody knows once the product's added to the cart. We're gonna add a loader to the cart page, I mean to the checkout page, so you can see if like once it's loading, so you just don't be looking at a blank screen. So we're gonna add those 3 things, and we're gonna be done with this project. So let's go ahead and edit the error boundary. All right, so for the error page, what we want to do is simply, I want to go back to blank screen right here in fashion. If you click it, you should see error in this. I'm gonna rename this. This is gonna be different on your end. I want to rename this. At first it was a link, and I decided to add it. I'm gonna just call it error.jpg. So on your end it will be different. It'll just say this. I had to rename it, but don't worry about that. Anyways, so I'm gonna bring that up. And right here, what I'm gonna do is just simply drag it over, and I want to put that inside the images file right here, and I'm gonna put it inside of common. So it'll be, you can just slide and put it in common. And right back on the error page though, I want to import some things. So I'm gonna import use route error. Okay, next thing I'm gonna do is import stack. And stack will be coming from @MUI / material. We're going to import that box. We're going to also import topography. We're going to also import container. We will also import button. Okay, so we have those 3 imports there. Next thing we're going to do is import link, and link will be coming from React Router doc. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is go inside of this error boundary, and first we're going to say const error. So we're going to say const error, and error will be equal to use route error. Okay, call it right there. All right, the next thing we're going to do is console.log that error, console error, so console.error right here, and the error will be error. So you can just leave that there. All right, and that's for anybody needing to know what error is exactly happening. But what we're going to do is now go inside a return so we can edit what people will actually see. So first thing we're going to do is type in container. So we have our container here, and what we're going to do is give this container an extra large. We got this little blue thing. Okay, there we go. All right, so we're going to give this container a max width of large. I say extra large. I'm so used to using large, but we're going to use extra. I'm so used to using extra large on most of the pages, but we're going to use large here instead. I'm going to give this a stack, and this stack have a flex direction. All right, this flex direction will have a double bracket. Extra small will be equal to column, and then we're also going to give it a medium of row. And we're going to give it a padding top, so PT, and at PT will be equal to 20. All right, next thing we're going to do on that inside the stack is give it a box, Okay, and inside of that box, we're going to give this some typography. Okay, this typography will have a variant. This variant will be in H1. Okay, so let's go variant, and variant will be H1. The next thing that we're going to do is add the add some inside of that. We're just going to type 404. Okay, the next thing we're going to do up under that typography is add another typography. All right, a little bit too fast there, huh? I'm going to add a typography. This typography will have a variant, and this variant will be in H6. So variant H6. Okay, so inside of this typography, what we're going to do is type the page your, so you are, so you're looking for doesn't exist. Okay, all right, so the page you're looking for doesn't exist. All right, and so under that, what we're gonna do is add a button. So click one time, gonna add a button. Okay, too many T's there, bro. So I'm gonna add a button, and this button will have an SX prop. So go here, SX, double bracket, you'll have a background color. So background color, and background color will be equal to, just type black here. Okay, next thing we're going to do is add a component, and this component will be, not context, component. This component will be equal to a link. The next thing I'm going to do is add a 2, and this 2 will simply take us back to the home page. I'm going to add a variant. All right, and so this variant will be equal to contained. All right, and so this button will just simply say back home, or let's just say back to home page. Okay, all right, so the next thing that we need to do is, after this button, we're going to add a box. Okay, so I'm going to add a box. So on this box, what we're going to do is add an image inside of this box. So we're going to add IMG, and there we go, enter. All right, so we're going to add the source here, and I'm gonna leave it blank for it now. I'm gonna add an alt, and this alt will simply be equal to, and I'm just gonna say error, and then we're gonna add a width, and that width is going to be equal to 500. Then I'm gonna add a height, and that height is going to be equal to 250. Okay, we need to scroll back up. Now we got to import that image, so let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to import, and let's call it error img. Okay, and error img going to be coming from // and let's go ahead and go image / common / and you should see error.jpg. Okay, now we're going to go back down into the source, and inside that source we're going to call error img, like that. So error img. So there goes the image right there on the left. So now we have successfully completed the error handling page. So what I'm gonna do, I want to bring this back up. This is the online version. Let's go back to the regular version. So now we need to entice an error here. So let me go ahead and make that smaller, and let's get this thing to throw an error so we can make it, so we can see what the page looks like. So the best way to do that, if we look at this home page, if you click on a link that is not right, it will throw the error. So this right here in particular, when I was looking through some of the code, if I go, that is the sales banner. So what I want to do, go to the sales banner. All right, and so right here, see I put triple dots. So if I click shop now, it's gonna give me a 404, and you may have caught that earlier, and I'm sorry about that. It shouldn't be that. So now you can see the error page here, and it looks pretty good, and it actually set me up perfectly for this error handling portion of the video. So it shouldn't be those many dots, and I was saying ... but it really should be less than that. So if I hit it, there you go. So now it takes you to the catalog page. Okay, but anytime you get an error now, that's the page that will be displayed. Okay, so with that being said, we have our error handling page running. It's functioning perfectly fine, and I'll take you back to the home page. And the thing I want to do now is I want to go through a buying like process. So let's say I'm buying something. I click here, it's loading for me. Let's say I want to buy something. I want to buy this orange tea. All right, so I'm on this and I hit small and I hit add and I want to add to cart. You get the spinner, but if I add the cart, it doesn't necessarily tell me that I have added anything in the cart. I just know that because it's here. So I want to add a alert that will pop up there. I'm not going to add any kind of fancy pop-up. It'll just be simply an alert. So how can we do that? So I'm gonna just add one. So we got small. If I add the cart, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. So it's loading, it's loading, it's loading. But the only way I know that it's been added is because it's up here. So what I want to do is now go back to the product page real quick, and let's follow some things. So we'll go to product page, and let me eliminate these top hanging things here, the top tabs. So we got product page. It loads up. So when will we need to know when this thing is done? So the adding process is done inside. So we got cart, we got product page. If you look at this right here, so product info. So let's go to our so we go to product, just trying to get these tabs away. So we'll go product info. Okay, so right here where it says on click handle add to cart. So inside of that function, so right here, handle add to cart. Once this is done, we want to get an alert that lets us know what item is put in and how many of that item is put in. Okay, and so we can simply add it there. All right, so let's begin that process of adding that. So right here, and if you want to try this before I do it, you can, but let's go ahead and do it. Right here, when it's adding it to cart, I'm gonna hit enter, and I'm going to have an alert here. So I'm just gonna say alert, call that alert there. I'm at backticks, $, and then inside this curly bracket, I'm gonna say add item. All right, so I'm gonna take that add item dot product underscore name. All right, so that's the product name, and then I'm gonna type has been added to the cart. Okay, so now if I say I'll add this medium, add 1, and it's gonna load up. It's gonna load up, and once it's done loading up, there it goes. All right, so the tea has been added to the cart. Okay, perfect. So now I know that it has been added to the cart, and you can add, instead of having this alert here, you can add something that is like an actual pop-up if you want to, but this tutorial has already been super long. I'm not gonna go through that, but let's go here. So now we're in the buying process, and so what I also noticed, and that's why I call it, this is the cleanup phase. There's a couple different things that I'm going through and changing. So right here, you see how it has checkout. I was looking at that and I really don't like how that is. So what I'm gonna do is go back to the product page, and at first we did the reverse. Okay, so if I look through my stack flex direction, we have not product page, sorry about that, not product page. We need to go to the cart page. So in the cart page, if you look through, we have column reverse. We really shouldn't have column reverse. Let's just add column. Okay, so let's add column, and that should, okay, here we go. So you scroll down to the checkout instead of it being this way. I like this way a lot better, and I think it just flows a whole lot better than it did initially. Okay, the next thing I was noticing is that this, see how it's cutting off these buttons right here, and so what we're going to do is change this as well. So the way that we're going to do that is go to the that should be the cart item. So we go over, we go to cart, we go to cart items. Okay, and if you look through the code, all right, we will notice that we can add, we could make it so this is a little bit wider right here. And so the way that we're going to do that is go to the right here. We'll actually make this a little bit wider. Okay, so where card is right here, we have this on 70%. If you start changing that, let's change it to 100, and let's see exactly what happens. Wait for a second, and we don't Okay, there we go. I would say we don't get a desired change. I was going to say, okay. So now you see that it's going all the way across, and I like this a lot better than having it on 70. Let's make it widescreen so we can see what it looks like. Okay, so yeah, it looks a lot better. So that's why this is the cleanup portion of the video. We clean up little subtle mistakes that may potentially have been made along the process of doing this. So here we go. That looks a whole lot cleaner, a whole lot better. So I'm hoping you guys staying with me. You guys are staying with me. So we're going through the process. We have officially fixed this. So we got these here. And so now let's go to checkout. So you see how that loader is way over there? Okay, I want to change that as well. So what I'm going to do is go over, and if I go to the checkout page, okay, and if I scroll down here, okay, so you scroll here, we can edit this thing. So this is the portion of that that loader, and this is a simple fix that we can do. So instead of having, so we got that margin 50, and it works perfectly for desktop view, but it's not that good on mobile, right? It's not that good on mobile. So we just have to add some conditional stuff here, some responsive code here. So what I'm gonna do is take away this entire margin, okay, and I'm gonna add an MT, so just a margin top, gonna be equal to, add double curly brackets, extra small will be equal to 10. So I could just say 10, I don't have to say. Okay, so extra small will be equal to 10, medium will be equal to 20. All right, so we're gonna add that. Then we're gonna add a margin bottom. The margin bottom will be equal to double, extra small will be equal to 10, medium will be equal to 20. All right, outside of that, I'm just gonna add margin here, margin auto, like this. Okay, now I'm gonna take that, I'm going to refresh, and let's see if we fixed it. Okay, that looks a whole lot better on mobile devices, right? I think we all can agree to that. All right, so that looks pretty good. And the last thing we're gonna do is, once you hit, once you trying to, what's it called? What I'm thinking? When you're trying to buy something, I'm gonna add like a small little loader, just a little circle. Once you hit this pay button, that's gonna circle around until you get ready to actually buy the item. So let's scroll down. Let's add some conditional logic here. Okay, so underneath this button, what I'm gonna do, I'm going to add some JavaScript here. Okay, so actually, scroll back up real quick. We need to add a new state. So I'm gonna add a const, and I'm gonna call this state loading receipt. Okay, loading receipt, and I'm gonna say set loading receipt. Okay, so set loading receipt equals use state, and right now it'll be false. Okay, so we're gonna set that to false, and I'm gonna scroll back down, and we're gonna set some conditional logic for that loading receipt. So once you hit that button, we wanna set loading receipt to true. So right here, what we're gonna do here is add a on click. Okay, let me scroll over a little bit. So we're gonna add an on click. Okay, on that on click, I'm gonna say equal to, and we're gonna say set loading receipt, and we're gonna set it to true. Once you click it, it's gonna start loading that receipt. All right, and so now we can call it here. So loading receipt question mark. So if we're loading that receipt, what do we want to happen? We want that little loader to happen again that we just created. So all we really got to do is, I want you to scroll up right here, this stack. I want you to take that stack, like this portion right here, take that, copy it, and I want you to just paste that right there. So paste it there. All right, and then you're gonna say or an empty string like this. So let's make sure we copy that correctly. Missing that. There we go. So now we have this. This is perfect. This is gonna load, and it said loading is not defined. Refresh. I believe that's just a refresh error. Okay, perfect. So we did that, but you do have to do one more thing, and you have to add it up here at the top. So if I scroll up, I want to set loading receipt to true inside of this. So where you got order a new cart right here. Actually you go set new cart. We could just add it right before the navigate. So right here we're going to set loading receipt. So set loading receipt to true right here. All right, and then right after this, so we got the catch error, we got this error right here. What we want to do is two things right here. The first thing we're going to do is say if error, we're going to set the loading receipt to false. So we're not going to be loading the receipt anymore because you got an error. Something ain't right. And the next thing I'm going to do as well is have an alert. And this alert is simply going to just display a little error message. So error.data.error.message like this. Okay. And like I said, this is going to be a pop-up. If you want to create a real pop-up, all you had to do is just create like a create a component or something and then you put it here, or just create some code. I said create some code, put some code right here that's an actual box or something like that. But for this purpose of this tutorial, we already like almost at probably like 6-7 hours. I'm just gonna have an alert. All right. And so with that being said, now I'm not even gonna fill any of this out. All I'm gonna do is just type pay, and it's telling me to, okay, I gotta fill it out. Okay. All right, let's fill this out with just some whatever information we want to actually throw the error here. So we got some information in here that is clearly not correct. And then we're gonna type 42 all the way through. Okay, and then I'm gonna hit pay, and you see that thing, it starts that loader right here and it's loading. So it's letting somebody know that something is about to happen. Something's happening, and we know we're not just being left in the dark here like it was earlier. I thought the information in there was clearly not right. But I will say that it's funny that that did work. So I'm assuming that if you type in what's it called? If you type in a address that is outside of the country and it's wrong, it seems like that would work, because that address was supposed to be the point that was wrong, but clearly that was right. So I'm gonna go back through. Let's go back through it and try to. I'm gonna have to go type in US this time. So that's interesting though, and I'm not gonna edit that out because let's see, just add the cart. Give me a good chance to like go back through, make sure all this is. See, add the cart. I want to click this to make sure that works. Okay, it does. All right, check out. And let's fill this out again. Okay, so this is clearly not a city, street city 1 2 3 4 5 is not anywhere in Georgia, I don't think. But let's hit pay. And so if this works, I'm gonna be very, very surprised. Now the other one, it was foreign, so maybe that's why CommerceJS does not have it inside of its system to actually know that it's not. Okay, here we go. 1 2 3 5 is not valid. Okay, I'm finna say, okay, that was amazing though, and that's why you got a little programming, because you got to go through, have some errors, and try to throw errors. So I tried to throw an error earlier, it didn't work, but it was actually perfect because it set this entire thing up. Okay, that's good. We're not going to actually check out. What we're going to do is simply go here, and we're going to just update, and hit commit, and actually finish off the project. So we have everything that we wanted to have done. And so we're just going to save these changes. And once we save those changes, we will be able to look at our project and see it's in its entirety. So here you go. We have the entirety of the website done. We have the catalog, we have the shop now. Let me click shop now, make sure that's the right one. Okay, perfect. Everything's loading, but we have everything working the way that we want it to. If you notice anything that looks a little funny, please let me know. But we have everything working in its entirety, and you can expand upon this project more. You can add more headings here if you want to, just to give you a couple of ideas. You can add animations on the page when the page first loads. You can also edit this email thing right here and connect it some way so it can actually send out newsletters. You could also fill in these catalog size guide. Well, we got catalog, but I didn't link it, but you could fill those out, terms and conditions, you could fill those out. And so you could make this project even more realistic, even better. So if you want to do that, please go ahead and do it. It'll make everything look and feel more unique to yourself. If you want to put this on your portfolio or something like that. But thank you guys for watching. Please subscribe if you have watched this, and if you want me to make more tutorials. The next tutorial, I promise, won't be as long. I'm not planning on this being almost an 8-hour tutorial. It was like 7 hours and some change. So thank you for watching. I'll see you guys in the next video.